Boys! Good day. You guys are supposed to be seeing this screen. Hold on. If I switch, okay. Wait, why does it switch to that partially? That's not supposed to happen. Either way. Okay. Either way. All is well. All is well. We've got all of the fail-safes in place. We're safe again from the risks of fucking up and showing visuals. Boys, we're set. I gotta get off my starting soon screen, like, for stream. Okay, we're good. Hello, my lads. Yo, Can, thank you for the follow to start out the stream. I appreciate you. Leon, first in chat, new races. Yes, sir. We got 2 of them today that I'm gonna have to, like, Pictionary to you guys. Thank you for the 130-day streak as well. That may be one of the longest right now. With the death of Carla's streak back in Iceland, due to her lack of commitment and her friend's lack of ability to set up a tent efficiently, her streak did indeed get cookarooed, which is super unfortunate, because that thing was like 200 plus. But, you know, when one streak ends, it just leaves room for more to come about and have their comeuppance. Hank, I hope you're having a great day as well, brother. I appreciate you coming through. So, if you have not heard, and you didn't read the title, boys, we got 2 new races. We got the NIKUA. We got the PY'RAI. We do not have the Renkai yet. Thoughts and prayers for the Renkai. Renkai tank may be enough to make me switch off of Dwarf. Samoan Dwarf. Yes. Yes. And we also have some notes from the Discord itself. Like, about... Well, obviously I can't show the notes, right? Like, what the races are supposed to portray. So that's cool as well. Like, what they're supposed to feel like, what their, you know, mannerisms, I guess, are supposed to be. So, I don't even go near the Discord on the PC now. I check it on my phone, so there's 0 chance of even the Discord leaking out. We're going, like, deep to avoid stuff. We're going crazy. Ni hao. Yo, ni hao, Kin. How you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful day. PY'RAI and NIKUA. PY'RAI should feel stoic. The NIKUA should feel fun. It just in terms of, like, their overall, like, stature and mannerisms and stuff like that. So, I'm in now. We're gonna pop into the character creator. And there are indeed 2 new choices. So we've got our NIKUAN. So it's kind of got like a belly on him. So I got the dude character first. So he kind of like, he looks like his name would be Leo. So it's giving me very short sumo wrestler vibes. Hold on. We'll get into the character creator real quick. Let's see. Appearance. So there are full body presets. Okay, you can make them a bit more slender as well. But like, they just have that overarching... Hold on, I'll try to hit it real quick. Like one of these for the build, except like this is also all back and I'm not like arching. Like, it's kind of like one of these if this was all occupied by back too. So, just for perspective, kind of stocky. They've got kind of like if I was shirt cocking and like I had my shirt down over my cock, that's about where their like dress would end. Just as the default. Let's see. Oh, with number 3 build. Yeah, he still got the belly though. Like, they're yoked, but they all have big bellies. They're kind of like very sumo wrestler vibe. Very stocky lads. Let's see. They can get pretty tall. Weight-wise, they get wider. I mean, I guess they get... Yeah, they get more of a belly, too. They kind of look like a fucking... I don't know, like a resurrected being. If you go 0 height, 0 weight, they look kind of sickly. Let's see. 0 height, 0 weight, 100 chest, 100 arms, and 0 legs. You actually look like a fucking Greek god with that build. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Hold on, we might be onto something right now. Wait, if you go everything 100 and then legs on 0, you're kind of fucking massive. What about their beards? I haven't got to that part yet. You can make them 3 different base skin tones. So the sun is not your enemy. Let's see. Hairstyles, they give you 4 hairstyles. Bald, you have no hair. And then you've got like a little mohawk with like a tie-up little knotted area for the first one. The second one is like pulled back to a bun in the top with like a little tie-off with wings coming off of it, and then drops down to like shoulder-length hair in the back. Kind of like sumo wrestlery, also kind of like Greek gaudy. And then the last one is just kind of like long shoulder-length hair, like some thicky hair. Base colors, you can do whatever base colors you want to. And then beards, you have no beard. And even with the no beard, wait. Does this hairstyle include mutton chops? Okay, no, you have a mustache by default, by the look of it. Unless, maybe that's in the details. But I haven't been able to get my mustache off yet. Yo, Teeps, how you doing, my boy? I hope you're having a beautiful one. Oh, never mind, mustache style. I'm stupid. I just wasn't looking at it. You can get your mustache off. So there's, in terms of mustaches, no mustache, 2 poofy ass mustaches. Kind of like a... Let me confirm this. Wait. Hold on. So like, picture Heimerdinger's mustache. If somebody basically like pulled it down instead of it kind of like curling up for the first one, and then it has little like dwarven tie-offs in it, and then the second one kind of like goes like this. It's kind of like brackets around your mouth. And then for the beard styles, you have 3 little like this long tie-offs. You've got big ass dwarven beard, and then you've got no beard. So 3 options for each, but looks solid so far. Face shape, there are different face shapes, 6 different options. And then let's see. Markings. There are, within the character creator right now, 9 different tattoos. So there will also be different tattoo systems that come in as well. Some tattoos will even be like, Fupo actually put me onto this information recently. Some of them will be earned, like, you know, found tattoos throughout the world or crafted shit that actually has an impact on your character power instead of just being like an aesthetic. So there are going to be so many systems that are still kind of like those accessory complementary systems yet to come in. I'm so fucking excited, man. I'm so excited. Okay, so that is our NIKUA tank. Let's see. Not Dusty. Why? Wait, what? Only characters A to Z are allowed for character name. Not DustyWhy. Great character. Weird. Okay, never mind. I must have just hit something. Alright, now let's go through and check out our PY'RAI. They have horns. Oh, I didn't even check out the female NIKUA. Shit, we gotta go back. Okay, first, before I get distracted, your City Skylines gameplay is doomed. Ayo? Wait, why? Is it because you... Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. I just went into, like, the feminine NIKUA character creator, and, like, the hair was halfway through the head. It looked like a fucking zombie. Oh, that was so scary. Okay, they look cool. They're just vibing. They're just, like, short, stubby. Let's see. But we'll hit the T1 build. No height, no weight. All chest, arms, no legs. P3 sub goals, shave head. I look like an egg without hair. That would take a lot of subs. I, for perspective, would be more likely to be talked into like an Ashes tattoo for a sub goal over shaving my head. Like, it's that bad. My head is very, very, like, anatomically small. It's not entirely, like, the largest head in the world, and I'm tall. So, if I don't maintain some level of, you know, this, then we're good. I've seen the egginess. It looks very much like an egg, yes. Yes, it does. Okay. Cool. I guess I don't have to create these characters at all. I just keep creating characters and taking more names. Alright, so I'm going into the PY'RAI. They are pretty, like, human-y looking elves, except for the fact that they quite literally have fucking horns. The default armor is basically a thong. So if you spin your character around, you just get ass cheeks. So that's cool. Let's see. Let's go into the appearance here. Body type presets. So you can have different color horns, as well as different types of horns. There are 3 types of horns. The first is just like a sleek, kind of like curved back horn with some points to it. The second is a similar shape, but it has like little flowers coming off of them. And then the third is more of like a full flowery looking, like tree looking type horn. You can change your horn base color. Oh wait, that's your hair base color, sorry. You can change your horn shape. Oh, you can make your horn smaller or larger as well. They put the hair base color under the horns and it deked me. You can change your hair base color. So, horns look pretty cool. I like that. It's a solid aesthetic. Facial hair options. Let's see. It's just different lengths of like kid in your high school that grew up to now run a real estate, not a real estate, but a landscaping company. How they just kind of have like the long, like scraggly beards. They just get longer and scragglier, but never expand out. It's kind of like different lengths of that for the beard. He looks like he would drive a GMC Sierra, to put it in perspective. Let's see, mustaches. Oh my God, wait. I would not trust this person within 100 meters of a school. Nah, you guys need to come make a PY'RAI. These things are, that's what I want to say. Once you add the mustache, if you do a long beard and a mustache, they look very... You guys know Diddy got acquitted of a lot of the charges? He basically got slapped on the wrist with a couple transportation to solicit prostitution charges. Oh no, sorry, transportation to engage in prostitution. Everything else, he apparently got acquitted of. Apparently sold as PY'RAI. All that baby oil made him a little too slippery for the legal system, I guess. Carla, the big 10-day streak, my god. My god, you're building it back. You're up tremendous. You're so unbelievably up. Okay, so we're not gonna put the mustache on. It's like a druid if the druid only wanted to tame baby animals. I'm trying to put this in a way that won't make Twitch mad at me. Especially with the clothes. I feel like I'd be walking along a path, and between the mustache, the beard, and the clothes that are default, I'd hear from a bush like, "Psst, hey, over here." And it'd be this motherfucker looking at me. Like, they got some beady, soulless ass eyes. Although, hear me out. There is... Oh no. Ashes just replied to my tweet where I recommended that the plural of Metropolis be called Metropolises. We're so fucked. They just replied to it. I just saw my phone light up. Oh god. They've seen it. They acknowledge it, boys. They acknowledge it. The seed is planted. We're up so tremendous. Yo, Smeagol. Huge day. Massive day. Absolutely massive day. I'm very excited. We're over checking out the character creator right now. The NIKUA look great. The PY'RAI males look like you should not let them at your family functions. In the creepiest, most soulless way. Now, I will say, apparently, PY'RAI should feel stoic and indifferent. This motherfucker is scaring me, especially once you put a long beard and a mustache on. I wish I could show you guys. The initial look that I had was fucking terror. Absolute terror. Okay, hold on. I can't, like, I'm not changing windows on the stream PC at all. So I have to read you guys the tweets. So, basically, my recommendation was Wilderness at 0, Crossroads at 1, Encampment at 2, skip Village, go to Town at 3, City at 4, and then Metropolis at 5. And then I said also plural of Metropolis is Metropolises. Thank you for your time. And they said that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. They don't know the rules. And quite frankly, rules are meant to be broken. And that's the reply that they're getting. Wait until they learn about all of the beautiful, beautiful rocks that they have throughout their map. Chat, how quickly do you think we could time to peen a brand new area? Because we've already found a very peeny area right next to Cattorum. I feel like we could time to peen a new biome faster than Rainbolt could geoguess something. It's kind of crazy how fast this community can find a cock in an unknown area. It's like, chat, hats off to you. Cheers. But a city can be considered a metropolis and a town can't be. I also don't think a village would have established leadership. When I think of a village, I don't think of like a democratic process. I think of a village being like a super unorganized, like 4-person town with a couple of, you know, small huts. I think town is where you first start to get your like organization. Who's gonna become Rainbolt but in Ashes? Brother, with how frequently I have to describe leveling loops based on like where you go and then like physical locations for people to play off of for new players that are coming in, I genuinely, my level of tism might be just high enough to pull that off. Like the ADHD of keeping up with all of the areas as they come out and wanting to go explore them. The being in early enough to actually have time to test all the new areas as they come in. As long as I don't have to get a job, we're good. I will be the encyclopedia of ashes. But if I have to get a job, we're all fucked. Just keep that in mind. Twitch Prime. Rainbolt mention? I like Rainbolt. I'm cooking up new events. Oh, really? Oh, fucking really? We need an Ashes GeoGuessr? Ashes GeoGuessr would be insane. Like, we would just go around, get a bunch of screenshots of areas, and then create our own, like, GeoGuessr. Can you do, like, a custom GeoGuessr thing? Already cooked up. What if we have an event where we all vote zombie out of mayor just for fun? I'm just throwing it out to the committee for recommendation. It doesn't have to be like right now, but like, I don't know, right before the end of the phase, we all just impeach him or some shit. I feel like that'd be a cool one. Organize the community, get some support drummed up. Let's see. Zombies are goat. Poor zombie doesn't even have a flyer. Poor zombie. He got absolutely cooked by the entire mayoral process, and he stuck it out. What a fucking Chad. What a fucking Chad. Where's the love for Stregma, guys? Where's the love for Streg? Just because zombie punches things into an Excel spreadsheet doesn't mean that Streg ain't doing shit either. Streg's been cooking too. Don't let zombie gaslight you. It's like Batman and Robin, except he makes Robin lay down in the backseat of the car when the paparazzi's around. Streg, it's okay. I'm tall enough to get the angle with the camera so I can see you in there too. It's not just Batman in there, dog. It's a fucking crazy world we're living in. Yeah, so I don't want to play a PY'RAI. He's looking at people all fucking creepy like. I don't know how I feel about it. PY'RAI woman is actually kind of cheeked the fuck up. I won't lie. Kind of double cheeked. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's see. The different body types do indeed change the size of the butt cheeks as well. So that's good. Booba and butt sliders, a couple of the greatest things in gaming history. Very underutilized by games today as well. We're going to go height 0, weight 0, chest 100, arms 100. The Tyler 1 build, and then how do the legs impact it? We'll go legs 100 as well. We'll make her stocky as fuck. She's that bodybuilder build. She kind of looks like an Applebee's bartender. Like if I could describe it, a brunette Applebee's bartender that goes missing for about 12 minutes, doesn't refill your drinks, and then comes in reeking of cigarettes and refills your drinks and then goes missing again. And you have to ask a waitress to put your order in because the bartender's always gone. That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. Definitely Applebee's bartendery. Let's see, hair length. You can get dreads, that's cool. Toast, hello, didn't read the notes today. What are we testing? We are currently in the character creator still, looking at the NIKUA and the PY'RAI. So the PY'RAI are supposed to be like stoic. They're kind of fucking creeping me out. Like they're cool, but like they're kind of creeping me the fuck out. So I think I'm gonna go the NIKUA because they're also like, according to the patchies, sorry, something in my eye. According to the patchies, they're supposed to be friendly and like welcoming for the NIKUA. So I definitely think they live in the woods. I live in the fucking woods. What do you mean? I legitimately live in the woods as well. All right. The NIKUA is logging in. I'm gonna have to get a new gear set, aren't I? God damn it. Although, I could just play on the other character. But I should probably see if they have like flips and stuff. I made a male NIKUA tank. Very, very, very thick. Gave me a job to feed my non-existent family. Streg goated. Big vouch for the Stregma. Okay. They do give the male NIKUA a flip. So, still the same there. Nothing too crazy. Let's see. Oh. Are my ankles broken all the time? No, okay. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty dwarfy. Just in general. Quite dwarfy. Quite islandy. I kind of have like a grass skirt as my default. So, it's dope. It's dope. They do have the same dwarf flip for the male characters. I didn't make a booba character. And I don't necessarily think it's enough for me to want to change where I'm going. Although, wait. I might have just found tech with the flip. Wait a second. No, never mind. It might have just been server desync. I blocked at the top of a flip, and the server desync happened at the same time, and then it like bumped me up a little bit more. And I was like, wait a second. We've hacked the matrix. Will I get kicked if I use 15 minutes in character creator on white? Yes. Yeah, you can save your character preset. Yeah, you should be doing that before the servers go up. Yeah, fuck your character creator. Save your preset or don't show up. I always play high elf if I have enough time to select my race. Well, save your character creator and then hope for the best. That's my recommendation. Beard looks better in the hood than Dunir. Do you think that that's enough to sway you to play NIKUA over Dunir? Someone named their PY'RAI Cake for Days, and they're jumping at me. You're in here, aren't you? That's one of us, huh? God damn it. Okay, thank you for the hydrate, Carla. Alright, let's start to get our sets together. One thing that I didn't get in yesterday's set was apparently a heroic set of Griffin shit. And that might have been a throw on my part. I didn't scan through the items well enough. And that's entirely my fault. But we're up tremendous now. I'm going through all of the vendors because fortunately they give us access to every vendor. Not like every vendor, sorry. They give us access to a couple of gear vendors at the start. And we can just level our characters instantly. We can buy some predetermined gear choices. Each vendor, like 2 of the vendors have different options for gear. So you are able to put together a pretty solid set, providing you know what you're looking out for and look in the right places, like the proper vendors. Because you can get some pretty decent rarity options. Although I was running around yesterday in greens and blues exclusively. You can enchant as long as you have the gold and the time. And today, I'll probably fuck around with enchanting a little bit. So that way, I can see what power scaling will be like. We did also find a lot of consume bugs yesterday. So I'll definitely try to sort those bad boys out today. And see what they're feeling like, if we can replicate them again. Because all of that will be very important. So we open up one of my packs and I get a heroic Griffin set, blue steel set, including the steel rings, steel chain necklace, steel hoop earrings. Steel hoop earrings are 360 max HP and then 55 con each. So I can probably throw those on, but I'm going to equip the Griffin set first in terms of like the pieces that are worthwhile. So we'll go Griffin bracers for 680 fizz power rating. We'll go Griffin hood for 836 fizz power. And then we have Griffin Iron Shoulders are the one that we would want to look out for there. Let's see, what else? Griffin belt is 403 fizz power. It didn't give me a Griffin cloak, which kind of sucks. That's super unfortunate, but toast. 7-day streak, my god. My god, it's up there. You're going so crazy with it, going absolutely sicko mode. I appreciate you, brother. Hopefully the streaks that were lost in the Great Thanos Snap of Iceland 2025 will be recovered someday. Hopefully. Alright, let's see. What's the heavy fizz gear? Okay, so that's a blue Rosarium Guard set. So that's nice. Rosarium Guard bracers in blue are going to be higher fizz power rating than Griffin Heroic, so we'll throw those on. Throw the steel hoop earrings on now, just so I have shit on. And I'm gonna have to clear out my inventory as I go, because there's not really like a super turbo fast way to sell multiple items. So I'm just gonna clear shit out as I go. Might take me a second to get geared up. Steel rings are intriguing because I was able to get a decent amount of HP yesterday, but a lot of that was also because of the consume bugs giving us a way more HP than we should have had. Being completely honest. Replicating those makes you extremely tanky extremely quickly. So do with that information what you will. I wouldn't recommend playing around them too much because they're definitely gonna get fixed. I don't know if the steel hoop earrings recipe is a thing. Steel hoop earrings are kind of crazy. I won't lie. Let's see. Rosarium Guard leggings, we're gonna throw those on. Rosarium Guard shoulders are only 100 dex. Rosarium Guard belts attack speed. Like, steel hoop earrings are really, really, really high value in terms of the HP that they give. I don't necessarily know that I would rock them over looms, but it's always a possibility. Alright, so that was mostly for the Griffin set, but the Heroic Griffin set didn't give a cloak, which is kind of unfortunate. Kind of super sad, because the Griffin cloak would have been the best option other than Winstead Citizen's Cloak. I guess I could go up and grab Winstead Citizen's Cloak real quick, but I don't really want to. Let's see. Is there anything else that I can grab over this guy? That's emerald shit. Don't need that. Spindle hemp. Gray Griffin stuff. I guess I should grab a cloak. Well, I'm right here. And then he do have iron stuff, but that is gray iron stuff, so I don't need to worry about that because Guy Gieti right next door should have better iron stuff. Green Bloom Warden, we don't need to worry about that. Rose Thorn, don't need to worry about that. Rosarium Guard, I have blue of that. Steel stuff is all gray, so you don't need to worry about that. Okay. Oh, and then I can also get a few ship hulls. We're up. We'll throw the Griffin cloak on, and then... Oh, wait, that was Guy. So now we're talking to Gustavus, the other vendor. Enix says you're the only one live on Ashes. Yeah, a lot of people aren't going to be streaming today because of the visual NDA surrounding the private test realm. So I've set up a very safe approach to make sure that there is, like, no chance that I leak anything visual. Thus, hopefully no chance that I get in trouble for everything. And we have received confirmation that everything that we're doing in the current setup is like all good to go, but a lot of people on Tuesdays and Wednesdays won't be taking the chance of streaming like the NDA private test realm. Me on the other hand, hi, I'm over here every day. It'll be full of waifu Ashes players. Ashes is not as like waifu-y as people may think, man. I don't know, it's a very grindy game. So, a lot of people, I don't know, we don't really have many, like, waifu players at all. I won't lie. It's a very, I mean, it's a very small directory anyways, but your stream footage is paused, by the way. Oh, word. We're up tremendous. Just looked at the stats on Epic Steel Earrings, and they're actually a lot more comparable to Luminons in a tank versus DPS kind of way. Good to see you doing one of each even. Yeah, it just depends on where, like, total power scaling's at, because I try to stay up around 200 without buffs in an ideal scenario, and then everything else from there just becomes tankiness. And I don't really feel the need to push up to like 210, 220. I think that's pretty excessive. So like you'll see, this is my live character. I sit just above 7k HP. This is from a few days ago as well. So I'm a little above that now. I'm like just under 7,200. And I'm at 199.5. No, I think I might be a little above that now. I think I might have actually broken 200. Either way, I am right around my targets for where I want to be. So everything that I'm doing now is just like scaling things up and then getting a little bit beefier. So we'll see how it works out. It's felt great so far. Keep in mind, over on the PTR, these numbers are not going to include Iron Wing stuff. And if I draw to my Iron Wing chest, which I may do to farm up a Basilisk skin tunic and get that bonus 750-ish HP, then I would instantly be right up around 8k HP without consumes up. And as a result, I'd be, you know, very, 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 very beef at that point. So I've been considering making that switch. I'm gonna try it when we go back to live tomorrow. I want to get a BST farmed up and then see how it feels with like my Iron Wing gloves, my BST, and kind of take it from there. But lots can happen. Oh, this was a 1v3 I had at the start of stream. These guys were actually really chill, but this was a few days ago. I pick a random VOD and just start playing that shit, but this was right at the start of stream. So that was cool. I have to get my consumes all set up and my gear. I had a couple pieces of bear hide and then heavy fizz iron, medium fizz griffin, and then I don't think I need any of these other sets. I don't even know what blood runner is, but I can check it. Purchase all those. Perfect. We'll keep the inventory organized as we go. So they are giving us a Fox of the Pyre mount to fuck around with, so that's fantastic. I do love that. Okay, bear hide cloak. Oh, it's all necrotic resistance. Gross. All right, well that's getting destroyed before I even open it, thanks to the heads up. That makes sense why I didn't know what was on it, because nothing good is on it. That makes perfect sense. Absolutely perfect sense. All right, so we can get rid of these. We can get rid of these. Bear hide pants, fizz crit chance, get rid of those. Bear hide shoulders, fizz pen, get rid of those because we'll use iron. Bear hide belt. I can set aside. It's 141 max health though, so I don't really think that's big value, so to say. We'll get rid of those. Bronze hoop earrings, don't need you, don't need you. How did I get... Wait, did I open up a bronze set by accident? What the fuck? Gosh darn it. I did not mean to grab a bronze set. I don't know how that got in my inventory. Gosh heckin' dang it, boys. I gotta destroy this entire bag now. We're almost there, though. We're good. And we go to iron. Did that give, like, Howling Wolf stuff, too? Okay, I don't need you. Iron chest, I'll throw you on. That's 500 max HP. Iron greaves or evasion, we don't need that. Iron bracers, fizz attack speed, don't need those. Iron gloves, fizz attack speed, don't need those. Honestly, not bad choices, though. If people are, like, rangers trying to get to that 100% fizz attack speed breakpoint, maybe a very good option. Iron hoop earrings, max health, max mana. Really not bad as well. Iron hoop earrings are pretty solid. Rose thorn or rosarium gives the rubidium weapons. Can't remember which. Word. Yeah, I need a, I need the rubidium mace. I don't remember which one I got it from yesterday, but I do remember that I got it. So iron longbow, I rock that. We'll go 2 iron rings as well, because I don't really feel the need for the steel rings for the attack speed. I like the max HP coming from the side of irons. Although I could fuck around with the attack speed from steel rings. It would be taking me from 83.6 up to, let's see, 90.3. So like 6.5%, 6.7. And it gives me 177, 176, 2 fizz power, and 6% attack speed or 400 HP. I feel like the HP standpoint is extremely, extremely valid to play around. I feel like that's a very strong inclusion for the build. So I'm probably going to hold on to that. I'll keep the steel rings on me, though. I won't just nuke those. And then the rest of the iron shit we don't need. We don't need the weapons. I'm not using the greatsword, not using the sword. We'll use the rubidium mace. I don't need the iron hoop earrings, but I always could rock them for the extra mana. But at that point, I think I would either just do some fizz earrings or the max HP, like as a raw. So now we move on. I do have iron chain necklace as well if I just want to beef up. Drop 5 fizz power for 500-ish HP. Always an option as well. But I need to make sure that my fizz power is not suffering too much, because my gear set is pretty much good except for my Riv Mace. And I believe, let's see, Howling Wolf Cloak. Do they give me a blue Griffin tunic with this or nah? Because that would be kind of tragic if I just opened that to not get a blue Griffin. Oh, okay. I did not get a blue Griffin cloak. Sick. We're down horrendous. Lava, how you doing, my friend? What do you think is the best way to level Jeweler? Can't find any videos about it. Strag is actually our jewel crafter in guild. So Strag could probably give the best tips on that. He actually just got up to journeyman and started pumping out some very, very, very solid crafts for the guild. And it was very difficult to get him there. It was not easy by any means. So Strag, I know he's lurking out there somewhere. Only one I saw was a gray one. That's what I was using yesterday. I just didn't know if I had fucked it up. But we're good. Hey, yo, Zop. How you doing, my boy? I appreciate the raid. Thank you for coming through, Raiders. Welcome in. Ooh, I found my rubidium mace. Boys, my name's Dusty. I do stream Ashes every single day. Today, we are over on the PTR, the private test realm. So you guys are seeing footage from a previous VOD over on, like, the gameplay side of things. That is from the non-private test realm server. Wait, we were talking about GeoGuessr earlier. What the fuck? Wait a second. We were literally talking about GeoGuessr earlier at the start of stream. That's wild as shit. I manifested you. Holy shit, that's actually kind of wild. So, basically, we're testing stuff over on the private test realm. They have made some changes to movement that seem to have made it through today as well. And then today, they added PY'RAI and the NIKUA for the 2 new races. So our third remaining race, the Renkai, the Orcs, those will be the last race added. But when those are added, that takes care of it, boys. Takes care of it. So with that being said, we're checking out everything on the PTR over here, and we're trying to get it all sorted and get as much info as we can. Grubby ever coming back so we can do that? I think he died. I don't really know. I don't know what happened. He just kind of like disappeared at a certain point, but it's okay. Probably got busy with like IRL and everything. It's perfectly reasonable. Perfectly reasonable. I've seen a stream. Yeah, Stragma throws up some streams sometimes as well. He was lurking in chat. He's always lurking because he's in our guild and everything. I think he was actually researching some steel hoop earrings drops because we're passing as much info along as we can for the guild. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So I took off my steel chain necklace, so that's gonna bump me up a little bit more on the fizz power. Iron hoop earrings we don't need to worry about. Griffin stuff we don't need to worry about. Iron hoop earrings, iron rings, we already have those. I've got my weapons all sorted. Griffin hood, iron breastplate, rosarium guard bracers, bearhide gloves, griffin belt, rosarium guard leggings, bearhide boots, iron shoulders, griffin cloak, steel hoop earring. 2 steel hoop earrings. Was I using steel hoop or steel bloom yesterday? Because double steel bloom earring instantly gets me above 200 fizz power, but drops me to 6,700 max HP. Get a recipe for obsidian jewelry before level 10. I did ruby necklaces to 10. Then at level 10 plus, I did more ruby necklaces in a school of construction town and obsidian rings. So would you say the biggest thing, Strag, is prioritizing the school of construction town? Because even with like lumber milling and shit, we always try to play around that. Anything that we are trying to level, if you can capitalize on node stuff, it's going to be so much larger. So that's definitely a very good call out. Let's see. What else do I need to throw in? I think the gear set's good. Steel chain necklaces, iron rings. If I wanted to, we could always test going the steel rings, and then the iron chain necklace is 197.9, but that's also going to give me more fizz attack speed, bump me up to 90%. Let's see. The steel bloom earrings themselves are probably the play, just to keep the power scaling up where we want it. I'm so much weaker. I don't know what I switched. It's probably just all the consumes that I don't have. Oh, I also had some shit enchanted yesterday. I think we're chilling. I think gear set's good already. So now I just need to clear out the inventory again. And then we get our consumes ready to go. I'm keeping all my alternative pieces in my bag as well, just so I can switch and test whatever I want to. But as soon as I'm done destroying an entire inventory worth of gear, we're good to go, boys. So what are we testing today? I feel like we should try to get more PvP all day and just try to get used to the movement changes. Day 2 of them being included on the PTR makes me think for sure that they are going to try to stick them out and include them long term. So I feel like it's best to try to get everybody over here that we can to get more and more reps with the new movement, because I'll be honest, it felt great yesterday. It felt really fucking nice, at least from my POV. I know some range players were very unhappy that I was now in their ass and never out of their ass, but I think it's for the better because fights felt so much less of just like a bouncy shit show and a lot more of an actual like decisive initiate, you know, a decisive disengage that wasn't just immediately free to get out of. So much of the actual like fight cadence, fight tempo felt so much better in my opinion. But happy to discuss, because I know not everybody is going to be vibing with it. But I do think it's probably one of the changes that, for me at least, I have been the most initially like, ah shit, this is bad. And then tested it more and was like, wait, this is absurd. What the fuck? And I'm hoping that other people are willing to give it a shot. And if they are, it's going to be quite nice. Let's see, we gotta go here, we gotta go here. And then because some people want to keep brutals out, we've got to keep fucking brutals out now. I feel like people should also keep their swift stride potions out on their bar now for fights. It's a 2-minute cooldown, but gives you 15 seconds of 33% move speed and 84% stam regen. I feel like putting those on your bars will be massive with the new momentum changes. And if you don't have those, you're probably slightly cooking yourself. 10 ticks. I'd rather have that instantly. Honestly, I'd probably rather have both of these. Just in terms of pots over cells. If you're min-maxing a profession, you just find a school of construction, become citizen of that town, and push crafting commissions. That makes sense. And then now there's also the incentivization to push your commissions, use citizen tickets to buy the items, decon the items to fund some of your mats for like the continued crafting, right? I do like the loop that decon kits are already bringing in terms of a change. Is there no elixir of mentality? Con, wisdom, strength, int, dex. Huh. Ment gets no love. That's actually wild. So, basically a bug that we found yesterday that we're going to continue to test out today is if you pop all of your foods and all of your elixirs just one after the other without getting interrupted, like bang, 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 you get all of those stacking food buffs as well as all of your elixir buffs. So that was something that we were testing a lot yesterday, and it is unfortunately extremely impactful, and there's not much that you can do to get the buffs off of someone outside of just killing them. So part of why number scaling was so high yesterday, sorry, I'm doing my build right now as I yap, trying to get that all taken care of. Part of why numbers were scaling so high yesterday is because of the fact that everyone, for the most part, was just running around with an absolutely fucking absurd amount of food buffs on them. And if they're able to kind of like get that patched out quickly, it was something that I replicated on live a couple times, but I didn't have enough actual like varying types of food on me to get all of the buffs up in a reasonable manner. I got like 3 up on me and I was like, oh, okay, I guess that's fine. But over here we have a shitload of buffs and I was just able to chain those off like nobody's business. And believe me, I'll take you through the number scaling right now, and then I'll take you through the number scaling at the end. And it is a fucking night and day difference, boys. Let's see. Crit hit avoidance, proc chance, inner, and we're good. Then we just do stem trees. And then this character is all good to go. And I have 2 tanks all set up. And then I just have to do my bars. God damn it. There's always more. Let's see. Shift 4. Intercept goes on. What does intercept go on? Oh god. Oh, I'm losing it, boys. What the fuck? Oh no. Yo, Wood. Happy 6 months, brother. I appreciate you. Much love. Much love. I hope you're getting up to something fun today. It is warm as fucking Maine. And I'm assuming that a lot of sane people have been, you know, enjoying their time outside and doing normal people things. We've been fighting the heat inside, streaming as much as we can. And, oh my god, wait, I just hit a nasty bounce. What the fuck? I've been trying to get as much info from the PTR as I can, as quickly as we can, so that way we can spread the word of all the hype shit that's coming in. And if that happens, brother, if that happens, we're so ready for it. Wait, shift V is wall. R is protect, T is shake it off. Wait, why am I confused? I have my bars right next to me on my other monitor. I literally didn't even check. Your subgoal text is overlapping other text. OBS 101, my guy. Ika, your assumptions are your downfall. Social interactions 101, my guy. So, instead of an assumption, asking the question of, Dusty, why do you have your VOD playing underneath your player, would have led you to the conclusion that this is our best option due to the visual NDA covering the private test realm that we're currently on. So, if I were to not have this, we'd be cooked because I'd be showing the gameplay from basically this one. Like the NDA PTR, which is what I'm on my stream PC. Or, sorry, my gaming PC. This is the stream PC. And the stream PC is playing a VOD that was from a couple days ago, so people are getting recent gameplay without having a risk of me getting both of my accounts banned. So as much as I would love to get, like, a quick solution to it, with how delicate accidentally changing any single thing is right now, I don't really want to fuck with too much, especially live, and cook it all. So it's a solution that works. But essentially, the sub goal right now is just called sub goal. Because I just got back from Iceland for 2 weeks. No, it's okay. I was just giving you shit. I love you. I love you. I was just giving you shit. But I just got back from 2 weeks in Iceland where my, like, entire brain power went to processing all of the beauty that was there because I was also spending time with Carla. So, you know, aw, Dusty. Shut up, bitches. Anyways, it was really wonderful out there. Like, memes aside, it was absolutely beautiful out there. So, we got back and I was like, damn, I spent too much money. So I just called it sub goal, and Carla and I have been thinking about more sub goals to throw up to settle back in. Because we've still been like unpacking, organizing, getting everything set. So we've essentially been doing stuff every day right up until I got on stream. And then as soon as I get off stream, we clean a little more and then hang out and then get food and then go to sleep. So it's been chaotic, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Soon we'll have fun sub goals yet again. But until then, we wait and we build back up to where we hopefully were. I think while I was in Iceland, we lost like 300 subs because it was basically like 2 weeks of hour-long streams. So for now, the focus is on getting back on putting out a lot of content related to Ashes, of course, and not IRL streams, and just, you know, getting back in the routine. I've been extremely jet lagged too since I came back, which is me being a little bitch. So we're getting over that finally, and I'm feeling good. I'm feeling very good. Vazmar, how are you, my friend? What do you think of the town city name discussion? Yo, Phoenix, hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. I put out a tweet to address this. I know it's a hotly contested, like, subject. So my personal recommendation, I replied to the Ashes tweet with this. Wilderness at 0, Crossroads at 1, Encampment at 2, Town at 3, City at 4, and Metropolis at 5. Cut out Village because I don't really think a village would have, like, organized governance. I think a village would be very more of like an impromptu thing without organized, you know, leadership. So I think cut out Village in terms of the naming. That's where I lean. But Phase 3 is going to be huge. Oh, Phase 3 is going to be absolutely massive. I can't wait. And good news is Twitch just recently gave us as content creators a little bit more opportunity around that shit. So, essentially, they announced that, I don't know if this is for affiliates as well, but partners at least, can pick a time for their community to have an active 35% off, like, gifted sub bundles. So basically, oh wait, did they fix the food buff overnight? Wait a second. Nope, it's still there. Okay. It bugged the bug at first, and I was like, damn, it's fixed. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, some of them are being weird, though. There we go. Gotta go back for the steak, and then I go back for my spaghetti. Steak doesn't want to pop at all. Weird. Spaghetti, pop. And then steak, pop. Okay, we're up. Wait a second. Wait a second. I switched out my spaghetti after I ate the steak. What the flick? There we go. We got them all up now. Okay, and then we pop all 5 of our elixirs. And then, after popping all of these, we are now at a cool, calm, and collected 215.6 fizz power, 185.1 fizz crit, 99.8 attack speed. Which I don't even know where all of that attack speed's fucking coming from. Holy shit. My god. My gear has 4,249 attack speed on it. Carla's breaking shit. Where is all that attack speed coming from? Did I put an attack speed piece on? Weird. My attack speed is kind of juiced though. I'm a 1.2 second cast on my pulverize, which is pretty heckin' quick. With that being said, a couple of the problems with this build. I do have next to 0 mitigation. I'm 48.8% physical and 31.3% magical mit. So like the phys mit side's not bad, but like 10% lower plus on each one comparatively to my live character. So not having the Iron Wing set does hurt a little bit. I have thought about dropping 1 Iron Wing piece though to get up to the point of having like close to 8k HP after farming up a Basilisk skin tunic. So that'll probably be like the first task that I have over on live. Yo, Green Eagle, how you doing, my friend? Server working. So PTR is up right now. In terms of the non-PTR, the alpha server, that is going to be back up tomorrow. But at any point, you'll either have the alpha server, which is like the open server that a lot of people can stream and everything. Everybody can stream that freely. That's what you're looking at the gameplay from. And then right now, I'm on the gaming PC over on the private test realm, which is visually NDA'd. And that one, people cannot show visuals from, so a lot of people won't be streaming that. A lot of people will choose to just kind of like, you know, play it safe around that and not take a chance of getting their entire account banned for streaming this, which makes a ton of sense if you think about it. Imagine traveling from one continent to another just to help bring down the server's metropolis. However, the name of the stage 4 node really depends on how it ends up looking visually. We don't know yet if it'll feel more like a town or a true city. So I think naming it out might be premature. We could be voting on something that might not even match the final vibe or scale of the node. I think a city's all relative though. Like, if people think that it's gonna look like, I don't know, fucking New York, like that's, I think, not gonna be the vibe of it all. It's all relativity. A city is, in my opinion, like just a very large, imposing area surrounded by areas that are not very large and imposing. And then from there, I think that a metropolis would just have to have like a lot of scale over a city as well. But their elimination of the T5, like that original city, so to say, will hopefully, as they said, try to provide more of a meaning to each of the tiers of node progression. And I think that will be very good in the long term to provide a sense of like, okay, this is the difference between a town and a city. You have double the plots. Okay, well then in a metropolis, you double up on what you get in a city. Obviously, that's not going to be like, that's not announced or anything. That's just me fucking yapping in terms of the double ups. That's nowhere near what it'll likely be for the plots. But they will be reworking the plots to also help with that feeling of impact for each area. So, just discovered the hard way that there's more than 150 fall damage now. Yeah, there's a whole fucking lot of fall damage now, I will say. You gotta be careful with it. And if you're not careful with it, you will get cooked. I died a good bit. I almost died a lot yesterday. But fortunately, I was able to escape the death of gravity. Barely. But exclamation Dusty Falls is a command for a reason. And I have spent too much time in my life just getting cooked all the way down to the ground with way too long to think about what I've done. And regret it. It also shares too many letters with expedition, making the abbreviation slightly confusing. Encampment versus expedition shares too many letters? It shares like an E, doesn't it? Definitely gonna change your plans on using your flying mount to dive into groups of players in PvP. Okay, well, hear me out. That's not gonna be a really a long-term thing anyways, primarily because flyers will be much more finite outside of, well, actually, they'll all be finite. Like, every mayor gets a flyer right now, except for Zombie. Most mayors get flyers right now for testing purposes. Long term, it will only be Metropolis mayors, guild castle holders, and then people who obtain like the super rare flyers from open world drops. So those will also have to be launched from royal stables, which a node will have to build, or they'll be present in guild castles. If you don't have royal stables up, you're not launching a flyer. Then once that flyer is out, it's going to have kind of like a gas tank mechanic to it. So you can't just full send as far as you want to go for as long as you want to go. You've got to calculate like when you want to use your flyer, what you want to use your flyer for, just everything associated with that. I have my inventory screen pulled up right now so I can actually compare. My live character is fucking geared. If I get a Basilisk Skin Tunic and Brine Breeches, I'm 8k HP with an absurd amount of mit. I've got all the crit scaling that I want, all the power scaling that I want. My live character is fucking juiced. My god. I'm gonna jump off this and see if I can live. Do you think Physmit takes away the amount of fall damage that you take? Has anyone tested that? I just almost died. I took like 6k fall damage from jumping off of like the church height. I just almost fucking cooked myself. I'm concerned about losing mats to fall damage. I'm gonna feel real bad. I mean, being an idiot often does feel really bad. And I think if people lose mats to fall damage, then that's deserved. I won't lie. If you slip, fall, and jump off a cliff and rumble, bumble, tumble, and stumble all the way down, oh, you're fucked. Absolutely fucked. And I think that's a deserved death. I think a lack of spatial awareness is something that's entirely controllable by the player. I guarantee you there will be posts of people losing large amounts of expended mats to fall damage. Oh yeah, and that's amazing because the salt of those tears, I will lap them up like it is the sweetest nectar from the most beautiful flower. Yeah, there are going to be posts about people getting corrupted on and losing mats as well. And then somebody killing the corrupted person and getting the corrupted person's gear while they didn't get punished at all. That's, yeah. I mean, there are going to be posts about everything. It's fucking Dusty's Law. Whatever can be posted will be posted. Absolutely. If people die and people lose something in an MMO, they will complain. They will be upset. They will be very unhappy. Fully plus 20. Fuck, I didn't enchant my stuff again. I didn't enchant my shit yesterday. And I should probably enchant my shit today. If I'll be honest. Looking forward to the content dump from P3 week 1. Like, I really... there will be a lot of fall damage deaths. But I think that that's not really, like, an intrepid issue if people fall off of a cliff and then die. I think that's more of a player issue. Now, I think on the other side of things, you're in a fight, you get a tank grapple over to a high ground, the bard bonks the grappled person off of the high ground person falls and dies. That's going to be a Klipinski that spreads because of the fall changes, like the fall damage changes, probably like fucking wildfire. That will probably be one of the most viewed clips of Ash's combat. Whoever gets that combo first. That shit will make Ash's combat look so fun, so unbelievably quickly. Who is this? Wait, someone's flag near me. Wait a second. Wait just a second. I think we might have combat. It's a bard. Bards hit hard as shit. Okay. We do it. He's popping a shielding dance. I pressure. I get the wounds up. I try to keep it going. He's got the discordance out. I get a reflect. Big trip. We're gonna get the throw off. Trip him. Oh my god, I just 100 to 0'd him. Oh. I just killed him in one combo. Well, that guy was not ready for the PvP. I reflected his discordance, I pulved him, I jumped behind him, tomahawked him, and then double slammed him, and he was dead. My god. That guy took some damage, boys. Holy shit. Mages might actually spec in a cock push. I was pushed by a couple cocks yesterday. Like, no memes or anything. In fights, I got pushed by a couple cocks, because the displace actually matters. Because keep in mind, it's not just fall damage changes, they also re-implemented the momentum changes. So with the momentum changes being re-implemented, you have, like, if you're dodging and then jumping, an exponential fall off to the jump distance. You can't b-hop off of that anymore. It's not just infinite b-hops. If I'm tank charging and I tank charge into like a jump block, that jump after the charge ends is getting decelerated. So they added friction to the air that's stopping people from hitting an insane amount of b-hops. And when I first tried it, I was like, oh damn, this is kind of like not good just in terms of traversing the world. Makes sense, you're moving slower. And then as I PvP'd more, I was like, oh fuck, these movement changes actually cook. Like, these movement changes are really nice. They make abilities feel impactful, especially movement abilities, proper usage, proper saving of your stamina, your like movement abilities, all of those different things are fucking massive now. Chile, how you doing today? I love chubby female NIKUA. Wanda says on YouTube. Wanda. There's good reason for that. There's a real good reason for that. But yeah, it's interesting to see like how these changes will shape up more metas and more playstyles. Now, high ground, you can't just tank off the top ropes and like sit high ground and then full drop on somebody. Initiates are going to be more decisive. With not being able to just dodge B-hop omnidirectionally out of whatever shitty area you're in, if you get caught out, if your positioning's bad, you're going to get punished from that. You're able to get a lot more of like a melee initiate with a melee stay in, instead of just we initiate, we all in, they run away, and just, you know, omni B-hop out, we omni B-hop after them, and it's like everybody's just fucking skipping rocks across the fight. So it feels a lot more like an actual fight now, which I really, 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 really personally enjoy a lot. Oh, I was going back to enchant. I could also just hop over on my other character, I won't lie. Because the other character had, I think, an even better gear set. I don't really know, but my numbers were higher on the other character yesterday than they are on this character today. And the other character yesterday was cooking. Let me switch real quick. And I'm gonna see what the difference is. I had the issue come up a couple of times where cock push would move people out of my team's range / abilities, so I stopped. So I feel like, yes, it could absolutely do that, but it could also be on the other side of the coin too, where it like pushes people into your team's abilities too. You know what I mean? And if that happens and you're able to like position people properly. So say oh, I just spawned in dead in the traps. Anyways, so say you're able to play that like properly, right? And position properly off of that. Then instead of it being like, I blink in, can you get a second fox? Yeah, you can get as many foxes as you want. So say you're able to blink in, oh, hi, Merc. You're able to blink in, and instead of being that like, you know, I'm just dumping all my freeze and then, you know, blowing my cock on them, you wait until the vine goes out. You wait till the wall goes out and the trips. And then as soon as they're about to get out of the wall, you cock them back into the wall like you're their step bro. And I feel like plays like that will have much more validity, whereas before, things like that didn't really matter that much. Okay, no, the other character has the same gear. We're good. I'm using 2 steel hoop earrings, a steel chain necklace, and 2 iron rings. It's just the enchanting and the consumes that made the difference. So I'm gonna log out to the other character again, because I did get some heroic stuff, and then I'm actually gonna enchant my gear today and see how good it feels. I got my gear set right though, so we're good. Like those cases where I get lost behind enemy lines. Yeah, I mean, you'll be able to make a little bit of space for yourself off of that. You'll be able to, hopefully, especially if people are jumping on you, you could use that as kind of like a defensive to push them away from you into like the midline, like not necessarily back into the front line, but you have somebody peeling for you, you start to run to the tank or whoever's peeling, like I'll hit an intercept and then a reflect, or not an intercept or reflect, an intercept and then a protect. And when I hit that on you, you can push the person into me, I can get a trip on them, you get a little bit of space to play, and because movement is now in a spot where you're not just zipping across everywhere, that little bit of space that you get and the CC follow-up from me CCing them is going to be more impactful now than it was previously. I think a lot of the changes that they're throwing in with like the totality of the system coming together, if we don't just look at them as like individual changes and we look at them as how the changes are in the entirety of the game with like emphasizing abilities, and keep in mind, we're going to be getting more movement abilities very, very, very likely. And this could also be prep for certain movement abilities to also have multiple ranks associated with them when they redo the skill trees. So there could be, oh fuck. I have 89 health after fall damage. I just thought I was cooked. I literally just thought I was cooked. I fell and had 89 HP left. So, with that being said, there could always be more abilities coming. I mean, there are going to be more abilities. The ranks that are coming with abilities could absolutely shift how movement abilities feel in terms of their total impact. Displacement abilities haven't felt very strong. Momentum changes should make them feel better. I absolutely agree. Get off the stage on a target. So like say a bard sends in real quick and hits a bard slide to get behind a target that's in the midline, hits them with a get off the stage to put them close enough to a tank to grapple in, and then the bard gets back, and then the target's chain CC'd now, and your initiate is now a displacement instead of a full send on vines. I think it gives creative ways to initiate outside of just we vines, we burst target within vines, GG, one-dimensional initiates. I tried so hard to get off the stage, so many people, it doesn't even move them a single bit. Have you tried swinging harder? I will say that grapple does definitely feel much better since the changes. Grapple has been much more impactful, much more consistent throughout, at least in the testing so far. Yesterday, it felt quite good. I'm running back right now, so I can get my enchanting done on my gear, so I'm not like, just super gimped. But we should be chilling other than that. Let's see. I have 4 pieces of heavy. If I got Griffin shoulders. Griffin shoulders are the same as iron shoulders, right? Are they like 1-to-1 the same? Because I could get heroic. No, I think the iron shoulders are actually higher. So I probably won't play around that too much. But I could get the 5%, the 5 piece from medium if I switch out my iron shoulders, because I'm 4 heavy, 4 medium right now. If I switch out and went 5-3, then I can push another, like, just a small set bonus. Anyways, manic ramblings of a fucking PTR account. None of this even matters. The best part of COC is threefold, 0.5 second cast time, it freezes and it interrupts. Yes. Gotta be honest, cock interrupt was a complete oversight on my on my part. I failed. Wait. You didn't have cock interrupt on? Well, if your cock's not interrupting, then what the fuck is it even doing? My god. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. But yeah, it being an interrupt and a displace could actually give you almost like a counterspell type thing. Nowhere on the tooltip does it say interrupt. Fair. Fair. I guess because chat yaps, I just kind of like heard it at some point. But I also have no idea about most mage stuff. Literally zero. Maybe a UI bug report for that would be a good idea. Pass it up. I guess I never thought about the pushback interrupting spellcast. Yeah, that makes sense. Just kind of like being able to hold the spellcast through the push. It does make sense. But is it also something that, I mean, grapple also interrupts spellcast. I feel like displacement interrupting spellcast is probably something that could be integrated into like the first time user experience. Like you're in the kind of like PvE tutorial, so to say, and something's casting and it's like, oh, use your trip or your displace to interrupt this. Are they doing a siege? This is old VOD. Yeah. I don't know if there's another siege test today. If there is, I'm going to try to get into it, though. I will say. I'm definitely going to try to get into it if there is one. Oh, and PTR chat? Oh, I do not know, actually. Let's see. How many enchanting kits do we need? Purchase. Oh, okay. We should be good then. We're blessed. Absolutely blessed up. And then, how do they do it? A GM starts it. They had a GM out there yesterday that was like running it basically. And to my knowledge, that is the only way that they're done. All right, let's see. And then I just want a little bit of free money while we're out here. And then we'll be balling. Just in case we need a little bit of moolah. And then I'll grab a couple of consume crates, because I did go through my consumes fast as fuck. And we don't want to run out of those. Consumables kit. Is it the 15 one? Wait. Oh no, it's the 25 one. Okay, cool. I guess I'm being a Jova citizen for it. Someone's already mayor there. Wait, where is it? Is it already, like, declared? Oh shit, wait. I might go over and get my Winstead cloak. If you're a citizen, can you just pop over and get your cloak? I'm assuming the cloaks are in the same, right? Fuck, I might need to go get my Winnie cloak. It's not declared, but someone's mayor. Okay, word. That makes sense. Let's see. I wonder how someone's mayor. And which vendor has Fox? Fox. There we go. Purchase a couple more foxes just in case one dies. And then we're good. They're gathering ruby right now for the siege. Oh, true. So do they just like make the siege scroll and then just run it up? That makes sense. Busty. I see a busty. A wild busty has arrived. Hello. All right. I need to get my enchanting done. Do I want to go the route of his attack speed or max HP? I guess we'll enchant a little bit and see what we get. But I think I'm gonna do everything to like a cool plus. I mean, plus 20 will just take a lot of time. But we do have 6 hours until testing's done. And once I do something to plus 20, I don't have to do it again. It took forever. Yeah. I'll probably do everything to like plus 10 or something. Maximum enchanting is plus 20. Yes, maximum is plus 20. And on the private test realm, they give us enchanting scrolls that are like 100% guaranteed proc. And they also give us crates of free money. So we can just get perma gold cap. So they let us enchant whatever we want to, however much we want. And it's just a matter of the actual time to run through the enchanting kind of like percent timer filling up. And that is the only constraint. You have to sit here and you have to click the enchant button on every single piece of your gear multiple times to make it happen. And there's no like fast enchant, so to say, which is perfectly fine with me. Because in a real application, you're not gonna be just like zoom enchanting things. So I'm not too worried about them coming up with an entire system for convenience in the private test realm form of things. It is just a matter of like, okay, we gotta go through, we gotta enchant all of these things if we do want it enchanted, if you want to get the most out of it. And if you don't enchant your stuff, then you're probably gonna be at a little bit of a disadvantage. But it'll also give you a more realistic feel for like where your character is gonna be at. So I didn't enchant my stuff very heavily yesterday at all, so that way I could test out some differences with the builds, because certain pieces of gear aren't available from like the gear vendors, such as the Iron Wing pieces that I use on my tank, which are mitigation based. So, Savo, how you doing, brother? So basically, through testing, I was like, okay, I might actually be tanky enough for a lot of sustain just with like one of my Iron Wing pieces instead of 2. So maybe I farm up a Basilisk Skin Tunic, which gives me another 750 HP, which would bring me, as you can see from this, right around 8k total, especially once I get my brine breaches for another 100 plus. So if I can get up to 8k, if I can be above 200 fizz power unbuffed and have 190% fizz crit power, that means that I'm going to be extremely beefy. I'm still gonna have high mit because of the Iron Wing gloves, and I'll be able to still pump out a lot of damage. And that makes me very happy. That little balance of everything is, in my opinion, what a tank should strive for, instead of just being like overly juiced on one thing or the other. And I love that we can switch so many pieces out. Like even on the PTR, I have a fuckload of different pieces that I'm currently trying out. I'm keeping multiple extra pieces in my bag so I can switch them out as I want to, and really just trying to figure out like what attack speed feels like, what more crit feels like, what less crit feels like, and get a little bit more of a baseline. It's a very frictionless environment to test. You can hop in, level your character instantly, get your gear instantly. Like, you have to do a little bit of work for your gear in terms of getting them out of the crates. But once you know which crates are dropping what and you know what gear you want, it becomes really straightforward. So right now, I'm just chilling, enchanting my weapons, and then I'll probably throw a couple enchants on some other pieces and roll out and see how we're feeling for the day. And today I might be playing a little bit more of a like powery and attack speedy build, instead of just, you know, what I was doing before with a lot more of the HP. I felt extremely tanky yesterday. But the good thing about a little bit of attack speed, and I'd be primarily getting those from steel rings, which I would drop my obsidian rings for, should I switch over and get that extra, like, you know, that extra HP scaling and be tanky enough. At that point, the attack speed would allow me to get more damage in during my combos that I put out, and also account for slows like Chilling Lament from bards, other chills that come in that would try to slow my attack speed. So I'm sitting at 99.1, but that'll go up a little bit more once I get my like items back equipped. Now, numbers over here are also going to be omega inflated because we can simultaneously put on every single food buff and elixir buff. You could do that as well on live, but you would need all of the food and elixir buffs, and those just aren't in the game in that capacity yet. So there is a bug with consumables. We've reported that, we passed it up. Hopefully that one gets fixed quick, because as crafting becomes available, that could be a big problem. Savo, PY'RAI, NIKUA. They're beautiful. I'm playing a NIKUA tank right now. It may be enough to make me swap from the Dunir. The PY'RAI looked like they shouldn't be near schools, if I'm being completely honest. They had very beady, untrustworthy eyes. They were looking a little sus. Also, I've enchanted my 2 weapons. I did a Ruvidium mace, and I did an iron longbow to +20, and it took about 450 gold without missing a single enchant, just for frame of reference. If you guys want to enchant your shit long term, you're gonna be on the grind. Oi, what up, C? PY'RAI alone. Listen, as long as they leave the children alone, I'll leave them alone. But they're looking a little sus over there, man. Did he just beat the allegations? The PY'RAI were introduced on the same day. Any coincidence, man? I think not. I think not. Chat. Did he do it? Stop it. I mean, listen, maybe Steven knew. Maybe Steven knew. Someone in Global goes, this NIKUA jump is epic. Someone did not make a male Dunir. Poor guys. If I do a slap you, listen. I saw you in game already. I'm back at the enchanting area because for the 2nd day in a row, I have forgotten to enchant my stuff. And enchanting takes a while. So I've got both of my weapons +20 right now. And then I'm gonna get my shield to 20, and then I'm probably gonna chill. Because if I go too high, that's going to turn me into a literal, like, fucking large G god in game. Steven will come down and I'll one-shot him. So I don't want to go like too Thanos snappy, because I do want to actually try out some changes to the build. But at the same time, I also think testing yesterday gave me a pretty good indicator of where I was at. And I learned that I need not only brine breeches now, but also basilisk skin tunic. So it'll be up tremendous. Can't wait. My shield is +17 now. We're almost there. We almost have 3 things +20, boys. My good gravy. And then once I put that back on, I think I'm actually going to push above 220 fizz power, so I don't want to go, like, too far. I don't want to cook too much, or we're going to have some problems. +19 and +20 right now. Boom. Okay. Okay, we're 222.7 fizz power. That is, that's a lot. So I may actually go the route of, let's see. It's power rating in con, 8376. And then I would go to, I'd lose 11 power to gain 400, 500 HP. Meh. Steel bloom earrings are kind of sleepers if you have 2 of them. Like, unironically, those shits are not that bad. I'd still rather have looms. Let's see. Iron chain necklace. We could go more pen if we wanted to. Be like 6% pen, but I'd lose some HP. It'd drop me under 8k. If I switch these out, though. Oh, I only lose 5% attack speed by not having... Oh, okay, DRs on attack speed go crazy. So I think iron rings over steel rings, especially with the HP. I'm sitting at over 8,500 HP. I'm at 8,578, 221.9 fizz power. Oh wait, whoops. I cooked one of the steel rings. There we go. 221.1 fizz power and 8780 HP. So I feel like that's probably the play. In terms of setup, we've got double steel bloom earring, we've got iron chain necklace, we've got iron ring. If I wanted to beef up more, I could go the route of the double iron hoop earring or double steel hoop earring. Oh wait, I put one of each on. Jesus. That makes sense. Let's see. If I go double steel hoop earring, then I will be very beefy. Very, very, very beefy. But I think for the sake of funsies, we're gonna keep the steel blooms on. I don't think I like physically need to be that beefy. And I apparently kept one iron and one steel hoop earring, so we fucked up there. But the build right now is also needing to be enchanted. So we'll do the iron rings next. But the build right now, as we have it, is a griffin hood, an iron chest plate, rosarium guard bracers, bear hide gloves, griffin belt, rosarium guard pants, bear hide boots, ruvidium mace, steel shield, iron longbow, iron shoulders, griffin cloak, steel bloom earrings, iron chain necklace, and why am I enchanting the steel ring? Oh, I'm so stupid. I clicked on the wrong ring. And 2 iron rings. So that's what we're going for. We're getting the enchanting done right now on hopefully some of the rest of our gear, because enchanting is just going to be a super haha funny quirky scale up. But is that a NIKUA you're playing right now? On the private test realm, yes, but you cannot see the private test realm gameplay. It's visually NDA'd. So this is my Dunir from live that you guys are seeing like over on that side of the screen. And then I have the private test realm gameplay visually hidden, but you're getting the audio from the PTR, which is a-okay. We heard confirmation on that. And then from there, nothing visual is being shown. Nothing in the NDA is being violated, fortunately. So you guys will see NIKUA hopefully when it goes to live, or if you do have the access to like current testing, you do have access to private test realm as well. So if you're an alpha tester, they expanded all private test realm accessibility to people that are any key holder on July 1st. So as long as you can play PTR. Gravon, hope you're having a beautiful day. Found a bard build that does 6k HP, 50% MIT, 240 MP. Thoughts? Sounds beefy. Is that like fully enchanted, or what are you doing there? Says PTR will last for a month until 4th of August when phase 3 releases. So private test realm is always going to be like wiped and shit like that. Private test realm is much more burst focus testing. Like each time PTR is up, you have different like focus, right? So essentially you are +7 enchant but full Lego. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, if you can get that, then I'd definitely say run it, especially if you can get it week 1. You're up tremendous. But for example, yesterday the focus was on testing the new movement, momentum changes, fall damage, some mob level scaling, seeing how those felt. And today they wanted people to make the NIKUA characters, the PY'RAI characters, and then give feedback on all of those. So with that, it kind of like changes what they want us focusing on. They're very likely to just wipe all the PTR data extremely frequently. So you still have the Alpha 2 Phase 2.5 server, we're calling it, which was a 3-month stress test over on live, which is what you're seeing the gameplay from. The PTR will be active all the way through until launch. Starting on July 14th until August 4th, it goes to 24/7 accessibility. So you don't necessarily have to just play in couple day bursts. However you want to go about it, whether you want to be PTR heavy and see the earlier implementations of things, or you want to be live heavy and play on, you know, the Alpha 2 Phase 3 servers, which will also be 24/7 after August 4th, you get to kind of like make that decision yourself. Would I recognize your name? I'm pretty incognito over here. Might be hard to recognize, but I am standing like right at the enchanting area, or right at the intro area. I'm just kind of like vibing out, enchanting my gear and slamming stuff right now. I got another ring to +20, and my second ring is at +6 right now. So we're absolutely cooking. We're absolutely cooking. Come find me for your slap. I can't run around. I'm enchanting right now. I still have so many pieces that need to get juiced. If my iron rings aren't juiced, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna be down horrendous. I'm gonna be extremely weak, fragile. I won't be able to do anything. I will be going to the Trops though, and running it up immediately. That is the goal. I want to go find PvP, and I want to PvP for the remainder of this PTR uptime. And I want to test more of the movement, because I love the movement. I don't know what everybody's thoughts have been so far about the movement changes, but I fucking love them. I'm back to my roots. I'm back on Cleric. Good. Good, 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 good. Clerics are so fucking insane. By the way, with the new movement, I can just peel you and trip people off of you and actually, like, get you space. Like, you know how I intercept and then protect, and it's like a nice amount of beef up, but even when I trip somebody, it doesn't really get you space because they can just get out of it and get back on you. When I peel you, you feel it now. I was making clerics pretty much fucking invincible with intercept and protect yesterday. It was so beautiful. Invite me to the Trops group, and we'll go around and cook. I am just enchanting right now, but I can auto run out there, so. Now they can't stick on you? Well, so that's also the thing. I feel like I can stick on people way easier now. But I also feel like I can very much so effectively peel. And I think that's the good balance for me. Is like, if I feel sticky, but I also feel like I can, you know, somebody peels me and I feel the peel, right? I can stick through my own good decision making, my own mechanics, utilizing my movement abilities better than theirs, utilizing my movement better than theirs, and I feel like I still have that. And with everybody's movement getting equally kind of like distributed over the course of that, I think that it is very conducive to much more enjoyable fights overall. Fights yesterday actually felt like there was like an ebb and flow of initiates and counter initiates and stuff like that. I love it. I love it. I think it's been great. What's your IGN? Not DustyWhy. It's very incognito, I know. I know. I've been PvPing since I got in today. I had to deal with Polar Hater earlier, whom didn't seem to know what they were talking about, but that's MMOs. Yes, yes. I mean, I also think, because if you go back in the VOD yesterday and hear my first thoughts on it, I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, I was very averse to it. I was like, initially when the movement hit, I was like, I don't like this. And then I PvP'd and tried it more. And I was instantly like, oh fuck, wait, this is actually insane. I like this a lot. This is a really, really, really good change. And I think that it takes a little bit of going into things with an open mind. And if you do that, then a lot of the time you can understand what the actual changes are meant to be instead of just a matter of like, oh, my first 5 minutes, this doesn't feel good. I'm going to go post on Reddit and complain that they don't know what they're doing. When people told me about the changes when I was in Iceland, the first time they tried to implement them, I was like, oh, fuck, what are they doing? They're cooking the movement. When I got on, I was like, oh, what are they doing? They're cooking the movement. When I PvP'd, I was like, oh, wait. They're cooking. They're actually cooking. Bards actually feels like shit. Do you think that Bards feels like shit because you're so used to Bard movement feeling godly and nobody being able to catch you? Because personally, I think Bard had S++ tier movement previously, and it was probably a little bit much. Just in terms of like my personal standpoint, you physically were not catching Bards. Yo, what up, Kreekus? You already talked about it, or maybe you already talked about it, but what about the stat increase on higher level mobs? Will it actually change leveling? I think so. Higher level mobs, especially like, depending on how hard they do the level discrepancy, I haven't tested that yet because I've just been poofing characters up to PvP, right? But between elite mob damage changes as a whole, which they have iterated, are going to be brought back up, mobs are going to hit harder. You may not see as much like just raw AoE pulling of mobs. You may actually have to see people like playing things a little bit cautiously, and playing with, you know, just some form of tact around shit. If level discrepancy is a thing, that could take away like how early you go to some areas and kind of like being able to go to 3 areas and hit level 25 off of those 3 different areas, because you just like, you know, level 1 to 12 you do your questing. At 12 you go to one place until you're like 18, and then at 18 you go to another place until you're 25. and then you're good to go. So those mob discrepancy changes could be very, very solid for the game. But with that being said, they're also going to be adding in baseline gear set acquisition through like crafting. And they talked about how they'll have 3 sub tiers in the tiers of crafting, right? So your novice gear, for example, would have tier 1 novice, tier 2 novice, and tier 3 novice. And the tier 1 novice would be super, 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 super readily available through like crafting or through gathering, super, super available through early progression and things that are, I'm working on the invite. It won't let me do it while I'm in the enchanting menu. God dang it. Wait, it won't let me type it all. Oh, okay. / invite I hate you for that name, by the way. I think I got it. Anyways, the like lowest tier of gear will be extremely readily available through early gathering, through crafting, and that will also potentially be a better segue for people. Oh, hello. Come out to the Trops. Join us. But will also probably be a segue for people who are interested in crafting to not have such a level of congestion in the 0 to 10 progression, right? And hopefully that also, in conjunction with all of the gathering changes they brought in. What the fuck is going on here? There's like a corrupted loot pile on the ground, I think. What the hell? Someone died and there's just like big glowing loot over here. Very confused. Did GM die? No, surely not. Surely not. It says I can't loot it though. I didn't have permission to perform the action. Anyways. I'm not good at names. Yeah, fucking clearly. Anyways. There's a corrupted. Oh, there, it makes sense. Craft change will be very good. You'll always have new gear, but for better tier, you'll need to grind. Yeah. And keep in mind, you won't always be able to have level appropriate gear because anything above novice, you're actually going to have to wait on server progression for as well. Your journeyman tables aren't going to be up instantly. So you'll at least have baseline gear through crafting. But I think the biggest thing is that you won't have people who are hitting level 20 and having empty slots at level 20. Even though raw drop rates of gear are going to seemingly still be extremely rare, which I'm perfectly fine with. I think that most importantly, people will be able to independently source or codependently source a very intro level like slot filler tier gear set just to make sure that characters aren't feeling extremely naked once they get up to that point. What are the classes? Exclamation class is ancient. So basically it's a primary and secondary archetype system in its total form. So we have our primaries right now, 7 of 8 of them. Summoner is the last one to be added, hopefully soon TM. And then after Summoner's added, they'll start giving us the secondary options. So secondaries will basically give your skills from your primary class. For example, I play a tank, so I will always have tank skills. My secondary, if I picked cleric, would augment some of my tank skills with elements of a cleric. So maybe like some self-healing or some group healing. What I want to play long-term is tank rogue. So I'll still have my tank abilities, but I'll augment them with little bits of being a rogue here and there. Potentially getting some evasion rating, maybe like some of the mana drain from the poison type thing. Hopefully a lot of the movement that a rogue has in its kit as well. So you'll have a lot of control over like what you want your total class output to play like, whether you want to be the main tank, whether you want to be, you know, more of a supporty type, whether you want to be a pure double down glass cannon DPS, whether you want to be a DPS that's beefy or has a little bit of like the bard buffing element to it. So it's going to be really cool. You going out to the tropics? Yes, I am. If you need an invite, DM not DustyWhy in game, and we'll go out to the tropics and have some fun. I'm enchanting my gear while I am popping, while I'm running out. So the only sad thing they said about the last live stream was a summoner date. They said summoner October. All right, September, October. I personally like PTR accessibility also means that people will be getting their hands on it sooner than that. Like, I understand that for people that are excited about summoner, having it push back again is not going to be the ideal scenario, but having summoner come in a proper state where they don't have to completely go back and rework the archetype as a whole, I think is probably the better and more efficient form of things happening. if the archetype comes in and it's so ungodly busted that they have to go back and completely rework it, and it's like it's not even in the first place in terms of development, then that's going to be more of a detriment than them taking their time, making sure that it gets implemented in a smooth fashion, and then they're able to continue progression as expected, right? And I don't necessarily know what, not necessarily like the holdup is, right? But the extension of development on it. I'm not like inside Intrepid or anything to know like what they're primarily still working on with it. But when it is live on PTR, we'll be able to test every aspect of it very, very, very quickly. So, yo, Generic, how you doing, my boy? What you up to today? We're getting Ashes in 2027. I don't speak for that, but my hope is late 2027, early 2028, based on like the current cadence. Some people think that it's going to be a bit more in terms of like, you know, a further out launch date. But based on how everything's looking, I could definitely see that. Had to go to the ER last night. Damn, the PvP was too good. Jesus. I hope you're doing well, dude. Short on P3 star, you'll not have everyone in the new class as well. Yeah, absolutely. And I do think like it definitely sucks for people that will have to go through and re-level, right? But on P3 start, everyone will hopefully not be coming in and playing something that's absolutely like, you know, busted as a class 2. I think that's something that would be a net positive, especially with the MMO community being so quickly responsive to things, right? And with like P3 versus PTR, I'd be willing to wager that we do see Summoner on PTR prior to the start of Phase 3. That's, again, just me yapping, and I have no confirmation for that whatsoever. But I think if the Summoner is a similar iteration process to Rogue, then I think that we're probably not too far off from seeing Summoner over here on the private test realm, which means that I will be testing everything Summoner. Like, I'm very excited for the Summoner. I probably will remain a tank just because I love tanking in MMOs, and Ash's tank is extremely well done. But I have played a fuckload of Summoners in every ARPG that I've touched, and honestly in a decent amount of MMOs as my ult. So I'm excited to get my hands on it and give some feedback. Personally, I don't think we'll have it on PTR until slightly after P3 launch, just based off how other classes have gone on PTR. Yeah, it all depends on, like, I guess, how close they are to their implementation of it, how much testing they do need. I think that the prior PTR to live cadence is also going to be a little bit different now, because having more testers on the PTR simply means that there's more feedback going out. So you could see things that were previously a longer PTR stay being implemented in a quicker way from PTR to live once on the PTR. You could see things being put on the PTR in a rougher state earlier on because they know they'll have another line of testers to it. Anything can really happen at this point, and I'm not one to definitively just be like, oh, this is definitely what's going to happen. But with that being said, anything in development can happen. It could fucking pop up tomorrow. It could not pop up for another 3 months. And either way, we'll have no fucking idea until it does. So that's kind of the cool thing. Everything is all speculation right now. And anybody that pretends to, like, know for sure, like, whether it's a content creator or otherwise, like, pretends to know for sure when something is supposed to happen, they're just fucking lying. Very, very blatantly put. Think it's surprised randomly? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't think people expected PY'RAI and NIKUA to drop today, but here I am running around on a NIKUA tank. So things are coming in quite well, and we have to remember they have multiple teams progressing things simultaneously, and it's not just like, oh wow, NIKUA's done, now they can let Bucky go work on the Summoner. Like, the class team has been working on the classes while the race team and the design team has been working on the new races. And the people who are working on systems are working on system progression. And everyone has their own little, like, you know, sector that they are working on. So people got to remember that. Multiple things are absolutely getting accomplished simultaneously. I imagine dynamic gridding will need a lot of testing, so Summoner should be after P3 start. But again, dynamic gridding isn't the Summoner team that's working on that. You fell into the trap. Just because dynamic gridding needs testing doesn't mean that they won't implement Summoner. Dynamic gridding is a server technology. People can play any archetype on dynamic gridding. Dynamic gridding will just implicate how servers are spinning up and if they are, like, you know, actually working or not. They could start dynamic gridding testing and Summoner on the very same day. And they could just say, hey, Summoner's here, Dynamic Gridding's also here, run around in the world, go to these areas at this time so we can try to get player congestion there to spin up more servers and see how Dynamic Gridding responds. Also, have fun testing Summoner today. Node Siege at this time, slap us on the ass and send us out there. And I think a lot of people, especially like Ash's content creators right now that want to be clickbaity for views, are like, well, we don't have this or this or this, so that alone is 6 years of development. Yeah, if they were doing it one thing at a time, but fortunately, Intrepid now has more than 12 employees, which is what they had when they started developing this project. So they have so many different teams, like I said, working on so many different things simultaneously, that it's like, oh, well, this, and this are all being done in a batch and are expected to be delivered within a few weeks of each other. Now, we don't exactly know all of what's expected to be delivered when, but for people to act like any business operates with a sole, like, we go point A to point B to point C to point D, and no interlap of those, I think it's just, like, willful ignorance at that point. And I think this has already shown us, like, how much Intrepid actually is progressing currently with the state of everything. We got our testing of the new movement system, which actually, in my opinion, feels good. They ran it for a little bit, brought back the changes to the PTR again, ran them on the PTR, and I don't know what's changed since the first time, but it's feeling quite good outside of some, you know, some tweaking here and there. Overarchingly, that system probably took a lot of time. Econ changes, we could see those slowly start to pop up over the course of the PTR as well. We could very quickly see a PTR wipe in them saying, hey, gear vendors are gone, we want you guys leveling and trying out the new first-time user experience. I just took 17,000 fall damage. For gore. I legitimately for gore. I just took 17,000 fall damage and ass blasted myself. Well, you learn something new every day, chat. Jesus Christ. I can confirm fall damage is on and it fucking hurts. Just so everybody's aware. That shit is an ouchies. I haven't had a chance to read the patch notes yet. I'm excited to see the new races. Oh, they're very cool. I wish I could show them, but I cannot. If I could show them, however, though, you'd see some pretty cool races. I will say, PY'RAI shouldn't be allowed within a certain range of a school. Just throwing that out there. I don't think that should be allowed. I don't think it should be a thing. I don't necessarily think that they should just be out there, but finally got the PTR installed last night so I can jump on today. It's fun. Being able to just like have a frictionless leveling and gearing experience too is quite nice. Horns don't show. Oh, like on the PY'RAI? They're not showing at all? Or just like if you have a helm equipped? That's interesting though. I just hope I never have to do the server worker testing we did a while ago. As hours of just running up and down the Lionhold Hill over and over again to cause crashes. I don't mind. I can do that while I yap. Might be annoying for some, but hey, that's basically what I do on a daily basis anyways. So I see no problems with that. But I'm also a simple man with a very simple plan. I think I have enough fizz power. I think I just want to scale up my HP and be nice and tonky. Horns be gone. You went to horny jail quite literally. Not allowed to have them. I saw the patch notes of yesterday from Richie. Did they add more today? In terms of like full patch notes? Well, let me check the Discord. I mean, they talked about the like intended changes. Oh yeah, here. Read them off real quick. I have to fucking log in. They got me locked down, brother. Well. Okay. Let's see. NDA reminder. PY'RAI and NIKUA player races are now available in the character creator. Lighting has not had a final pass. Expect variation. Default skin tints may be lighter than intended. Some hair assets may render improperly. NIKUA long hairstyle is missing. Occlusion layers may show skin through armor or on some races during class selection and in mid-game. You're welcome. Subscribe for more tips and tricks. Yeah, I can check them whenever we're on this, but yeah, absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. We're up tremendous. Whole game's changed. But yeah, so we did get NIKUA and PY'RAI today, so pretty happy about that. It'll be interesting to see what we get like next PTR session as well, and what pushes through to the Alpha 2 environment. On PTR only? Yes, but PTR is also the precursor to live for a lot of these updates. And providing things are in a form where they're ready to be brought over to live, we've seen things on PTR for 1 to 2 days, and then they get brought over to live. So anything's possible in that regard. Could be a pretty quick process of implementation, could be a bit slower, but either way, being over here to hopefully find some bugs and give some good feedback is always nice, and gives me something to do on the downtime days. 7 more pieces until I'm all attention to +10 to see how it feels. Yeah, I almost died again. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, Godspeed. Good day, brother. Thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate you. I have a lot of it to +20 right now. Yesterday, I only did a couple pieces to +10. Like, I did my weapons and stuff just to see how it was feeling. And it was cool. And then today, I was just like, fuck it. +20 in this bitch. So I have a few pieces left. But I'm doing God's work. I got a new PC, so now I can play Ashes. Good time to start playing. Right now, we're over on the private test realm, and every key holder has access to the private test realm. So for today, you can make a character, log in. You could basically link up with our clerics. They could tell you what pieces you want to get from the starting vendors. You could find those, create your gear set, and then just fuck around. Fully leveled character, fully geared character without you having to put in the time. Then, when servers go up tomorrow, you can start leveling your character and get ready for phase 3. August 4th, we get a wipe, and everybody re-rolls then. And that server is going to last a year plus with no wipes, hopefully. So, that's going to be the big server that everybody's prepping for. And if you prep, you're ready. I think I was going to go mage. We need more mages too. We need more mages too. We need everything. Yes. Mages are also extremely good. I would be fine with more mages. I'd be fine with more clerics, more rangers, anything. Just no fighters. That's the rule. If you're looking to play a fighter, you gotta get the fuck out. I'm so sorry. But you're getting put on something else. I'll do cleric if you need it. Honestly, I think we might need more mages than we do clerics right now. Realistically.
Apes together. Strong.
But cleric is so impactful. Damn, never mind. Well, so, Godspeed. I'm going to say it this way. It's not like New World where we only have 50 slots for people to play content. You just make more raids. You need more of everything available all the time. So mages are your DPS, your AoE, your burst, some good CC. Clerics are your true healer. So you need clerics. You need mages. We need both of them. So it just depends on like what you want to play. Like if you want to be, you know, going in and just dropping big amounts of damage, then mage is great. If you want to be healing and dealing with the pressure and people diving you and stuff like that, then healer's very important. But either way, I'll go mage. I've been playing warlock. I've been enjoying warlock a lot. Good news is with private test realm testing as well, you can make both today and then get them geared, get them created, and see what your abilities are going to feel like. You can just join the Discord. People will tell you what gear you want and like what build to run basically. And you can hop in the Discord, fuck around, figure it out. Like we have Toast in group right now. We're going to go out and do some PvP. I'm going out to the tropics to join the gang at the moment while I enchant my gear. You can't see the gameplay, but I'll keep you updated on what's going on. But genuinely, everything's insane. Yo, Skog. Thank you for the 4 months, dog. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Much love. But yeah, everything is good. Everything is good. You need more of everything, and you need people who are good on what they're playing as well. Or else people will just get farmed. But, like, earlier in this VOD, for example, we were taking a lot of PvP. Like, I started this VOD by taking a 1v3 multiple times and winning. And, like, the VOD that you're watching is from a few days ago. I play tank over here, and you can do so much on every single archetype. Everyone has their own role. Everybody can do, like, whatever they need to. Everyone is playing Rogue. Why? Because Rogue Burst is just fucking nuts with gear? I mean, it makes sense. Although, I feel like Rogue is much more deal-withable now than it was previously. Like, genuinely, I was fighting a lot of rogues yesterday, and I chained off a 1v4 against 4 different rogues. Like, it was 1v1, v1v1, but like, I feel like rogues, since the mana drain change, cannot at least deal with tank in nearly as clean of a way as they could before. Which, honestly, my big constraint is mana, but... Oh shit, you guys are south. Okay, I'm on the way. If I run out of mana in a fight, I'm cooked. And if I don't run out of mana, I can pretty much sustain forever. So that's always the goal. Having consumes out the ass also does help against rogue, though, I will say. Being able to just pop a potion. Keep in mind, a potion is still 1148 mana at Journeyman. I like that a lot. Because it's either 1148 or 10 ticks of, what's the salve? 144? So, I like it a lot. Why does everybody have a bow? So every class has a melee and a ranged weapon equipped at all times that you can switch between. So they have different combos, which are like their weapon attack chains. Melee weapons can cleave, whereas ranged weapons allow you to hit 1 target from far away. Spellbooks can actually hit 3 targets. It has a little bit of a bounce, but every weapon is unique and has its own attack range, combo, damage distribution, and weapon trees. So like the weapon skills can put out status effects like anti-heals or slows or bleeds out on targets that you're hitting. So there's some differences in the weapons. A lot of people use longbow as their like main hand or their primary because it's got the longest range in the game, and it also has a very high power scaling to it, which makes you hit harder. So longbow and spell longbow tend to be very popular for people, especially in PvP, just because it does give you that like that safer range, so to say. Really safe trades, really good stats on them, so really no big like downside to those. Messing around with this lifesteal stuff. I tried lifesteal scaling before. I've never been too crazy convinced on it, so to say. Yeah, of course. Let me know if you have any questions, Paulo. More than happy to answer whatever. But yeah, lifesteal I tried a little bit. Generic, send me a DM. It's not DustyWhy in-game. I'll invite you. If anybody wants to come out to the tropics in PvP, by the way, not DustyWhy in-game for invite. We're over on the PTR. So just make sure you're not showing anybody your POV and you're good to go. Don't get yourself in trouble. And sure as fuck, don't try to get me in trouble. Because everything I'm doing is legal here. Another piece to plus 20. Oh, thank God. Oh, we're up so tremendous. And then we'll take the boots off. We'll put these back on. And then we'll throw this on. We'll confirm. We'll start enchanting the boots. Oh my God. We're so close. Oh my God, I just got 3 DMs. We're up. Invite and invite. Boom. We now have a raid, boys. We're gonna get some good PvPing out here today. We need a couple more bards. If anybody's like barding around, we actually have clerics today, which is fucking great. But a little bit of larvin. Love from the bards would be kind of nice. I know Wood was kicking around earlier. Might be able to snag 1 or 2 from somewhere. So right now I'm in the Trops. I'm running down the coastline. And we're trying to get to the southern harbor where there is a fuckload of PvP. And if I can get there, then we're good. I just gotta go out. I gotta get the respawn there, the Ember Spring. And then pulling up with the plus 20 set, pulling up with full buffs. I'm gonna be fucking juiced. My mount just died. Very, very cool, very awesome, very Kanye. Let's see. Ooh. Okay. Off I go. That's why you always keep multiple mounts on you, chat. If one of your mounts dies, you can always grab another one. You can just resummon them. That was the best thing about being a mayor. If one of your flyers died, and they were tanky as shit, so they didn't die much anyways, but if one of them somehow died, you could just keep like 30 of them in your inventory. Although, zombie can't. Poor Zom. Toast, are they just like jumping you with rogues? Because it feels like you were the first one to get targeted every single time just based on what I'm looking at with health bars. Nobody even takes damage, and then I just look at motherfuckers 100 to 0ing you. The life of Squishy lives, but I mean, I guess you're our only mage too. So that does make sense. Mage being more rare than tank is fucking wild. It's duels? Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was like, damn, Toast been getting absolutely fucking cooked. In terms of like, nobody else getting jumped and Toast getting jumped, but I guess you're just getting cooked in duels. That's just the mage life. Not much you can do about that one. Dude, it really does take so fucking long to enchant to plus 20. I just got my boots done. Thankfully. Oh wait, I'm on my last piece now. No, my last 2 pieces. I have my neck and my cloak left to do. And then we're good. And then we're juiced, boys. Have they changed duel balance since the duel tourney a few months ago? Which duel tourney? Are you talking about like 1v1 balance? And like the 1v1 tourney where bards were like one-shotting people 6+ months ago? Because yeah, they've changed essentially everything about... Yeah, so there's been an entire attribute rework, scaling rework, power rework. The entire game PvP-wise is entirely different than it was in the 1v1 tourney. Now, keep in mind, architecturally, there are still things that are stronger, things that are weaker. But with that being said, a lot of the problem there was the entirety of the meta with enchanting scaling being way too strong. People pushing up 500, 600, 700 power in some instances. They added in diminishing returns on power scaling to stop the one-shots from happening, encourage differences in curing. So now you have people going mitigation, more people going max health, more people valuing crit damage, crit scaling, like crit chance, attack speed in their builds. The entire gearing has changed. The entire time to kill has changed. Literally everything that you know from Ashes has changed 1000%, especially if you're comparing it to the 1v1 tourney that was over 6 months ago when people were still one-shotting each other. I did recently cast an AV8 tourney that I also played in, but there's PvP in this VOD that you guys are watching. This was from a few days ago on the live environment. I cannot show the PTR because that's visually NDA'd, but every playtester also has PTR access now. So I'm over on the PTR access, running over in the Tropics, which is a Force Flag Lawless area, and I'm going to meet up with my group, and we're going to be PvPing for the rest of the day. So I will say, if your lasting taste in your mouth is the 1v1 tourney where bards were just one-shotting people with the deadly finisher, then what you're kind of like, you know, thinking about for Ashes is entirely different than what Ashes is in its current set. So, brother's driving a fucking lawnmower, relax. So yeah, I would definitely say if that's the big thing that was like, ah shit, this is lame, your biggest woes are probably fixed. Exclamation DR will get you a community-made diminishing return spreadsheet that'll kind of like demonstrate what the power caps are scaling out at now. But they have slowed time to kill a lot. Didn't think it was lame. I just haven't played since January. Oh, well, it was lame. It was lame as fuck, in all fairness. But yeah, since January, literally everything has changed. And I know that's a big, like, cop-out blanket answer, but legitimately every aspect of Ashes of Creation as you know it has changed. The only thing that is similar is that you will log on to your character, and honestly, your character isn't even there anymore, so even that's changed. Everything that you know from Ashes since January has completely fucking changed. Unless you play Rogue, they still delete people. I think Rogue deletes people if they can get their full combo off, like, in ideal scenarios, right? But I've also noticed that Rogue is extremely flimsy, so we've been able to catch a lot of Rogues, and especially in the PTR PvP. Like, Rogues are juiced as shit, plus 20'd out. We're able to catch a lot of Rogues, get one trip on them, and then just put them in a death sentence. So, Rogue, definitely bursty. But since the mana burn changes, I feel like it is absolutely more viable to play against. And it's also not just, in terms of a delete people, like, you have to remember, people were legitimately dying in 2 ticks of Bard Res Dump with a wand finisher. It is way better than that is, or than that was. Keep in mind too, dual balance is never going to be the incentivized thing for Ashes, nor is small scale. Everything balance-wise is intended for 8v8 combat. So like, even with 1v1s being in a better spot, time to kill being in a better spot, there are still wonkiness like wonky things present in 1v1s, 3v3s, 5v5s. There'll always be cheesy things like a tank dueling a cleric in a 1v1 can be a very long fight. Two tanks dueling each other can be an even longer fight. A tank and a fucking bard can go back and forth a lot, but if you don't interrupt the bard's combo, that bard combo will still hit you for a few thousand. It definitely is more of a spot of a true like rock, paper, scissors in a sense, but you also have outplay ability. So they're also messing around with movement on the private test realm right now, so they've changed momentum, really how that has worked as a whole, and we're experimenting with a ton of changes. I'm getting ready right now to head across to where the PvP is, because I have 2 enchants left on my cloak, and then I am full plus 20, so we're up tremendous. And then we'll be ready to hop over into the thick of it for the rest of the day, and good news is this character will be plus 20 with everything until it gets wiped, which, knowing my luck, will probably be after today. But in the meantime, we're up tremendous. So we'll hop off the mount, we'll get our buffs up, and then we'll get ready to go hit the PvP. Okay, we got all 5 foods up. Let's see. Here. And then there, okay. So there are some bugs that we're also experimenting with over on the PTR. You're able to pop a whole lot of food and elixir buffs right now. A whole fucking lot of them. And we've replicated that, so thankfully, we're coming to some good changes as well. Most probably yes, but I really hope Ash's graphic fidelity will be increased. Looks a bit flat right now. I mean, keep in mind, I also don't run on, like, the highest, most graphically beautiful settings. I tend to run on a bit of low settings as well, just to... Excuse me, had to burp. Just to kind of like keep things high frames. What you're seeing on the PTR is also, or sorry, what you're seeing on the VOD is also just like my Twitch VOD of the other day. So it's not going to be one-to-one like what a normal broadcast would look like, because it's a rebroadcast of a rebroadcast. So you guys are getting degraded quality over there. With that being said, like running on full cinematic definitely does help out a bit. And they're in the process of switching over to Unreal Engine 5.6, which will also help them with some graphic fidelity tools. But they are very communicative. This is in a true alpha, and in a true alpha, they're not prioritizing visuals. They are prioritizing functionality as the largest thing. So getting an extra space in between lines. I don't know. It still looks like a great booty for me. I don't know. Yo, Marauder, hello. Boys, I'll be right back 1 second, and then we go over and we PvP. By the way, just for fun numbers reference, any of my alpha testers, this build is sitting at, without Indomitable Spirit up, 9,298 HP, 231.6 Fizz power, 183.2 Fizz crit power, and 98.2 Fizz attack speed. So we're feeling pretty chonky. If I wanted to, I could also go with a steel chain necklace to bring me 235 plus on the Fizz power, but keep in mind, that is with, well, 5 food buffs and 5 elixirs. Oh, I didn't have my scroll up. Hold on. I do also need to have my scroll. If we pop the scroll, we're at 237 Fizz power. So if I did go steel chain necklace, I'd be above 240 Fizz power, but that would drop me to 8,700 HP. So I think I'll take the extra 500 HP over the extra power scaling at that point. But yeah, I'm about to absolutely decimate motherfuckers. That is that's some very strong scaling. Now keep in mind, that is an entire plus 20 enchanted set. That is also 5 food buffs and 5 elixir buffs. So I need your food and caster elixirs. Why didn't you get yourself more consumable kits? I have 3 extra consumable kits just sitting in my inventory, and no, you can't have them. Be right back. boys, we've returned. Good day. Oh god. Alright, I'm here. How we doing? If you don't give me your food, I'm jumping off a cliff and swapping health with you every 1 minute. It's actually not the worst strat. If I'm being completely upfront. It's not a terrible strat. We miss Zine. Yeah, Zine's somewhere. Somewhere. We're confident it's probably just like school prep and stuff. Or he quite literally died. I don't really know which way I'm leaning, but one way or the other, we miss Zine. And hopefully, wherever he is, he's happy. Fuck, man. I picked like the worst way to fucking run across to this area. I cooked myself. Boys, I'll be there in like 17 fucking years. I'm gonna have to rebuff by the time I get back over there. We're down horrendous. But the good news is, it's not about the time you arrive in, it's about the friends you made along the way. During your journey. Is there a heavy dot class in this game? Mage has some dot potential, but not a lot of dot. It's mostly just burns. Summoner will very likely be a dot heavy and like kind of channel oriented class based on some things that we've seen so far. There will also be, keep in mind, much more play. There is already a lot of play around. Well, let me linearize these thoughts. I just went in like 3 different directions in my head. We'll start out with weapons. Basically, I can't show you my weapon tree right now because I'm on the PTR, which would get me in a lot of trouble. But essentially, with your weapon trees, every weapon has a different, like, passive tree, so to say. And there are different status effects that you can put out on targets. So, status effects and debuffs are a very large thing that Ashes of Creation plays around with every class, not specifically like, is there a debuff class, or is this, you know, a thing. There are bleeds that you can put out, burns that you can put out, stuff like that. In terms of ability kits, more of like an archetype specific thing. Right now, a lot of them are still tied to just like the burns, bleeds, con flags, stuff like that, right? I think that Summoner, now we don't really know what the full Summoner kit will be, keep in mind, because that isn't out for testing yet. But Summoner, in terms of some data mine stuff, did show a lot of potential for a bit more of that, like, dot class, so to say. And I think if any class or any, like, primary archetype, so to say, were to be that primary dot, it would be Summoner. Now, Summoner's data mine abilities actually scare the fuck out of me because it looks like an insane kit. And I mean insane in the bad way. Like, it looks too good. One of those things where if you put it in, it's instantly oppressive. So I would say that Summoner primary archetype probably has like the best chance of being that true dot archetype, especially in like an offensive capacity. But once secondaries are added, I think you'll also see a lot more play around status effects, play around like different thoughts and stuff like that going out. But everything really does play extremely heavily into status effects, into debuffs, into utilizing the proper things at proper times because it's group-based balance. So something as simple as too many people tripping or stunning a target will give the target a 10-second lockout where they can no longer be tripped or stunned. So when you're initiating as a group, you all have to coordinate your CCs, coordinate your abilities that are going out so you don't give status effect lockouts to people that you're trying to kill. It's a really cool setup, but long story short, Summoner would probably be your best bet there when it is implemented on the private test realm. I'll be spreading all the info about it that I can get my hands on because we can discuss everything and provide feedback on everything, and that's part of the reason why they want people on the private test realm environment in the way that they do now. It's only a visual NDA, so you guys will know everything about the Summoner as soon as the Summoner is in. I'll be able to answer questions and directly provide feedback, provide testing, pretty much do everything that we can with it. So, super excited. Oshak, how you doing, my friend? Do bards still have good damage output for a support class? Yeah. Yeah. A lot of bard output now, though, is facilitated by, like, proper usage of res scaling and, you know, just normal amounts of damage. if you get caught by a full res dump combo in a 1v1, it's gonna hurt. The primary reason why I lose to bards in 1v1s is me not interrupting their combos and tanking like full deadly finisher, res dumps, and like that ideal scenario, right? But it's not a matter of like this uninterruptible death train of fuck. Now, I also think that a lot of why Bard was just rolling people is because as the game develops, people become more familiar with like what's good on certain classes, what's bad on certain classes, the strengths, the weaknesses, all of those things, right? And through that, wait a second. There's like an aura around my shield. I think when a shield's enchanted to plus 20. Wait, what the fuck? I think when a shield is enchanted to plus 20, it gets like a red pulse off of it. What? Oh, that is so sick. Fuck, wait. Okay, that's clean. That's so clean. Come on, stream that doesn't match what you're doing. Your best bet, if the non-synced up stuff bothers you, but you want to kind of like have a, you know, a knowledge of what's going on, do it like a podcast instead of a stream. Don't look at the video of it, but instead, like, open up a different tab or do something else, and then just turn the player itself off, and then type in chat with audio only, and it'll be a podcast. And then it will be way less weird with the non-synced up stuff, because you're getting the audio from the private test realm. So essentially, we've already cleared that. That's okay. And you guys will hear the PTR, and then you'll hear me talking about what you're hearing, but you won't have like the unsynced video. The unsynced video is primarily just like, you know, a best we can do to keep people kind of entertained, other than me just showing my full face the entire time. So think of it as like the brain rot Subway Surfers way of going about things for people that need it, but that's also a W for people that do need it. So what number is a safe enchant? Plus 3? Yeah, on live, yes. On PTR, you can enchant to plus 20 safely because they give you scrolls that are 100% like full, you know, chance. They also give us a bunch of gold crates so you can get to gold cap. It costs about 900 gold to full plus 20 my stuff, and the only thing that it actually takes is the time to enchant it. Other than that, everything gets put up extremely quickly. I did it while I was running over the tropics, and as a result, my entire gear set's up to plus 20. And as long as this PTR session isn't wiped, I'll have access to this gear set. I won't have to remake this character. This is also a NIKUA that I'm playing on right now that you guys can't see. And then Tropics character that you're seeing on the screen is my Dunir tank over on the live environment. So that's a VOD from a few days ago. Spoiler? Oh, there will be a lot of spoilers. A lot of spoilers. Did you know I know a guy named Tremendous, and I've known him since Genesis. He's Polar now too. Wait a second, really? If I recruit him, then we would truly be up Tremendous. Wait, Toasty. Toasty, I might need to talk to that guy. Yo, the shield enchant looks sick. The plus 20 shield is nuts. That's fucking wacky. I wasn't using that yesterday. Oh my god. It's clean. Dude, I feel like I'm gonna hit so fucking hard. I feel bad. I feel really bad. This gear set is disgusting. Primarily, it's not even the gear set that's disgusting. I won't lie. My gear set on live is better than this gear set. But this gear set is enchanted to plus 20 on every piece, and I'm abusing the stacking buff with food and elixirs because it's a PTR and you're supposed to abuse things so they can get data on it. You can stack every food in the game as long as you pop them in succession of each other without standing up or interrupting anything like that. And you can pop every elixir at once. What the fuck, 9k? 9,300. 92, 98 HP without any like HP abilities popped. If I pop my Indomitable Spirit, I go up to a humble 11.1k. And that is while being 237 physical power, 190.4 phys crit power, and 98.2 phys attack speed. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. You are fighting 3 characters in one right now. This is, people are gonna be angry about tank because of how much I'm scaling right now. Because the one thing that I am lacking comparatively to my live build, if I pop grit, I'm at 51.1 Physmit and 32.7 Magic Mitt. So like I am a bit weak on the like the mitigation side of things. But on live, I'm gonna keep my Iron Wing gloves. I'm gonna take off my Iron Wing chest, so I'll still be up mitigation on this build. And I'm ow. Fuck. Fighter. Oh, okay. I was looking for a duel and I appear to have found one. So on live, I'm gonna keep my Iron Wing gloves, and then I'm basically going to farm up a Basilisk skin tunic, a BST, and then once that is farmed up, I'll have plus 750 HP from that bad boy. And that'll be a way for me to get up to about 8k on live with more mitigation than this build has. Like a lot more. And this build's already feeling quite nice. Oh. I got Alfred in the blender right now. It's not looking good for Mr. Alfred over here. I won't lie. The tank build just might be too much, dog. I won't even lie. It's oppressive out here. Brother is not getting any room to fucking breathe. We got the double trips going. We got everything going out on him for damage. It's rough out here for him. I feel so bad, but it's the way of the tank. There's even a rogue trying to diddy dart it. It's so sad. There's just nothing they can do. And that should do it. He's tripped again. Yeet. 1 HP and 100 to 0. GG no re. Uh-oh, wait. He's still up. He broke the CC. This might be the turning point. It's looking bad for me, boys. I'm down to 7k HP. Never mind, I popped in dumb. Back up to 10k plus. Unfortunate for Mr. Alfred. I would be so mad at me if I was fighting against this. This shit's just not pleasant. I killed him with a tomahawk. I only had 9,600 HP left. Jesus Christ. I'm kind of scaled to shit right now. This is not okay. There's a lot of Dusty to work through at the moment. Fuck me. I also hit so hard. 237 fizz power is fucking ridiculous. My goal for endgame, like, just for a realistic endgame for P3, without, like, plus 20 enchanting and shit, was around, like, 225 with Lego gear, and, like, having the tankiness and shit. So, I'll still be tanky as fuck, but this is still 12 more fizz power than I was factoring in for, like, a full endgame set. This shit's nuts. It probably shouldn't be possible. Oh, we go again. Alfredo wants round 2. And I'm happy to oblige. The poor guy got the double Trapinski already. It's just so tough. There's only so much that they can do, man. Like, if he comes in and I just literally don't lose health from it, like, at that point, what do you do as a fighter? I'm just, like, passively regenning shit. My intercept absorbs his entire combo. I just popped an indom. And, like, everything he did was completely negated again. And then I'm just out here hitting combos for, like, fucking 1,500. It's kind of nutty what he's having to deal with here. And then we'll get this finisher out. And then yeet, yeet, yeet. Like, it's too much damage. I'm so scaled to shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's coming with everything he's got, boys. Yeet. 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 We got a third party coming in as well. We got Alfred's big defensives out. We got a grapple in on my part. He's gonna roll away from that. That's good. See if we can bait out his other roll real quick. We can. That means we can go in for free. We'll get the trip off. He sees C breaks. We'll get another trip. Second trip's out. And he should drop right around now. My trip CC, or my trip immune wears off on him now. So we're gonna go in for another trip. Tommy Hawk goes out. Oh, this motherfucker's flying. What the hell? Oh, God. Okay. He may or may not have just been, like, actively in the sky. Which I don't think will have a large impact on things, but kind of scared me. Was slightly unfortunate, but all is well now. Yeet. And yeet. And yeet. And yeet. Yeet. Boop. 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 He should be super weak at this point. Oh, I got him with the reflect. Oh. GG's. GG's. Okay. That one actually was really drawn out against the fighter. I still had 7k HP when it ended, but fighter has some really good sustain and can stick pretty well with the current, oh God. I got a mage in my butt now. Yeet. Brother. This man's the most evasive mage in human fucking history. No blink though, which is great. Boop. And then I kind of like opened that up a little weird and did not get good plays off, but now we're in a much better spot. And he's already one hit. I missed my first reflect on his lightning strike and it didn't go very in my favor, but he has no blink again. We should be chilling. Yeah. Okay. Poor mage. So, fighting a mage, you just kind of like bait their freeze, and then you wait for them to try to shatter the freeze, and then you just reflect the shatter damage back to them, and it takes away half their health. And then mage just unfortunately kind of loses at that point. It's pretty unfortunate. Fighter's broken in 1v1 is such a fun class too. I mean, I really don't think fighter's bad at all as long as it has proper supports around it. It's just something that's like similar to warrior and WoW. I feel like it's one of those like classes that are predicated by other things being active around it, right? You're bound to a group in a sense, you're bound to a certain comp in a sense, and at a certain point, fighter, especially as you're adding in more and more numbers to the scale of the PvP that you're doing, fighter gets increasingly punished and serves limited viability because it's not like you have a big vacuum to pull people into your range. You've got to chase people down while ranged is already able to create space. You've got to kind of like take the damage on the way to gap closing. You have limited gap closers. While you do still have gap closers, like they are finite. And there's just like a lot with melee in general that gets punished in like mid to large scale. And then I feel like fighter more than most classes kind of like traditionally gets punished the larger scale you go up. Not gonna lie, I can't fight kiter. I can't kite fighters now. Yeah, fighter movement's good. They're very sticky. They're very, very, very sticky. And I felt the same as a tank. Like, if I am playing my spacing properly, and I am trying to actually, like, in the fights against the fighter, for example, I was trying to bait out his two rolls, so that way I can know when he's like stam exhausted, go in, get a guaranteed trip off the initiate, so that way he's not getting me in his wombo combo of CC. I don't have to use my shake it off as a CC break. And it's about like, for me as a tank, making sure that I'm not gonna get, you know, if I go in with tremoring, I don't want to have that trip miss, them roll back, me follow up with a PY'RAI, which is a 225% damage guaranteed crit if they've been tripped, not get the crit, or have them roll again because they have both of their dodges available, and just not benefit from that at all. I want to make sure that I'm getting the most out of my actual, like, my combos as they're going out, securing them and protecting my combos and my cooldowns as much as I can. And so it's kind of nice to not just have to worry about infinite Giga B hops anymore. I think that CCs are meaningful, but also playing around proper cooldowns, proper movement abilities, like, it matters a lot. And keep in mind, I'm someone that benefited from the old movement system. Like, as you guys can see, I'm fucking B-hopping around like crazy to gap close to people. I love the old movement system. But honestly, I'm a larger fan of the current move system on PTR. I think that the current movement system as a base is much more fun for the combat. It just needs refinement. It needs some tweaks to, like, the rate of deceleration when it's applied. And if it hits that point where it gets the proper tweaks, the proper refinements, I think this movement system that we're playing on the private test realm could actually be more fun to be on than the old movement system. As nice as B-hops are, the combat feels great over here at the moment. Other PTR patch notes? Today, NIKUA and PY'RAI were added. So people were told to just kind of like check those out in the character creator, make their characters that. I'm currently playing a NIKUA tank. They have the same flip as Male Dwarf, so that's cool. The PY'RAI were kind of creepy, kind of super creepy. I wouldn't recommend making one. They have horns though, so that's cool. But they got some beady eyes and shit. I don't know. They're real scary. The NIKUA are great. Right now we're over in the tropics, just kind of like PvPing a bit. There are a lot of people over by the southern harbor, and so we're just getting reps in with the gear sets that we made. Everyone's trying some shit out. I made a fucking Thanos tank set because while I was running over here, I had time to enchant everything to +20. So I may or may not be running around at, what was it again? 237 fizz power and 9,300 HP. Steezy, I got you, go. Invite Steezy. Wait, Cyborg, are you in group? Drop group, I'll 1v1 you. I can invite you back after. Because we're not gilded. If they don't want to, I got you. After Roni. Difference keeps shooting me but didn't want to 1v1. I think they're trying to 1v1. Because Difference shot me at one point. And then I shot him back and they were like, stop. Let's see. Everyone's on fighters. Like, this is the most fighters per capita that I think I've ever seen. It's kind of insane. It's a lot of melee. I wonder, because fighter has good gap close, good CC, and that CC is going to be more meaningful. Do we think that people are just, I don't know, finally vibing on melee? Because it does feel like that I can actually stick on targets now. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. I personally, I feel pretty solid about everything. Boop, boop. Don't get Fortnited. And I got your toes. Okay. You be avoiding me like crazy. I missed like 2 trips on your shit. Didn't miss that one. Or that one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's in danger. Uh-oh. Sib, what you gonna do? What are you gonna do when I do that as well? I just popped Indom and I'm back up to 10k HP. Fighting a tank right now must be so sad. And I'm full HP. This is stupid, he said. I think I might have a Thanos build. This is going quite well with the PTR testing, boys. I definitely think I can drop a little bit of mitt and switch in Basilisk Skin Tunic, bring the build that I have on live up to about 8k base HP, so I'm up over 10k with Indom. I think at that point I'd be pretty happy. I need my Brine Breaches, and then I need my let's see. I need Brine Breaches. I need Basilisk Skin Tunic. And then I need probably 2 Iron Rings. Although Obsidian Rings would give me more HP, it's just I kind of like the Iron Rings more for the power. I think we might be onto something, boys. I think we might be. This is also... Ooh, I do have 2 Steel Bloom earrings on right now. So I'll have Lumas on instead of that. I have an Iron Chain necklace on right now, so I will have more crit power too. So that's gonna be nice. Oh no, I was talking about on live. I have Iron Rings right now, so I have everything full plus 20'd. But basically over here on the PTR, I don't have Iron Wing stuff. And on the live, like on the one that you guys are watching right now, I have the Iron Wing set, which is mitigation. So I have more mitigation on the live character, the one you guys are watching the gameplay from. But over here, between a combination of, well, abusing the health and the elixir stacking stuff, I'm at 237 fizz power, 190 fizz crit power, 98.2 attack speed, and 9300 HP. So I'm kind of like, I feel unkillable with other people also scaling super hard because of the gear, all of the like buffs and shit. People are also using that. But I feel like even if I dropped one piece of my 2 Iron Wings, I'd be higher mitigation than this is on PTR right now, which I'm not getting hit for shit. And I'd be sitting at about 8k HP between getting my Brine Breaches and my Basilisk Skin Tunic over my Iron Wing chest. So, like, don't forget needing a few hundred enchantment scrolls. Correct, yes. Plus 20 gear set, abusing the consume stuff. But, like, from the archetype of, like, just testing the HP scaling versus the mitt scaling, it seems like if I hit 8k, because I already feel very unkillable over on live, if I just jumped up to 8k and traded out a little bit of the mitt for a little bit more raw HP, that would allow my intercepts, my banners to be, you know, that little bit more impactful. I'd have more of a raw HP pool for swaps and shit like that. So I feel like I have enough mitt in the fights right now where even with lower mitigation and people doing more damage, the base HP is cooking. Oh, it's not a gold, trying to get a plus 20. Do you need gold? I have, no, I have consume kits. I have another enchanting kit, but someone to shoot me? I don't think anybody wants to duel me anymore. Oh, Busty did. Word. All right, we're up. We got to fight, boys. We're fighting another fighter here, so it's Dusty versus Busty in this bitch. Right now, we're into the finisher trades. I got a reflect early on him, got a trip. He popped a CC break. I missed my secondary trip. I missed another trip, so now we're just kind of like trading in melee range. His whirlwind goes down. He's gonna try to gap close to me. I'm gonna dodge backwards out of that. And then we're gonna wait for trip lockout, trade a couple finishers, and we get him into another reflect. And we'll go for the combo here. Double slam hits. We'll go into our second stun here. 3 seconds of playtime. We'll build up. We'll make sure that our grit's up. And 25% here, so we're gonna get Indom up into a reflect. I'm sitting at 11k HP with a 10% shield. So right now, Busty's actually sustaining really well through a bunch of this, but I'm most definitely winning the mana fight here, which means all I need to do is sustain my mana, keep my mitigation up, and then I should be fine to just keep taking trades as I am. I just gotta make sure that I'm getting trips, pressing the attack, and making Busty spend instead of letting Busty exist for free. And that is what we're doing pretty well so far. So we'll take another trade, and Busty should be out of mana soon. I've got him on a trip lockout, so I gotta wait another second or so, and I can get another initiate right here. I want to get my finishers out, keep that anti-heal out because he is healing a lot. I got a quick reflect, put him on the ground again. PCC breaks, second trip is resisted. We'll get a third trip out. He's not taking much damage. His health bar is not moving. It's looking pretty solid. He's out of mana by the seam of it. But I'm not really getting much, like, I'm getting like ninja flossing in Times Square on New Year's Eve level of movement out of his health bar. So it's going pretty okay for Busty comparatively. A lot of sustain, a lot of tank. I thought by now it'd be much more of a decisive kind of like, you know, bleed out of resources. But Busty's been doing well with it. So I gotta clean up the combos a little bit. I gotta chain just a wee bit better. And like, I just dumped a full combo in. And Busty didn't take any like percentage damage from it. Like, Busty is fucking tanky right now on the fighter. This is good. This is a fighter in their natural habitat, man. But I also feel so ungodly tanky. It's so funny. Oh, shit. Okay. Busty's yelling at me now. Canceled the whirlwind. I got to trip up, so we'll try to follow up on this a little bit, but I don't have much, admittedly. I haven't seen Busty's HP bar drop once this entire fight. I won't lie. Not a single time. He went for a CC there. I popped my Shake It Off into a Fortify. I'll keep my Grit up as well. So with both of those up, I'm going to be pretty hard to get damage into. I got another CC combo off, and it's just, dude, Busty's tanky. Oh, shit, 25% HP missing from Busty. Okay, boys. Okay, we just gotta wait for this trip lockout to end, and we might be able to get another wombo combo in. We got another trip out. We got a second trip. We're getting the combo in. 1 second until he's out of it. He gets out of it, and we're working on chiseling him down, boys. It might happen. It just may. I don't know if he's got mana regen built into that thing or not, but... Okay, his health ticked back up. That's less than ideal. It's okay, though. We got the health tick back down, boys. And we got a fresh series of trips to work with here. The CC break comes out, so it's going to be a little soft reset here. Playing around that, I'm going to try to protect my coolies as much as I can here. I get my Indom off, and I'm back to 100% HP, and by 100% I mean 11.2k. With all of my mitigation abilities up, he is out of another triple lockout, so I'm going to look for a Reflect here, get the Reflect bait. Get a big burst, tomahawk into the back, into 2 slams, into more damage pump, force a lockout. We get the stun on top of that. He's going to CC break the stun into the trip lockout, and we're good. So, HP wise, Busty's under 50%. Finally, I am still sitting at 100% HP. I'm maintaining my mana as well because I'm running refreshing follow through as well as inner fire for sustain, and I have the mana regen on my reflect. So anytime that I reflect damage back at somebody, I trip them, and I also get mana back based on how much damage was reflected. So quite nice for 1v1s especially, because I'm able to just get my refreshing follow through up, get my inner fire up from my finishers, get anti-heal up off of my finishers as well. And then once I reflect, I can get a little bit of sustain going. And as long as I'm keeping my buffs up and then initiating with reflects very frequently, as you just heard there, I can quite consistently get a lot of very good combos off and protect those combos extremely well. So Busty's a bit low at this point. Pop big coolies, and we're gonna keep it nice and close quarters here. He double dodged out, so I'm gonna charge after him, try to get a trip. Resisted the trip, no lockout. Okay. So after all that time, Busty died, and with the sustain that I have, I finished the fight at 100% HP and about 65% HP mana. After all of those trades, just for perspective. The base HP is doing fucking wonders, man. This feels, well, and also abusing the plus 20 and the rest of the stacking. But like a little bit of extra base HP is making everything feel so fucking impactful. It feels quite nice. Busty, that was fucked. That was absolutely fucked. I think this is the closest thing I've ever put together to a literal Thanos build. But I'm also like full plus 20'd on this character. I've got all the buffs active. I don't know if you heard the numbers run down, but I'm 9,300 HP, 237 fizz power, 190 fizz crit power, 98.2 fizz attack speed. I'm fat. I'm fat. I plus 20 the whole set for funsies, and then I also may or may not have every buff in the game active currently. It's not a balanced situation. This is better gear than I'll probably ever have in the game. Actually, I say that. I will eventually be full Lego plus 20. I will. That is my holy grail. I will eventually be full Lego plus 20 before I die. But it's not going to be anytime soon. That'll probably be a launch thing. That'll be like longer than phase 3 time allocation, unless phase 3 just goes forever. But unless we actually just fucking mighty morph into Star Citizen, I think we're fine. What's going on over here? Is there more PvP? Why are there so many fighters right now? I'm assuming fighter feels very good with the movement changes, Busty. What are your thoughts on it? Because Cyborg says that it sucks for bards. I think Cyborg just sucks. Wait, what? Oh, one of you is an I and one of you is an L. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Two people had like the same name, but one was an I and one was an L. We're good. Alfred, PvP, sir. PvP. Shall we? Shall we? Hee hee. All right, I think we're good. All right, we got another one versus a fighter, boys. We're up tremendous. So we're gonna get our mitigation up earlier. We're fighting Alfred again. We were fighting against him a little bit earlier today, and it was some good fights. So excited to run it back. He pops his little disengagey stuff. We're gonna get a grapple back in. He's actually got me in a good spot here. It's going well for him early on. I'm gonna get an intercept off on myself, try to create a little bit of space. He pops his whirlwind. I'll trade that for my indom. I win that trade. I'm gonna give a little bit of space here, get my courage back up. I've got 8 seconds left on my grit, so I'll get a grit refresh, and then I will look for an initiate here. We got anti-heals up. We're gonna get a reflect initiate, and then I'm gonna crap close with my pulve. We'll get 2 slams into a second trip. He's gonna resist that second trip. I'm gonna CC break that so he can't get his combo off. Intercept on myself, and we're back up. We're winning the trade so far. Keep grit up, and I am full courage, ready to re-engage. We got a reflect up. We got the full combo up. We'll get another reflect initiate here. Nice. Okay, so he's gonna counter that. He dodges away, which means I can just win these trades. I'll get Ford up, which means that I am higher mitt. I got an intercept off right before he went on me with a combo as well. So his combo just did legitimately nothing. Got through 0 of my shields. And I still have another trip. He comes out of whirlwind, instantly tripped, and I've got him in a good combo here. I'll CC break his combo and make sure that I get my indom off. We're both 100% HP, but he's doing well. He's spacing it out a bit. I'm popping some of my shields, just kind of staying up. Keeping my anti-heals up as well, just trying to keep my finishers going out on him. And if I can do that, then we're good. And then, once he's not trip lockout, I'm attempting to hit some reflects, force CCs, and initiates through that. And then play around as much of that as I can. And so far it's going pretty well, but he's actually starting to chisel me down a little bit. So he's been playing it well. His mana though is getting very low. So at this point, I can just try to play around not dying in the immediate future. And providing I do that, then we'll be in a very good spot. And I'm getting a very, very, very heavy hitting combo. I just put a combo out that took away 50% of his HP very quickly. So that's going to be a huge turn for me. I just got to keep my defensives up here, keep him ready. He's going to look for another big combo soon, but I've got my reflect. We'll hit a reflect, and then I'll pop my my big indom. Indom is going to be my Indomitable Spirit. That's 20% max HP and 20% healing received. So that's a 1-minute cooldown. If I pop that and it gets interrupted, then that is one of my most important cooldowns in these 1v1s. It's what a lot of my self-healing, my life sustain, and my life play is facilitated off of. So a lot of the time when I lose 1v1s, it's because I let my Indom get countered and get like, basically I get stunned or interrupted during my Indomitable Spirit cast, and I lose that cooldown for the next minute. So what I've been trying to do is work my Indomitable Spirit casts into my like CC combos when I need it. So I'll look for a CC, and then once I have them stunned, once I have them tripped, whatever it might be, that's when I go for the Indomitable Spirit. And if I do that well, then it's a way for me to guarantee that I'm gonna get my safety cast off, that I'll be able to get that big cooldown and protect that big cooldown instead of just losing it. And when I was dueling other tanks and losing, a lot of the time it was because I wasn't protecting my cooldowns in those small instances. So I looked at what was cooking me and I was like, oh shit, I'm just like losing a lot of these trades on coolies. That is much less than ideal. And I put a lot of time in to try to fix that. And it's been a good decision so far, I will say. I'm getting hit for nothing by this fighter. And it's probably such a sad feeling. Cause like, when I say I'm getting hit for nothing, I mean legitimately nearly nothing. He's pumping everything he has, and it's just not doing a lot of damage. And I don't even have Iron Wing. That's why I'm pretty optimistic that I could do well switching into the Basilisk Skin Tunic instead of double Iron Wing over on live. Simply because of the fact that I have so much play already. And I'm feeling extremely beefed up in terms of the mitt. Like, I'm fighting against other people who are also scaled to shit with probably full enchants and buffs and everything. And if I have a lower mitt than my live character and I still feel beefy, then I can probably very easily go with slightly more mitt, slightly less health, not abuse the bugs, and be Thanos. Pretty convinced that's a happy balance we're looking for here. So he's back up to full HP. This shit has not ended yet, by the way. Kind of crazy, but it just hasn't. I am starting to chisel him down again, though. So that's cool. He's probably going to look to initiate on me soon here, but I have... Yeah, he went to initiate on me there. I have all of my defensives up and my self heals up in 2 seconds. So I'm just going to negate all of this damage that he's doing here. Wait for him to kind of like blow his load, so to say. And then we do this, and I'm full HP again. Unfortunate for him. And then we'll try to get a fucking snare out. Cannot. Gonna reflect, trip in yet again. More HP sustain, or more mana sustain. More mid on that. Good trip initiate, but nobody dies. Okay, so maybe at plus 20 right now, literally nobody is fucking dying. Cause he's not really taking much damage either. Although, he has no mana. So surely, we're cooking it. I believe. It's insane how long these fights are lasting against fighters, so man. Bray. Okay, poor guy just got hit with the entire mitigation cycle again, too. Fighters are running their mana stance against you. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so that way they have enough mana to sustain. Right. That makes sense. It's just, I'm also running my mana stance, and by my mana stance, I mean any second that they're not left-clicking, or not left-clicking, but like basic attacking, I'm winning the trades. And I just get so much shield, man. I could probably just stay in melee range and just start slam spamming people. I could pressure that a lot more, because that is some really good damage going out. Who knows? Who knows? He's trying to put Shaken up on me for the Fizzmit debuff. I respect it. It's a solid play. He just went to go on me though. I got insta fucking countered. No. I feel so bad. I'm just like insta countering him with reflex the second he goes in. It is not an ideal scenario for him. I respect the Shaken play though. I should actually probably switch over to that on my mace real quick. Because we could do I just switched over my mace build mid-fight. Probably a little bit better for 1vs. Ooh. Boop. I looked at what he was putting out for debuffs and I go, oh, that'd be cool. And then I just insta-switched over. Pew. Okay. Okay, he's got me on the ground. And I tripped him. And I tripped him again, and then I popped my end on, and I'm full HP. Okay, I just got a huge trade there. That was quite good for me. And this one might be the end. Oh god, he's real weak now. Okay, yeah. We may have the upper hand at this point, chat. Might be looking bad for old Alfred after all. After a long bout. It may be it. He's trying to get the cheeky burst in, but I don't think it'll be enough. He's got the whirlwind off on me. I got the Tommy Hawk, but it hits him in the front. The secondary trip comes out. I actually missed that one, so now I gotta get the tertiary trip out. We gotta deploy the stun itself. He's using his CC to get out at this point. I can still go back in with another trip, though. Because I still have Reflect. He didn't plan on that. Oh, he almost got my Indom cast there. That actually would have been bad. But now I'm back up at 11k HP. He's under 50% HP, playing that life. And I can probably get a grab in on him. Okay, that's fine with me. We get a big trip here. He is real weak at the moment. Okay. I expected him to go back, and so I walled behind him, and he most certainly did not go back. Which is fine with me. Fine with me. But I did fuck up my wall because of that. So we adapt. And he's in the trip cycle again. Big damage going out. Tommy Hawk. I don't know how much, like, sustain fighter has built into the kit, but he is most definitely sustaining. He's going crazy with the sustenance. Man, is it an all-you-can-eat buffet of built-in sustain? I'm out here trying to get shifty on Tomahawk plays. I'm trying to, like, grapple him in and then roll behind him and fucking clip farm on a visual NDA. We can't even get the clips. I need to get the clip farming out of my blood. It's just like second nature at this point. If there's no flash, is it even really a play? Alright, we got all the mitigation up. He's still sitting under 100% HP, which is, I think, in my opinion, great for business. He avoided 2 trips and then finally ate the fucking trip that he was supposed to. So that's nice. Yeet. And he's back up at 100% HP for now. But we're good. I too am at 100% HP. This fight's still going on, by the way, chat. I don't know how long this has been happening for, but some would say slightly too long. And honestly, in my opinion, it's going for much too long. I'd be willing to even wager that. But it is pretty fun, I will say. Jesus Christ. Like, brother. There's so much sustain. I don't even know, like, how there is this much sustain on both sides, but there is. I'm sitting at, like, 75% mana. He's sitting at no mana. I'm actually just almost full mana at this point. Boop, boop. I don't know what he's trying to, like, initiate off of for me, but he's, like, keying in on one of my abilities. I don't know if he's trying to, like, drop it on grid or something, but it's strange. I think he figured out how to live forever. Nah, I can whittle him down. I just gotta keep the pressure up. I'm giving him too much space in between the lockouts where I'm not immediately pressuring him. And I need to be forcing the lockouts and then playing off of those much more frequently than I am. So, like, right here, I need to be walking him down. Lockout goes down, and then we need to hit a quick reflect. I don't know how that reflect didn't reflect. there was no lockout. It made the noise, and then he just like got out of it. Didn't take any damage or anything. I didn't get my mana back. That's fine. I don't need that. Did he like pot or something? Now he's getting fucking mana and HP. It's like brother caught the heels. Alrighty, we got him in another Trapinski. Oop. And all of his damage is now negated. Very nice. And then he gets trip lockout. Good morning, Facade. How you doing, my friend? They have an ability that regens mana and HP. Word. I have a lot of those. So we're gonna be here a minute. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's super cool. Oh, I got him in a good spot here, actually. This may be bad for the boy. Okay, double slam connects with his face. We're good. I get my shields out, and then I'm so tanky. We got the grid out again. And we just go back into the trades. We'll get another reflect here in a sec. I don't know how that connected. But sure, officer, whatever you say. Cool. Whatever you say, sir. Showing a work will lurking. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. If you have any questions about the PTR, let me know. I've been in a duel against the same fighter for the last... It has to be at least like 10 minutes at this point. It's quite a long duel, but it's fun. It's fun. We're having the time of our life over here. Don't let us fool you. Oh, I actually just put him in a fucking hurt locker. Hold on. Baited some abilities as well. This could be good. Chat, this could be it. This could be our moment. I just gotta keep the antis up. I gotta keep the pressure up. Oh, why is my fucking... Sometimes my reflect just refuses to reflect. I do not understand. It wasn't like any freaking heckin' anything. He wasn't locked out. He had no debuffs. It didn't even do the damage. Chat, we're down horrendous. We're actually not. I'm 100% HP. I'm just being fucking dramatic at this point for the sake of being dramatic. He's now full fucking mana. Bruh. What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? This is absurdity. I don't understand. But like, I can just auto up to full mana as well. I can just auto. I can trade, and then I too can get full mana. I feel like it's actually like in my favor if he's doing that, but okay. I just sent a block his way, and I'm feeling nice about it. This is gonna last forever. It very well could. Very well could. Who knows, man? No, I mean, he's getting a good little push here. Like, his sustain is really good. It's just... mine is better. And I have everything that I realistically need in the kit, I think. And like, I'm just... everyone's so scaled at this point, right? That it doesn't really make a difference. But genuinely, I am fucking Thanos on a tank with the level of scaling that I'm afforded by having free plus 20 everything. I have almost 240 fizz power. Oh, all of my buffs are wearing off. I'm gonna be doing this without buff abusing soon. That's unfortunate, because then I'm down all the buffs. He has all of his up. I genuinely might have to rebuff. We're down horrendous, boys. This fighter unlocked 100% of his brain. Does he have a level do you end up getting a rogue up to? Rogue hit like level 18-ish, I believe it was. So just under 20. Probably has like 10k plus L2. No, I mean like, fighter has really good sustain. I mean, I don't doubt that he probably has like 7k plus. But like fighter genuinely, especially in smaller scale when it's just not getting insta-nuked, is really solid. Talking about you? Oh, I sit with this build at like, I'll run you through the numbers. Because keep in mind, the biggest thing about the build is like the fact that on PTR, everybody has full consumes. And all of us are just like abusing the consumes because it's really fun. So everybody has like every elixir up, everybody has every food up. And if you don't have those up, you're missing like half of your output. So like my buffs dropped. Well, this is a bug that's on live too. It's just nobody has all the food. So like my buffs dropped, and once the buffs went down, he just started like walloping my shit. He just got an indom, GG. The buffs are so strong. Yeah, so once my buffs went down and his went up, or his were up like without mine also being up and he had the buff advantage, it was so bad. All of the food instantly went down and it was Jover from there. So with the buffs up, we have a bonus of 1700 magic cast speed, magic power, fizz attack speed, 1300 fizz power, 431 max health, and then 646 max health and 861 fizz block mitt. And then you can also pop an elixir for every single attribute as well. And all of that combined, like granted, as a class, I'm not going to benefit from like the magic cast speed or the magic power. But everything else that I pop is just stacking up like crazy. And so these numbers are with all of those things simultaneously popped. So let me get them back up and then I'll tell you what we're sitting at. You have to make sure that all of your foods are going up correctly as well, because some of them will override. But as long as you're paying attention to your buff bar, you're good. What the fuck did I lose there? The carrots? Why doesn't the lamprey like staying on? That's weird. Okay, let's see. We should be good. If I stop resting, we've got all those, and then bam, 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 bam. Okay. So, hello, C. PTR Enjoyer, DustyWhy here. How are you? There are a number of threads in the official Ashes Discord on how to rename the T5 nodes since they're removing one tier. Now's the time to put in your feedback because Intrepid will pay attention to user feedback on it. Oh, see, if you think I haven't put in my feedback already, hold on. Go to Twitter. I replied. My recommendation was Wilderness 0, Crossroad 1, Encampment 2, Town 3, City 4, Metropolis 5. Also, plural of Metropolis is Metropolises. Thank you for your time. And they replied. Not just yourself. Well, it's about me here. Fuck them. Also, Twitch Prime. So, basically, keep in mind that this is abusing stacking of consumables, as well as every piece of gear in my set being plus 20. Now, I don't have every optimal piece of gear, so the numbers would be better if it was like my live gear set, or if I could just like poof in gear from the GM console. But I'm sitting at 9,298 HP, 237 fizz power, 190% fizz crit power, 98.2% fizz attack speed, and then, let's see, what else would be important? My mitigation when I pop grit is 51.1 fizz and 32.7 magic mitt. So I think I'm going to take off one of my Iron Wing pieces, like my chest piece, switch it out for Basilisk Skin Tunic, and then have about 8k HP over on live. Obviously, I'm going to be down a lot of fizz offense, but so is everyone, and that's without the plus 20, right? But really, really liking the way that I'm cooking up right now. Really liking it. Renaming the T5 node based on the node type itself. Bastion for military, Citadel for science, Sanctum for religious, Bazaar for economic. Oh, because that's like a fancy word for market. Interesting. That could be cool, but how frequently will people see the like I don't know the name of the, I guess in the UX, like it would say village, etc. I feel like that's not really emphasized in the UX. The biggest thing for me in the UX is like, oh shit, this is going to be a much larger area, but there will be fog of war too. That could be a nice touch though. It could be like a nice little incentivization. Make it a little cooler. Me and this fighter just agreed to end our fight, by the way, basically. We just like stopped hitting each other when the buffs wore off. I didn't even end up dying. It's just the buffs wore off and then he was cooking and I would have died and then we just stopped hitting each other. The consume stacking is probably the biggest problem though. Like the consume stacking alone is giving me over 1,000, just around 1,000 max HP. It's giving a lot of those attributes. Hovering over it will have the color difference, plus a name difference so you can tell exactly what type of node it is. Mirrorleth Bastion, Winstead Bazaar. Do you think that could make it more confusing though? Which of your momentum abilities got whacked? Me? Charge was a big thing for me. Or are you talking seat? Because for me, charge was really my only big momentum ability other than like dodges and stuff. Like I can still intercept onto targets and shit like that. Other than that, my abilities feel normal. It's just if I try to charge and then like shield cancel the charge and then b-hop off of that, it's not the best. But also, it's still really good for chasing people down, I will say. Charge feels great given the circumstances of the rest of the changes too. I think that movement abilities now feel extremely impactful and stamina usage also feels extremely impactful. Merc, you having fun over there? Oh, wait. Confirm choices. Okay. So you probably go there. I'm trying to figure out my 1v1 build so that way I can weave in stuff with my melee finishers if I get in range. And then just cook with that with more debuff stacking. Pow pow. Cyborgs, we fight. I have to test the melee weaving. It's gonna be fun! Alright, we're up. Sack. God damn it. Alright, whenever you're ready. "20 seconds. What the fuck do you need 20 seconds for? What the hell? Oh, okay, you fight him. I'll fight this ranger. Good day, sir. Over here. Hello. Pew. Okay, we're up. I got a ranger fight on my hands. Oh. Well, isn't that just unfortunate for me? I want to try out my melee weaving, but I keep forgetting to actually melee weave. Boop. I don't think my reflect is working right now. Kind of unfortunate, but kind of strange as well, but it's okay. And my intercept isn't coming off cooldown. That's less than ideal, but we will. Wait, why is my reflect not working? Because that's actually really rough. Huh. That's unfortunate. Huh. I reflected like 17 things, and nothing actually worked with reflect. We slash bug and we log out, and then we log back in. And now I have to pop my consumes again, so I can actually play that. Not allowed to stream it? So you're not allowed to show visuals from the PTR. So like right now, the gameplay that you're watching over on YouTube is from the non-PTR server. So that's like the alpha server that everybody plays on. I'm playing and dueling on the PTR server, but you guys don't get any of the visuals from that, so we're not violating the NDA in any way, shape, or form. That's been all like confirmed and set. So fortunately, it's just a visual NDA, so we can talk about everything that we're doing in real time, which is beautiful. I have a video I want to show you. I don't know if you've ever seen the AI Sasquatch videos. Why does this sound like brain rot? It is. Okay, keep that away from me. Keep that away from me. I heard brain rot makes your hair fall out, Stomps. Maybe you should be a little more careful, buddy. Perhaps. I need my bruschetta up. And then... boop. Okay, we ball. Then we get these bad boys. And then I want to go fight that ranger again. And see if my reflect is working now. Because that would be very sad if it just, like, wasn't. And I don't know why it wouldn't be. But we ball. He uses hot Cheetos as... You stop. I do not want to get into the brain rot realm of your existence. That would make me so sad, Stomps. I've got such a clean slate. I've avoided the brain rot for so long. I hate you. Stay away from me with all that. It's not welcome here. It's sacrilege. Where'd the ranger go? I want to fight the ranger again. Okay, maybe mage. I need to see if reflect is working. Because it was not. Fight the mage. Where's that ranger? What deef we can heck? My ranger friend is nowhere to be seen. Are people jumping sewer? I'm confused. No, there's another duel over by them. Okay, cool. Wait. Nope, that's Cyborg. Gosh dang it. Somebody farmed up an Iron Wing helm. That's crazy. That's crazy. Have you seen 8K Ultra Life like mods for Cyberpunk and GTA that run off 2 computers? Why wouldn't you just go outside? What do you mean? If that's your goal to have like ultra lifelike mods for Cyberpunk and GTA, why wouldn't you just go outside? A level of graphics. Right. But couldn't you just like go outside and like do GTA shit and have it be cooler than just like if you're doing it on a lifelike mod anyways? You might as well just go outside and commit actual GTA. I don't understand like the lack of commitment from people. But you only have 1 life outside. Motherfuckers will play hardcore in Diablo and PoE, but not hardcore IRL. Pussies. Pussies. The lot of them. Every single one. I lost 1 duel to a ranger and then I think they left. God damn it. There's gonna be like a super blurry, like fucking FBI informant level video that ships out of this with somebody's watermarks all blurred and they're gonna be like, I cooked Dusty. I found another ranger though. Hello? Would you... he wants to test something on somebody else. God damn it. I just want violence! Where's the other ranger? Who's this? That's sewer. Who's sewer fighting? That's a fighter. Nobody wants to fight a fighter. Ow. Oh, cool. We got cyborgs. Beautiful. We're up tremendous. I don't know why I did that when I did that. Thankfully, nobody can see. Nobody has any idea what just happened. Right. That's not good for business for you. Oh, no way, you got over that? You fucking rat. You absolute Raddington. I think we will, though. Don't throw a tomato at me, you fucking freak. Fighters heal more than clerics? Explain to me, please. Just be better. Like, what if you just healed for more, maybe? As a, I don't know, as a bard? And then you also healed for more than clerics. I feel like you wouldn't have a problem at that point. I just put you in a fucking wombo combo. Oh my god. You poor sweet summer child. Look out for that banner. It's gonna do some big damage. And I'm full HP. And I grapple. Have I introduced you to my friend Tommy Hawk before? I killed him with a charge. No, I didn't even get to Tommy Hawk him. No. Yeah, tank's fun to fight against right now, I bet. I didn't even see your HP drop to 75. That's because it didn't. Yeah, I won't lie. Yeah, fun. Wait till I get a build, because keep in mind, I don't know what your gear looks like, but I'm all plus 20'd. My set on live is probably going to feel a little tankier than this because this has 237 fizz power. I'm not going to get anywhere near there on live. But I will have more MIT than this and probably about 10% less HP. Just for perspective. We'll be up pretty tremendous. I'll be tanky. 35% fizz MIT. Yeah, so I've been trying to figure out if I want to melee weave it all to try to get shaken out on people, but enchanting is fake, confirmed by Dusty. Oh no, enchanting's nuts. Enchanting's nuts. My gear set over here is substantially worse than my gear set on live is. And even with a plus 20, like, I'm Thanos, right? But I don't have a lot of the optimized pieces. And so, like, if I had Lumidons, if I had my full choice of gearing, I'd be much larger. Unfortunately, I'm not. But this is also with stacking, like, plus 20 enchanting, which is very, very impactful. That scaled me up a lot. And then it's also stacking multiple consumables to get all of the consume buffs. So, it is most definitely, like, not to the point where enchanting's giving you 1000% scaling like it used to. But with that being said, enchanting is still absolutely valid as fuck. Ooh. We got a good play coming out here from the mage to start it out. Mr. Friendly being mean out here with the movement. He's putting out some good damage on me too. That's actually kind of scary. I might have fucked up a little bit on this intro. Wait. No, my fucking... No! My reflect still isn't reflecting. They've just turned it off. Reflect was too good. They said no more reflect. That is not good for business on my end of things. I will not lie. I'm gonna grab him out of the circle and then gonna trip off there. Okay, we're still fine. Fortunately. That was scary. Oh my god. Holy shit. Wait, I almost lost to a mage because reflect isn't reflecting. I just had the PTR patch notes. Hoofsy! New races. Yes, I'm playing a NIKUA tank right now and we're dueling. How do you get the Iron Wing stuff? You do not on the PTR. But, well, unless you want to go farm it. It's not in like the PTR boxes. It's in the June Dark though, from the pocket dungeon that is west of Arisalon. So, like, you would have to go kill the mobs and farm it. I don't have the Iron Wing set on my PTR character. I have the Iron Wing set on my live character, though. I run the chest and the gloves on live, but I think I'm going to switch out the chest and get a Basilisk Skin Tunic when live goes back up on Thursday. And then, with the Basilisk Skin Tunic and Brine Breeches, I'd be above 8k HP. Then I'd still have one of the Iron Wing pieces on, and then I would be right around my 200 fizz power. And with 200 fizz power over there, where people are, like, not going to be plus 20 and multi-consumed out of their ass, I think we're going to be cooking with that. I think we'll be very, very hard to bring down and just chunking people. So, good news with max HP scaling too is that it plays with our, like our shields that we put out on allies very, very, very well. Fox feels fast. Fox is zoomy, yes. Hosty, it's a very dangerous name. I make sure that I emphasize that shit like hot Tua. Like I'm taking 0 chances. Vendor isn't close to RIP. Oh, are you saying to like switch out your gear? If anybody's a big leveler too, by the way, keep in mind that one of the emphases of testing that probably went very under-tested comparatively was some of the like the mob scaling changes comparatively to your level. So more feedback on that will always be good too for any people who are interested in providing leveling feedback. Will help the entire leveling curve for phase 3. I want to fight this mage again. I don't know why my reflect is like tweaking right now. Sewer, is your reflect working all the time or nah? Trying to get a feel for the fall damage, but I keep dying. You're feeling it all right. Yeah, you're feeling that fall damage. That is for sure. Absolutely. I jumped off of a ledge near Forge earlier and got absolutely cooked. My stun doesn't work either. I don't know what they did. Yeah, I don't know. Because I don't have a trip lock out on people when I'm using it. I just kind of reflect. I get the audio from it and then it doesn't reflect. Which is a little weird. But it's okay, we play around it. We do what we can. Do. Oh, hey. You. Pew. We go again? I found the ranger that I lost to last time, and I'm trying to run it back for honor purpose. I need to not throw twice in a row. And if I do, then I bring shame and dishonor to my family. But I might if Reflect isn't working. I don't know why Reflect is cooked right now. Reflect is such a big thing in 1Vs for me to hit too, but... Okay, I don't think he wants to PP. I'll let him chill. He just vibing. Who's over here? Fighters. Oh, Rogue. Wait, Merc, you're not gonna lose to a Rogue, right? Uh-oh. Okay, no, you're fine. Cleric over Rogue. Rogue worst 1v1 class confirmed. Kiefer with the big damage out. Sib about to lose to a Ranger. Uh-oh. The Discordance going out. Kiefer getting weak. Sib chilling Lament. Kiefer gets out, gets the Fine Field out. Sib's gonna get bursted. Oh my god, Sib's down. 150 HP left on Kiefer and Sib just died. Absolute RIP. Holy shit. Boys, you missed a banger. Pain. I wish I could show some of these. There you go. Dude needed rations. I gave him 10 rations. He's gonna blow through those so fast. Let's see. Who can I duel? I feel like nobody wants to fight the Thanos tank right now. And that makes sense. I don't blame them. If my reflect was working, I don't know. I don't know what we lose to. Maybe another more Thanos-y tank, but... Good day. Duel? Okay, I think a Ranger's opting into it. Alright, we're good. He's starting out with the snipe. We get a reflect intro. That's gonna take off a quarter of his HP. Half HP. Already down for Mr. Darkbow. We're gonna get a wall behind him. He gets the Vine Field out. I'm gonna get out of this pot my Indom, and we're gonna start walking him down. They call me Mr. Walk Him Down, and I am here to walk him down. So we'll get another trip out. We'll get another Pulverize out. That's gonna bring him down quite weak. 25% HP. Tommy Hawk gonna be thrown out at him. And I still have all of my coolies. I still have all of my offensives. And I've got a reflect ready. Oh, he's dead. Good fight. Alrighty. Well, I reflected snipe and it cost him 25% of his HP. Poor Rangers. You gotta kind of like pump fake the snipe a couple times and try to get our reflect, I feel like. But if we maintain distance during the snipe, we can just kind of chill, wait for the actual projectile to go out, and reflect is such a fast cast to raise the shield that we can kind of like get projectiles while they're in the air. The rogue that fought me is going around interrupting every duel. Wait, where is he? I'll kick the shit out of him. I'll two-shot his ass. Hold on. Boop, boop. Oh, there are two of them? Word. They thought. Okay. Now we just go on the fighter. Peep. And one's dead. And the second one shall die now. He's chugging bots. He's chugging and he's glugging, boys. He tried to jump over my wall and got cooked. Oh no, poor soul. Poor sweet summer child. They know not what they're getting into. I got protect on you, Mert. You can literally just beat the shit out of him. He can't kill you. Merc is just sitting in melee range, protected as a cleric. Just left clicking people. Oh no. That's so fucking funny. They're trying to come back in. Oh, not good for them. No bueno. They tried to mana burn me and I just took a pot. Wait, this isn't duels anymore. This is a lesson. And Robo is dead again. And fighter next, because we just ignore the fighter because they don't do a single thing. Yeet. Yeet. Tripped them both. Poor guys. And bro, are you just bullying the rogue? Why are they so squishy? That's so unfortunate. They're just getting auto attacked down by a cleric. Oh no. I'm not a caster. Man's built for the thick of it, the true embodiment of a clank. Oh god. Yo, Sir Alwyn, how you doing, my boy? What you up to today? I love that. You're weak. Brother's on the respawn like I'm on the toilet after a Taco Bell night. Good fucking gravy. Hey. Good day. Poor Ranger just tried to start the PvP. That is not something that typically will go well for them in this day and age. They don't have a whole lot that they can do against me, I feel. Yeah. There's just... I genuinely feel like there's not much, as long as Reflect works, that a Ranger should be able to do against me as a tank. I just killed him with a Tommy Hawk. What weapons are you using on the PTR? So my full set on the PTR right now is a Griffin Hood, Iron Chestplate, Rosarium Guard Bracers, Bear Hide Gloves, Griffin Belt, Rosarium Guard Legs, Bear Hide Boots, Ravidium Mace, Steel Shield, Iron Longbow, Iron Pauldrons, Griffin Cloak, Steel Bloom Earring, iron chain necklace, iron ring, and iron ring. All of that's plus 20. Most is like blue, I would say, on average. Nothing is above heroic. We have like a heroic griffin head and belt, but other than that, pretty chill. What is this? What is the heavy fizz gear? What am I missing out on? Hold on. Okay, the heavy fizz gear poofed, and then it said unable to loot, not enough inventory space. I won't lie, I just cooked that heavy fizz gear. Not that anybody could see it, but I cooked that. Yo, Cybergamer, how you doing, my friend? Max level on PTR is 25, but we did get the 2 new races today, NIKUA as well as the PY'RAI. So, some fun things happening over here. We also are in the middle of testing a new movement system. So some changes to momentum as we know it, how a lot of that carries over through jumping, through abilities, deceleration on characters. So it's a lot of testing. I'm very happy that we're able to get in over at this time and really start to feel it out, because something tells me the movement system is probably coming to live and I'm ready for it. I really enjoy how everything feels at this point in time. Do you have more of them? What the fuck is in it? Rosarium Guard helmet. Oh, Rosarium Guard stuff's butt cheeks. Wait, purple steel shield. What the fuck? What in the hell? Where did those come from? Oh shit. How did you get the purple ones? God damn it, now I have to enchant the fucking purple steel shield. Oh, what do you mean? That thing's Insano style. Huh. Good gravy. Does the NIKUA have custom armor skins or utilizing the dwarf ones? It has different than the dwarf, like than the Dunir ones. Purple? I don't know, they just walked up to me and gave me epic stuff. Which I'm kind of down for. Kind of very down for. Although, I think the biggest thing is probably the steel shield. But I will throw that bitch up to plus 20 real quick. There are purple steel rings too. So if I did want to drop 500 HP, I could get the attack speed up. But I kind of like the 500 HP. But also 2 purple steel rings would go Insano style. I have enough scrolls. I actually don't think I have enough gold. Oh no. No, maybe I do, because rings are super cheap. I may be able to do it. I have no idea how. But all I know is that I'm the owner of them now. Ados, what do you think of this with the node level name changing? 0 wilderness, 1 encampment, 2 village, 3 town, 4 city, 5 name based on node type, Sanctum, Bastion, Metropolis, and Citadel. I think that it's, like, canonically cool, right? But I just don't want to add more confusion to people, right? In the sense of, like, a new player comes in after the server is established, and they're like, oh, where do I go? What do I do? And they don't necessarily know what a Bastion is versus a Citadel, right? And so I do kind of worry that that would create a layer of kind of like unnecessary confusion, but it would be cool. James over on YouTube, new races looking good? Yeah, I think they're pretty solid. The NIKUA beard is fucking insane. When you're kind of like wearing a helm, how it comes out of the helm as well. Looks very burly and dwarfy, to say the least. I think it's really solid. Hopefully the PY'RAI stops looking so much like a diddler. But I mean, for what they want it to be, with kind of that like serious, like uninviting type thing, like I think they nailed it, because it gives me the creepy eepies. Crackle, brother. What are the new races? The NIKUA and the PY'RAI. So the second elf and the second dwarf. The NIKUA are the island dwarves, and the PY'RAI are fucking creepy. Just had to stop doing dishes because I recognized this song and had to say something. The playlist is a slapper. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The playlist goes fucking hard. Alright, my epic shield is plus 20 now. That's a nice little bump up. Gosh dang it. What do the new races do? Change how you look. Races and ashes will never have any, like, power scaling benefits or anything like that. Races are cosmetic for now, and long term, there will be, like, racial bonuses, so to say, but it's not going to be like a WoW style where you get certain abilities and stuff like that. It'll be more along the lines of potentially lifestyle skill augments, maybe something like a quality this or something that on your gathering or your crafting, or like, I don't know, maybe mining speed increased by a certain percentage. Their goal is to avoid things that would dictate race class combinations being meta. So it's fair, but for a new player, I don't know if that's really going to matter either way, as there's so many other things. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. I try to think of like devil's advocate-y type situation a lot. I think canonically it would be very cool to have like the different types of incentivization for the max tier, because then it would... Who the fuck's hitting me? I'm trying to enchant stuff. Bruh. What is happening here? Are people trying to grief Merc? Bruh. This guy has no HP, what? Why are people trying to hit Merc? The fuck is going on? Very confused, but my man just got put in a wombo combo. Okay. Oh, poor guy. I don't think they realize that they're not gonna kill you. This poor guy just tanked a tomahawk from so far away. And we got Bursto. And down goes Robo. I don't think they're very happy with the decisions that they made. Oh, sorry, I couldn't see you to invite you. The chat be wacky a little bit. These guys are, not the tankiest. I don't necessarily know if they expected this as a response, but 3v1. Brother. These boys are delusional. The cope is strong with this one. Even on the PTR there are copers. That's fucking wild. That rogue Robory is a griefer. I know, we've been cooking him for the last like 20 minutes. And then I had to stop to enchant some of the new things that I got from a friend. So I was in the process of enchanting shit. And then I just like... I see Merc getting jumped by like 4 people. And so we just turn and start cooking the people that are jumping Merc. And now I go back to enchanting my stuff. It's a good life. It's a good life. These rings are gonna push me up way past 240 fizz power if I put both of them on. It's kind of like scary hours how large we'll be. How much does this give for gold? Oh, that gives gold cap. Okay, cool. Well, I can put those both plus 20 pretty easily. I didn't know that those enchanting kits gave gold cap. That's quite nice. Oop. So I'm gonna put 2 steel rings at plus 20. It's more level 20 epic gear in the bag, but you need a lot of space to open it. Yeah, where do those epic bags come from? First of all, where do those come from? Second of all, oh god damn it. I want another duel. My reflect wasn't working in our other one. I went to reflect 2 of your... Oh, I just got a double kill on those guys. Oh no. Oh, I just killed them both with 1 shield assault ground pound. Oh my god, I just nuked them. Siege test 2 months ago. Oh, wait, what the fuck? That's insane. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I was wondering, I was like, there's no way to grab these right now. You pulled Bissington out of those. I wasn't even using the steel rings. I was going iron rings instead, but throwing in the attack speed just for funsies over 500 HP when I'm already at 9,300 HP is probably doable. Probably doable. Seems like a pretty reasonable thing at this point. I'll throw both of these on. I'll be up over 240 fizz power. My attack speed is going to be extremely fast. What the fuck they hit me for? Dog. Ay. Alright, well, Eric instead. And then... Robo is stunned in 3, 2... I got a wall on him. Stunned and dead. Stonefather is the other one. Don't worry, you're good. I'm doing this with my fucking enchanting menu up, dog. What is their problemo? I'm just running them down right now. One of them's all the way back at the harbor, and I pulled him back in. He's invis right in front of us. I just want to enchant my shit. Oh. Okay. They're getting cooked. Nin, hello. How are you? I feel like race bonuses are a little too old school TTRPG for an MMO. I mean, I feel like also just having things that were very, like, meta-deterministic in certain MMOs, like a human in WoW, for example, being the, you know, being the paladin, being the warrior, whatever you're doing that's mace or sword related because you get sword and mace specialization. All of those things, while they may have a place in other, like, MMOs and other structures, right? I almost feel like they're a little bit dated just in terms of what they bring. Steel longbow. I used an iron longbow. Like, I know a steel longbow is a fuckload of damage, but I love my iron longbow for the crit. Our force crit goes so hard. Now, I mean, I guess it'd be like a 5 power difference, so it's not that much. But playing around the force crit makes me feel extremely, extremely, extremely happy. Buy a few enchant kits to open later when you go below cap. Yeah, I should probably swing back at some point. I mean, I did just refresh my cap, and at this point, I'm just enchanting my last ring. I have 2 steel rings that I'm gonna throw up, so. I got these says no selection of items. Word. If you get an iron longbow, you know where to go. You know where to go. But yeah, I feel like race class combos being kind of like incentivized fits in certain MMO styles, but I think a lot of Ashes is make the decisions that you want to make and have your character be impacted by those without really being like forced into any of that decision-making process, right? And I do feel like race class combos to a certain extent. God damn it, they're trying to jump Keef. I need like fucking 5 more enchants on this. Oh, they're getting fucking nuked. Poor guys. I say poor guys as they've been trying to grief for the past like 20 minutes. I don't really know what their goal is, but they're just getting like 3-shotted. I don't even think they have their gear set up. I almost feel bad. We're just like basic attacking them and they're fucking dying. I kind of feel bad. I feel like we should maybe like let them get a kill so they don't quit or something. Maybe like throw them a bone of some sort. Couple pieces of gear. Just something to keep them incentivized, because otherwise they're gonna dip. I do miss my hawk bow. And mental illness, they won't quit. How many people do you think say that about me streaming this all the time? Someone 1v1. Is that a fighter? Oh. Me. Hold on. I'll 1v1 him. It's a rogue that wants a 1v1 ski. So, against the rogue, we'll take the double steel ring. We'll throw those bad boys on. That's going to jump me up to 241.1 fizz power and 102.6 attack speed. So, should be a nice attempt to get. Oh? I can't trip this motherfucker. I'm missing like all of my Tripinskis. I just played that intro so fucking awkward. I was like caught off guard by how much shit I truly missed. It's okay though. That'll encourage him for the future endeavors. There we go. Oh god. Whoops. I hit him with a trip and 100 zeroed him. I didn't know his gear was that bad. I missed my first trip and he got like 1,000 damage in on me. And then I waited until my trip was up again, just kind of like left clicking him. And then I just 100 zeroed him with one combo. I feel slightly bad. But I think we're hitting pretty hard now. Okay. We go again. Now that hopefully my reflect is working. Thoughts and prayers. Alright, we're up. We got good fights now, boys. What? I'm pissed. Reflect is cooked. We're cooked. We're so cooked, chat. Pray for me. We're down horrendous here. Oh no, it didn't work again. Why are you reflect immune? Like you just physically can't be reflected. We're down so horrendous. This is extremely bad for business. It's okay though, I got one trip. Oh shit, the vine field comes out. Good place, good place, good place. Another reflect does nothing. This is making it very difficult for me to actually play the game. I will say. It's one of my stronger abilities. I do need that. I don't have shit for catch without it either. Oh, I know. I got in range for a trip finally and it fucking missed. Okay, thank God. I think we're good. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. Tommy Hawk! Oh, was it enough? Tommy Hawk for the win! Good fights, good fights, good fights. So, I will say, you figured out the movement changes probably better than any other range player, and I'm not gonna say what you're doing because I don't like when people can actually kite me around like that. Usually I don't have to rely on my reflex at all against like a lot of the range players since the changes have gone through. And that was kind of fucking annoying. Don't tell people what you're doing. I enjoy range just going, oh my god, I can't play the game. And I don't want people to know that I just got dog walked for hundreds of yards while I was chasing you down. It's less than ideal. We're fine though. Okay, I was exaggerating when I said V1s are 100% on gear, but holy shit, it's a lot. So yeah, that's like, if it is a very heavy gap between gear, like plus 20 gear with a bunch of good shots, headshot lost 2,000 damage for blocks. Thank you, I appreciate you. Reflect wasn't working, so I was just like, fuck it, I'll just block everything, make sure that it actually goes through. So I've been trying to rely more on like active blocks as well as like some complementary iframes on cast timers. Like that dichotomy of having both in the tank, so to say, is, in my opinion, really, really large. And a lot of people don't manage them both properly. And I think as a tank, there's a lot of incentivization for us to actually like know what the fuck we're doing with it. So I've been trying to get much more comfortable with a lot of that stuff. And I'm glad to know that it's actually annoying. Especially for like group and mass scale. When people start turning to me and they try to deal with me in the back line and I just like hunker down and block for a second, people are like, oh, what the fuck is going on here? Okay, Diddy darts out. Big trip in the back. Tommy Hawk. Poor guy. I feel so bad for people that I'm 1v1ing. Is there some kind of way to carry momentum / move good? No. No, everybody's fucked. No, so basically what we were talking about yesterday is that the diminishing return seems to get exponentially harder after what the game registers as your first jump or your first way of leaving the ground. So if you dodge and then jump, you're gonna get hit by the DRs. But if you jump and then dodge, you'll tend to get a little bit more of like a momentum carry backwards. You still can't like B-op off of it, but you can carry a little bit more consistently with jump dodges now than with dodge jumps. So it's pretty solid. I think people just need to like get more used to not the full B-hops. For tanks specifically, I think that we really need to embrace trying to force out people's stamina and make mental notes of their stam. So like, if I grapple somebody in and they dodge away, they dodged first, so they're going to have a natural like deficiency in terms of, oh my god, I just deleted a rogue off the face of the fucking earth. But like if somebody dodges away from me first, then I'm going to be able to dodge to them, they dodge away again, I dodge into them again, I know they no longer have any stamina, I can then guarantee get shit off without iframes going out. I think it makes it a little bit more of a resource game in addition to just mechs, because mechs can still help you like get further. You can still manipulate your mechs to turn midair, you can still get good carry midair. Like, I think that there is still plenty of momentum that you can carry. It's just you're not giga B-hopping anymore, and it's a little bit more of a resource check, making sure that you're utilizing stam properly, making sure that you are pushing other people's stam out. A lot of those small things. So that's what I've been trying to pay attention to as a melee, especially a tank. If I can get someone's movement ability out, and then I can grapple them, and then they dodge, I know that I've got them dead to rights, just all set up. I know that I have more resources than them, and if I have more resources than them, I have more kill potential than them. So that's what I've been trying to play around quite a bit. Played tank yesterday with 7k HP, no chance, and felt decent. Oh, was he asking me stuff? Not that much damage, though. I feel like I should plug the Twitchington so people can get the breakdowns on things. I feel like that's the easiest way to explain that A, this set's unfair, and B, you don't even need this much fizz power scaling to hit this hard as a tank. I decimate people on live with 200 fizz power. Now granted, everyone else also isn't running around in plus 20 gear, but I think tank feels real good right now. Real good right now. Until it doesn't. Once people figure out that they can just CC us and ignore us, once they get our first shake it off, like, out, we're cooked. We're cooked. There are definitely ways to deal with this. But a lot of people will just let us free roam, let us cook our combos, let us go on the targets that we want to, and we can have absolutely massive impact. Or we can also do fucking nothing. Steezy and Sib going right now. Sib with the big get off the stage. Steezy doesn't move. He dug his feet into the soil very thoroughly. Steezy 500 HP. Steezy loses. Steezy loses. Surely. Sustain coming out from Steezy. Oh wait, the discordance bounced to me. I'm so sorry. Is the new server tech already online? Dynamic gridding. Dynamic gridding, we have not had confirmation that it's on yet. That'll, I don't really know when it'll be. Future PTR test emphasis, I'm sure. But dynamic gridding also is probably something where during that testing phase, we'll be testing other things kind of like simultaneous to it. Because dynamic gridding is just going to be like a server backend. We aren't really going to like, you know, test the character creator or certain abilities for dynamic gridding. So I think that dynamic gridding will probably come in hopefully around the time that Summoner does. If Summoner is fast, if Summoner is slow, hopefully before Summoner. But I love that my AoE in cap hits rogues in their smoke. Yeah, abilities that allow you to fish, like, 4 people, are huge. I wish that tank had a little bit more fishing, but one thing that I've noted since the B-hopping changes too is that rogue is a lot less just like, I can full completely disengage with fuck you levels of movement. Like, if they try to re-stealth in our area, we're gonna know that they're in the area. What are you testing right now? So right now over on the private test realm, we have been feeling out some movement changes that they made to our momentum carry system. Fall damage is in and they did some mob scaling stuff. So basically, I have been testing a lot of the momentum changes. The movement system is one that's very near and dear to my heart as a melee player. I was a big B-hop enjoyer, but they've essentially killed B-hops in terms of any sustained manner of like multiple B-hops going off. And with that, a lot of movement abilities are no longer carrying momentum in a massive way. So it's taken a little bit of adjusting, but I initially didn't like the changes, and then after PvPing with them, started really liking the changes. It makes fights feel much more like an ebb and flow fight and a lot less like people just bouncing around everywhere doing everything. And I think that's for the better of the playtesting environment, and honestly for the better of the long-term game. It'll take some tweaks to get kind of like the curve of slowdown on the B-hops and like the jumps themselves to feeling like a natural state. But really, I think it's a very good step. It feels great, and the more I PvP with it, the more I like it. It feels like there's still plenty of player skill, plenty of ability to like kite out and maintain your distance. Movement abilities are super impactful. Displacement abilities like grapple, wall, those things are super impactful now. It feels really, really, really good. And if they can get the like the fine tuning down in terms of like the gradient at which you slow down in the air versus, you know, dying off from B-hops, it'll feel great. It just feels a little unnatural right now with how fast your momentum dies. It's like, I've been calling it the bungee cord effect, where you kind of like, you hit the end of where they want you to be jumping, and then they just snatch your bungee cord back, right? And you kind of like pop back. So if they can even out that whole process, linearize that a wee bit, I think it'll actually feel incredible. Give people a little bit more natural of a slowdown, a little bit more natural of a curve to those like movement kicks, and then we ball. All right, so what do we have out here? There are not many people left over here, but I have a hull. We can always sail around. I brought multiple hulls out with me. And somebody has a boat here too. Jacoby. Wasn't that one of the griefers? Or was Jacoby not one of the griefers? But yeah, I just think it takes a little bit more to get used to. I also think if you dodge immediately into your jump, then it still gives you a little bit of a launch angle. It's just not as much. Jacoby was one of the griefers. Okay, let's kill his caravel then. It's docked over here. I'm just gonna beat the shit out of his boat. It's got 500k HP and I already got 3k down. See if he'll come over and contest it. I don't think he will though. Let's see. Is Kiefer dueling right now? Who's Kiefer? Or are you guys getting griefed again? Bruh. They're griefing you guys again? My fucking god. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. Pop us home. I love how they start running as soon as I get over here. Yeah, you're not getting away, boys. I'm so sorry to inform you, but you're cooked. Oh. Oh, sorry. The dumbasses are back, and they're dead again. We can just go kill their boat. Uh-oh. You don't want to do that, Stash. Something tells me Stash is about to die pretty quickly. Uh-oh. Wait, does Stash have the big damage going out? Oh, why are these douchers griefing duels again? Who threw the fucking caltrips out? If I see who's throwing out caltrips, I'll just kill him. Oh. Right here. Don't grief duels. Okay, this guy's very much dead. Yeah. Good night. Oh. 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 And he's dead. He thought he could live. He thought he could live. Man, I don't know why people keep trying to fucking grief duels. I'm just gonna sit here and kill the people that are griefing duels. It's quite nice. Damage? Yeah, some say the French invented the damage, but they never figured out how to use it. And as a result, they had to forfeit pretty much everything they did. Is Fear Killer one of us? Alright, sewer, it's time. Drop the groupington. Hold on. Kick from raid. Get healed up. It's time. Whenever you're good, I'm ready. This might last 10 minutes. We don't quite know. But no matter how long it lasts, we're good. Although I only have 10 minutes on my consumes. So hopefully this doesn't last a full 10. Alright. Good. Alright. We're live. Tank versus tank. Dusty versus sewer. Boys, we're up. Yeet. Bonk, bonk. Okay, we're good. I'm pretty comfortable with how this is going at the moment. Oh, fuck me. I read you wrong. I went to reflect his goddamn banner because I read it wrong. I'm so down. I think we're actually up. So down, we're actually up is our new term, boys. It's beautiful for us. The situation is playing into our hands directly. Okay, I'm liking this. Oh, good reflect, good reflect. Sewer gets a very nice reflect in, but I have a good amount of sustain still. I counter with a reflect of my own. We're in a very good position. We get the triple vengeance stun as well. That's gonna give us a couple seconds. His lockout hits. Gotta stop tanking these reflectamundos, brother. Nice little counter by me though. He doesn't have a lockout, so I should be able to get a little bit of a combo going here. Oh, he just got the quad slam to the face. If you take a quad slam and live, that's already an accomplishment, brother, but there may not be much that you can do at that point. The quad slam is just devastating to hit. Rumor has it that's wiped out entire bloodlines before. My god. I got my lockout, so he burned a reflect without getting the Tripinski on it. And then I just reflected his grapple. And that might be the difference maker here. Oh, no way. I just gotta shake it off into a mean tomahawk. I got a trip on him mid-pulp and he lost his pulp because of it. Oofies. That is, you really do hate to see it. Okay. We might have big Burstingtons coming out. His reflect is down. Oh, I killed him with my reflect on his shield assault. GG's. Okay. They're trying. And I don't think it's gonna work, I won't lie. The griefers tried to follow up and instantly are not having a fun time anymore, I don't think. Because one is down and the other one is getting chased off. Poor lads. Hey, Stash, stop hitting Kiko. Why does Stash keep hitting you? What did you do to Stash? So we don't see you live playing. It's PTR on NDA. PTR is on a visual NDA, yes. So essentially, you guys are seeing stuff that won't get me in legal problems, like legal trouble. And then I am trying to keep you guys updated on like anything major that's happening over on the PTR. We also have a group of people that are just over here like dueling and yapping about what we're doing. So it's essentially like live testing and like being able to check on things, see what's going on with things, talk to the people that are over here actually testing as well. And for people that aren't like over here, just kind of like giving them an idea of what's going on. Logging in now, huge. There's still a decent group of people that are over here. I need to re-up my consumes and then re-up my consumes IRL. And then we'll be good to go. So we'll get our food cooking up. We just got our elixirs up as you can probably guess. Who's got lead? I do. Feel free to shoot me a DM or just run over here. We could also get on a boat and go sail around and just cook people. I'd be very down for that as well. I think some Tropics gameplay could be... I mean, obviously we can't show it, which makes me sad, but... soon we'll be able to. Lino Crafts, game is good. It's playtest, so you kind of gotta, like, gauge what you're expecting from it. But personally, I have a ton of fun every day that I play it. Having a lot of fun. Third, why do you do that? Is the game mode of development? Is PTR so rough? No, PTR is great. PTR has historically been like a visually NDA'd thing, and keep in mind, open development, we already see so much more in terms of the development, including the alpha environment, which is typically something that's PTR, that's NDA'd fully in a lot of testing like environments. So essentially with that, the private test realm sees a lot of things in their first implementation. And as a result, while they're cool with like people discussing it, going from there, it seems like if something is, you know, very early on in its implementation, they do want to have some level of, okay, before it goes out to everybody in his scene, we want to have it to, you know, a certain degree of ready. And that's perfectly understandable. They also have internal dev branches that are much different builds than what we're playing on the PTR as well. And we don't see those either. So that doesn't really mean that it's not open development. We have much more open development here and transparent development here than pretty much every other title that's in the works right now is offering. And honestly, what they did recently with opening up the private test realm to every Wave 2 key holder, or sorry, Wave 2 Alpha 2 key holder, so everybody that has access to the game also has access to the PTR now, is actually more in favor of open development than like closed development. It's quite nice. It's quite nice. Is that zombie? Is who zombie? But yeah, so with that, I think everything genuinely in Ashes is much more open and transparent than I've ever expected. I didn't have my PTR access before the first when they opened it up there, but does anyone expect this? Yeah, fair. Okay, yeah, a lot of people just come in and they're like, oh, well, is this closed off now? But no, so in terms of like why the NDA is where it is, I've also always been a little bit like, well, I wonder why, because I even got the okay to have audio. So like the audio that you're hearing from in-game is like PTR audio. We can do that. We can talk about it. We can discuss what's up. We just physically cannot like show anything. And if we show stuff, we get in trouble. And for that reason, I will not be showing anything. Very important to keep in mind. I will be showing quite legitimately nothing. Are you guys dueling, or was this rogue also like third-partying it? Because I'm just gonna kill this rogue real quick. They're trying to nuke, but they won't be able to. They can try, but it didn't work very well. I don't even know if they're like griefing the duel or what they're doing at this point, but oh, sorry. Wrath, hello, brother. Wild known I'm off today and Ash is up. So you see my off days. Well, your off days are still down days, but the PTR is up. We're on the private test realm right now actually playing, and what you're saying, oh, you guys aren't dueling. Oh, okay. Well, that changes everything then. But basically, the private test realm is the visually NDA'd server, right? And with that, we aren't showing any, like, live, you know, PTR video. You're getting yaps from the PTR, basically discussion about what's happening over here, but you guys are getting VOD from a few days ago, so that way I don't get my accounts Thanos snapped. Quite excited about that. It's a nice little happy medium that results in me still having a job and being able to play Ashes. And you guys still getting the content that you know, love, and look forward to. Alright, so Fear Killer is dead now. Quite instantly. Stash is next. Cyborg, I get you protected. Brit. How many do they have just out here trying to grief? Because I'm just gonna start Thanos snapping motherfuckers. Oh, zombies here too. That's so funny. All right, we got the Zombler in the raid too. Four, I think. I mean, now they have another rogue out here that's trying to focus me, and he's about to get one-shotted. Tommy Hawk just hit him for 600. Oh god. When Tommy Hawk is hitting people for 600, my god. You talking over a video from before? No, we're not talking over. Well, okay, yeah. So like, not discussing, but like speaking over it. Yeah. So like, what you're hearing is audio from the PTR. You're hearing the live gameplay. This video is like from previous. So you guys are just getting like, picture the video that you guys are seeing as just filler. It's like if Subway Surfers was playing. The video is just so there's Ash's content rolling. The audio you're hearing is from the private test realm. And I'm giving you guys like yaps about the private test realm, and the commentary is from the private test realm. So like, you're getting the quote unquote like live commentary as it happens. You just can't see it. So picture like you get to go to the soccer game, but you're deaf. Not deaf, blind. Sorry. You can hear what's going on, but you can't see what's going on. And what you're seeing is completely irrelevant to what's going on right now. That's just so people can see something. So yeah. We're like dueling and PvPing right now. Oh wait, how did Keef corrupt? Kiefer, where are you? But yeah, so you guys are getting like live feedback and shit and updates from the PTR, but you're just seeing something that won't get my account banned. Very, very like basically put. Because the PTR is visually NDA'd. So you guys will like hear us fighting. I'll be calming when we are fighting because we're hanging out in the tropics. Oops. Big brain play. Yes. So I'm able to stream everything, and like, for example, we're not just testing the new races that came out today. Yesterday, the focus of our testing was the movement system that they changed. They added in fall damage, and they also basically, one sec, they removed a lot of the momentum carryover that certain abilities and dodge rolling had on them too. So with that, a lot of movement feels extremely different now than it used to. And a lot of range classes in particular are having to adjust to not just being able to like Omega B-hop everywhere that they wanted to go all the time. And people have to kind of like play with a little bit of a brain again. It's kind of cool. And hopefully they keep these changes in and just continue to implement on them instead of just like, you know, full just reverting, because I do think that there is a lot of potential in this. Bro, they legitimately have like fucking 7 people over here trying to cook 2 of us. Merc, I need you. They can't cook us with a massive numbers up. That's so sad. Oh. Brother, why do they have so many fucking rogues? Go on Green Cross. Green Cross is their healer. And they're not too talented. I won't lie. They're kind of struggling to just like not get completely walked down. And they're tripped. And they're bursted. And they're walled around the corner. And they walked right into the corner that they can't get out of. And they have nowhere to go. And they're trying to jump over to my wall. And Fear Killer is dead because they can't get around my wall. And they're just trying to grief people. Well played, Mr. Fear Killer. Boop. And then I just killed one of his rogue friends. And then we'll kill Stash, his mage friend. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Well. Oh shit, boys, we got a relic spawn. Oh my lord. My lordy, lordy, lordy. That sounds kind of fucking exciting. I will not lie. Sounds like something we could get ourselves involved in. Relic to spawn, mercy me. I know, you thinking what I'm thinking? Maybe a little visit to the relic department. Bro, why are there so many rogues? Like, I feel like the rogues are not even, like, doing anything, really. I feel like they're just primarily running away and getting cooked. It's more confusing than anything else. I'm genuinely like, why are so many people going rogue? Hoofs. Are you doing it because of the horns? Oh, no. Oh, no. I never learned how to b-hop anyway, so that works for me. Yo, that's fucking massive for you. Up tremendous. Hank, how you doing, my boy? Just got off work? Hey, yo. Hey, yo, do it up, brother. You don't even have to farm up drops. You can just chill out, farm up the, or just talk to the vendor for your gear. You ain't gotta farm up shit, brother. It's all about just talking to the vendor, getting your levels done, and then you're good to go. These poor lads have no idea what they're getting into. All right. Oh, did their cleric finally flag? Nope. Wait, Kiko's one of us. Kiko's one of the good ones. We're good. Horns, hoofs. Sounds right up your alley, brother. I won't lie. Sounds like something you could get behind. Are you coming over to play today? Because I do believe we were going to put a boat in the water here shortly and sail around, because we've been chilling at the southern harbor for most of the day, just PvPing. And it may be time to move on to bigger and better things. Just cook stash. Yeah, poor guy is not having the best go of things. Granted, I don't really think any of them are. Poor Stashington. Him and Mr. Tommy Hawk, every time that he tries to run away, they're just having some run-ins that they're not very happy with, man. I wish I had different news for him, but Tommy Hawk enjoys this guy's back. And anytime Tommy Hawk hits you in the back, it's gonna hurt. Tommy's not a nice guy behind you. Uh-oh. Oh. You guys don't need to see what just happened. Everything's fine. I got you protected, Seb. You are perfectly set. Brother was just trying to dance around a corner and then got walled off and couldn't get out from around the corner, and now he's cooked. Toast, you saw that shit? We need your boat? Oh, okay. Oh, don't corrupt, don't corrupt, don't corrupt. Make sure you guys don't corrupt. You'll lose all your gear that you have to get back from the vendor, and then plus 20 for free again. Oh god, heaven forbid that ever happened. That would be awful. Really, the end of your game. Is Stash trying to fight them now? Is Stash a neutral entity? I'm confused. I feel like Stash might just be vibing. I don't know though. Oh wait, Keith has a boat? Okay, cool. Alright, I think we're good. Should we kill Jacob's caravel? Stash, why do you keep hitting people, brother? What the fuck? Brother's trying to get on somebody else's boat. The hell do you mean? He's like under the boat in the water. Brother, we can still hit you under there. This man is quite possibly hitting like the most creative get the fuck out of there level pathing I've ever seen. And now he's dead. He tried his best. He did. He did. South all on boat. Oh, okay. I'm coming over. Wait, are we bringing Kiko? Might as well. Bruh. Like, yes, fuck the griefers, but also, it's so free. Toast, you're protected. You can just stay in. I got a present for you, and it's fucking invulnerability. Oh, unless that happens. No, you're good. We're good. They die now. Bye-bye. Even my, like, weak damage combos are hitting like crazy. Zombie, these guys have been going at it all day, dog. It's kind of, wait, south? Oh, south is this way. Okay, cool. I was going the wrong way. But, like, it's kind of crazy how committed they've been. I respect it. But it almost goes to show what happens when people can actually just afford to repair their stuff. There's no, like, ow. There's no risk of losing your shit. Sometimes people just really like PvP. Now imagine what'll happen in the PvP battleground areas. Imagine what'll happen when arenas are added. If arenas don't have things like durability on death, and you can just go in and you can PvP and you can cook. People will have hours of content every single day just PvPing, which is what we've been doing in like a fucking 50 square meter radius for hours today. Pretty cool concept. Replayable content being added as the game continues to evolve. Wow. Game changer of sorts. I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee while we're on the boat. Oh, good day, lads. We've returned. Someone fall? Or are we good? Oh no, we're good. It's just Steezy. He's fine. Fuck him. We don't need Steezy. Were you slapping your cheeks? Did you guys hear that? Yeah, I was slapping the shit out of my cheeks. Why, what's up? You never walk around and just slap your own cheeks to make them jiggle? Surely somebody in this chat walks around and slaps their own cheeks to make them jiggle a little bit. I don't think that's too, like, outlandish of a thing. How did he know? That shit probably echoed. Only when air drying? We said slap, not spread. Hoofs, which fans do you use, by the way? I don't know if I already ran this by you or not. But if you don't use like the Dyson airless or the Dyson bladeless fans, I feel like you're throwing. Because if you had the bladeless fans, you could have like the high fan and the low fan, and then you could have a ground up fan where you just like dip your balls into the fan directly to like fan dry it. Because there wouldn't be blades to like smack your balls. So I feel like that would be a good play. Never actually tried them. I can confirm they work. I don't have one because they're expensive, but I don't know like what your go-to fan is. But right now, I'm employing a fan that doesn't have the base because Douglas, old Bitter Galaxy, it took the base off of it for some reason when he was growing weed with it. And, well, since then, the base has been missing. So it's just kind of like leaned up somewhere, and it's cooking with all it's worth. He literally slapped his own stuff when I asked him if he wanted spaghetti left over. Well, yeah, I made really good dinner last night. I was quite literally cooking. We're up tremendous, yes. Also, you have to close your eyes when you come in or I get banned. So, just do it for both of us. You can't see the PTR. You have to stay out of the stream room when I'm on the PTR. I'm kidding, by the way. You don't actually have to close your eyes. 12-inch Vornado fans. That sounds like it would chop your balls off in one swoop. That sounds like it has metal blades on it. Like, that doesn't sound like your old Walmart fan. I guess it would be counterintuitive, but what if you got those spritzer fans? So, like, you could also have a level of needing to be wet when you want to be wet. I feel like that might be legit as hell. Also, where are we going? Don't you want air to not be held on one spot when growing? I don't know, it's just a harvester slash trimmer. The fan did like a rotating thing. But yeah, basically there were like multiple fans in that were rotating or something. I don't know. Douglas just had like a small, like fucking grow tent with a couple of plants. He was by far nothing like of a professional grower. What the fuck? The ship's taking on water. Okay, we're fine. We need a couple people on buckets, please. This is starting to get hairy out here. But yeah, I mean, oh shit. It was definitely by no means like a full professional up. Can you see your weapons when sheathed yet? Looks stupid that you can't see the one on your back when you put them away. Like your other weapon on your back? No, when you switch weapons, that one's still hidden. And it doesn't go on your back. You do put it away, though. Like, it's not that it's supposed to go on your back. Like, it's working as intended. It's just... you gotta do a little digging sometimes to figure out what someone's rocking. It sucks that shields have been meta. It's been a hard shape to get a lot of people used to, but... I like to see my weapons. That's fair. I don't necessarily think that it would be completely ruled out long term. I feel like, just in terms of the perspective of someone who plays like all the way zoomed out, most of the time I notice somebody's weapons based on the projectiles more than the actual like weapons that they're rocking, especially in large scale. They're like, honestly, I really love what Intrepid's doing with their sound design related to weapons. I think a lot of weapons and abilities, and honestly, important things in combat have very unique audio indicators that a lot of games will skimp over. So I can tell like what type of bow I'm getting shot by, for instance, by not only the attack cadence, the range that the person's standing, but also the sound of each projectile being different with a short bow than a long bow. The small things like that make me pretty optimistic that a lot of players will get that little, that flavor that they like closer to launch. I don't necessarily know if there's a plan for the second weapon to be visualized in any way, or if that's meant to be more like a secret thing, but... Good news, I can finally taste food. Industrial mouthwash finally subsided. You built up a tolerance. Now you've only got the finest of bacteria in your mouth. It's evolved. It's like the King Kong of bacteria. Where y'all sailing at? We are currently east of Corin on the way up to... I don't know where. Brine Barrel, maybe? If you need to repair, we could run over to Corin real quick. If we can get the person... who's driving? Keith? Keith, can you, like, bring us over to the Corin Harbor? I brushed my teeth 6 hours ago. Oh! Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, this is when I got my Dunmore helm. Boys, we're so up. I was so happy. I got my Dunmore helm and I rolled 100 on my Boots of the Tardy. It was a good couple of rolls. The 60 on the Dunmore was crazy. We lost zombie. Keep going. Keep going. Don't ask questions, just fucking drive. Corning around the bottom of the June Dark. I think we are taking a pit stop at Corin. I don't know what the plan is, though. I think we might just be sailing and fucking around. You vote town to city. Do you guys not fucking check Twitter? Do you not follow me on Twitter? I posted that tweet while I was taking a shit, and Hoofsy liked it about 4 seconds after it was posted. I got the notification that Hoofsy liked the tweet before I got the notification that the tweet finished posting. It was on my watch. Not on my watch. Is it similar to X? Hardy har har har. Yeah, personally, I think X is a stupid fucking name. I'll say that publicly. Twitter's a better name. It's still Twitter. Town then city makes so much sense. Yeah, so if you guys are civilized human beings and follow me on social meteors, then you'll know that I dropped an absolute banger. The post was deleted by the post author. Wait, why did they delete their post? Wait, the tweet from Ashes is gone, where they asked for votes. I think I solved it. Did I get it right? Hold on. I tweeted Wilderness 0, Crossroads 1, Encampment 2, Town 3, City 4, Metropolis 5. Also, plural of Metropolis is Metropolises. Thank you for your time. Where did the tweet go? They deleted it. Wait. Did they? Or is Twitter just tweaking? Oh, they added more. It's deleted and they remade it. Glorious community. We plan on removing a node stage after the village stage and want your feedback on what the progression should look like. Town to Metropolis, town to city, city to Metropolis. Let us know what you think the 4th and 5th node stage names should be. So apparently they're stuck on keeping village. Personally, what if they just changed village to town and then they did town city and then the Metropolis names? That's my take. Maybe they deleted the Lussies. No, no, no. They like the Metropolises. I think we were getting too much traction by deviating too far from the plan. Metro is just the odd one out. Yeah, I don't know, I feel like town for T3, when you start getting your actual, like, governance, is also fine. Like, I feel like town, city, metro is also a fine prog. But I guess they're really set on it being a fucking village. They didn't want me getting any traction. What if I just reply and say delete village, please? I feel like at a certain point I'm gonna get blocked. Village, city, metro. Yeah, but like a village going directly to a city doesn't make sense. Like that would be such a big jump really quickly. Because you don't have towns, you don't have suburbs. It's poverty into city. I mean, I don't know if that's like regionally appropriate for different areas. But I feel like it should be faded in like a nice cut. Town to metro is ridiculous too. That's why I say delete village. Make it town, city, and then metro. Yes, I'm team delete village. But they're trying to silence us. I personally think it should be wilderness at 0, crossroads at 1, encampment at 2, town at 3, city at 4, and metropolises at 5. I think that makes sense. Keep village. Then what are you deleting? You have to delete something. So we either go delete metro. Yeah. Delete village or delete metro are my two. Village, city, metro. I don't think a village turns into a city though. I think it would be a town before it were a city. That's not like a logical progression in things. That would skip an entire step of like just normalized progression. Village, town, city feels more high fantasy than Metropolis, especially if the metro can change. So village, town, and then delete city from terminology and then make it the unique cities. Cities fall, metropolises don't. Metropolises can take quite a beating and still bounce back. That is true. They're quite resilient. Yeah. Yeah. I do agree, though. Village, town, city does seem good. Idea, unique names for every node type. I think on the top level, unique names for everything would be good. So say it were like village, town, and then a unique, a religious node at T5 was like, what the fuck would like a citadel or some bullshit? And then you go there and it's like a very unique looking node. It's all religioned out. And then you have like an exchange for like a metropolis that's an economic node. And then you go over there and shit's like the New York Stock Exchange. You just copy paste that. It'll work in the high fantasy. Don't worry. Just add like a dragon or something. I feel like there's a lot that you could do. Do you guys need to repair? I didn't die at all, but I guess I'll go repair anyways. I'm going to repair, just play safe. Losing the metropolises would be tragic. Sitosi still exist. Yeah, there's a lot that we can do. There's a lot that can happen. Believe me, where there's a will, there's an ussy. And also, I was asking chat earlier, say they dropped like 3 new biomes back to back to back. What do you think our average time to peen for a new biome would be? Personally, I'm thinking we could time to peen a new biome with a reasonable looking peen that's inarguable in under 10 minutes. Town to city feels like it makes the most sense, but a metropolis feels giga chad. Yeah, like what? Someone Webster's definition for me what a metropolis is. Because like we all know what a city is. But like is a metropolis like multiple cities or like what formally is a metropolis? Metropolises is wild. It's the plural for metropolis. New York? New York's a city. New York City. What you mean? Town and city just feels too close to me. So like maybe I don't know, I don't want to assume people's like where they grew up or anything, but I grew up in a really small town of like 4,000, 5,000 people, and the difference between a town and a city to me is very substantial. So I guess that could just be like personal, like, you know, feel of things. But we have places in Maine that are like 200 people villages. We have 5,000 person towns, and then we have like a couple cities that are like towns for other areas. But like for us, if you go into like Boston or something, that's a substantially different feel than like Portland, Maine is. Metropolis, the capital or chief city of a country or region. That would make sense then, because it would force a lockout regionally as well. You wouldn't have 2 metropolises right next to each other. New York is 5 boroughs, aka towns. See, in Maine, each borough would be a city of its own. That's the crazy difference. Perspective is fucking wild. But I mean, town versus city, I guess, is also a bit of like a formality thing. I don't really know if there's a certain point where it goes from a town to a city. A metropolis feels like a larger city, like a mega city. Okay. Right. Right. So with 5 tiers. In my language, town and city are the same. I think town and city are synonymous. I think one is just like, it's like mom versus mother. I think one of them is like formal. Actually, now I think we should suggest a megalopolis. And is that where the megalodon spawns? How deep is this going? How many levels are there to it? Town for me feels like a small town. A city is a big city. Yeah, I agree. That's also the vibes that I get from it. I 1000% agree with that. Toast, are you looking for the... Are you here for the megalodon? Is that what's got you excited? Because I will say the Megalodon is a huge opportunity for them. Where the fuck are we sailing to, by the way? Wasn't there a movie that just came out called Megalopolis? Was it good or was it bad? Mine the rubies. Hold on, let me go back. Wait, there weren't even any rubies. The fuck are you yapping about? There weren't even any rubies. The last song? Oh, the last song was from Heroes 3. It was a tavern theme. Oh, are you talking about these rubies? Which ones? Like these rubies? Like, you want me to get those? I'll try to remember for P3. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Happy to help. We need them. The fuck you need them for? What we doing with the rubies? You're right. I should still be building good habits of stopping for minables. You are correct. I should be practicing good habits now. You wouldn't mind those rubies? No, those rubies are fine. But I'll find some good rubies to mine in the future. Oh wait, who's zooming over here? Are we just like scoping this out? I'm training you so you don't ignore the 20 copper again. Well, maybe it should be more than 20 copper and they should try to make it worth my fucking time. Do they not realize who I think I am? Like, I put myself up there with the best of them. Some of the GOATs. And they've got to compensate me for my time in a way that I don't think they're willing to do. And sometimes people don't recognize talent, even if talent's right in front of their face. The area for a house is so cute. Oh, over here in like Seahook. You rolled 100 for a tardy? I did indeed, yes. Yes, and I regret nothing. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, hey. I know this guy. These are people that we were fighting over on live the other day, I believe. Right. I got the rogue in the blender. And they will decease any moment now. Yeet. I don't know where they're at. Oh, they were in the air and now they're dead. From in the air to in the ground. You're fine, by the way. I have you protected. That rogue was a slippery little bastard. And this guy forgot that there was fall damage, I think. Yeet. I just got him stuck on zombie's wall with another grapple. That's so sad. Okay, so anyways. I think we found a couple people here. But I don't think they have enough people here. I think it might just be like a duo running around in the drops. I'm excited for the anvils, Carlo, by the way. If you haven't seen, they're forming brine breaches. Bro, just use Rosarium. What do you mean? The anvils, like the map was shown on whatchamacallit, the production environment. And we found a node that looks real good for the boys. We're very excited. Kaltorum looks good. It's a harbor node, a divine node. It's in the anvils. It's kind of litty. I won't even lie. I'm very excited for it. So as soon as that opens up, I think we might vroom 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 skirt and check that out. I think we'd be silly not to. Are we getting back on the boat? I would assume if they only have 2, staying here with our entire group probably wouldn't be the best content. Not that anyone's like seeing the content right now anyways, but like it wouldn't necessarily be the most engaging PvP. The best use of our time. It's 2 days until America Day. I think we might be going up to my parents. Everyone's been texting me asking what we're doing. I think we might be able to go up to my parents because my dad said he could get some like fireworks and stuff. Because fireworks in Maine are like legal. So we might do like a day stream and then on the 4th go out to my parents and do like burgers and dogs and stuff. And me and my dad can like do fireworks and shit. So we'll do America stuff. We'll make it happen. I don't know who else I could get to pull up as well, but we'll see. We'll see. What if I just get chat to pull up for a 4th party? We have a few people that are from Maine in chat. I could get them to bring a side dish. We could do like a big potluck so you get the full America experience. Dogs your parents. Yeah, fuck. I mean, honestly, if somebody tried to pull up on my parents' house, I'd regret that for them. Oh my god. You imagine you don't know my dad and he just pulls up pissed off? Jesus fucking Christ. I know him and I don't like when he pulls up pissed off. Good luck. They probably got like booby traps in that shit. Your dad's low-key scary. He's like Rick Grimes, but real. Going to DC for fireworks that day. Ayo, that sounds fun. There are also a lot of towns that put on fireworks too. Funny enough, we usually have fireworks actually in a lot of places. Maybe I could get my parents to come down for food. Like they buy us dinner and then we do fireworks. That could be cool. Or we could go there. Either way. Yeah, I forgot that like a lot of towns put on fireworks. Keep in mind, not cities. Merc fell, by the way. I think we stopped for him, but... yeah, there are a lot of possibilities. I don't know what the weather's gonna be like. Let me peep real quick. Most cities in Arizona make fireworks illegal. Oh no, they just have a lot of like... shoot your fireworks off this time to this time type shit. So it's what, Friday? 5% chance of rain. It's gonna be quite nice. Okay, word. Oh, Lord. The 6th and the 7th is gonna be in the fucking 90s. Holy shit. Well, we're cooked. Boys, we're gone. We're off the face of the earth forever. It's not looking too good for us. I think, wasn't Canada Day yesterday or some bullshit? Or today? When's Canada Day, chat? I feel like that was a couple days ago or some bullshit. I don't really know when, but our neighbors to the north also celebrated a good day recently. So I'm happy for them. Iceland's Independence Day was quite recent as well. We were out there for that. So, it was a good time. It was a good time. Canada Day? Yeah, it's the day they Canadaed for the first time. They hit the meanest Canada. I don't even know how Canada originated. I just assumed that nobody else wanted it, and a group of people just went up and they were like, eh? And then it was theirs. It was around 100 for a few days here last week. I know, Hoofsy, half of my fucking lawn died. I'm pissed. So it didn't get watered a lot while I was gone. And basically, the areas that were direct sunlight during the very hot days got cooked. And when I went up to my parents, I grabbed a bunch of compost. I spread like a top layer of compost on everything, Spread a top layer of seed, worked it in, and then brought home some hay. So got a full reseed, a top layer of hay and everything. So it'll come back. I'm optimistic that it comes back stronger. And I got another layer of fertilizer ready to go on it like next month to keep it going strong. But fuck me, that feels quite bad. It was so good before I left, and I was so excited to come back. When we landed, it was like high 60s, low 70s. And I remember that my parents were sending me pictures at like 100+ degrees, and I was like, well, something bad's gonna happen. He lives in Dubai, so like, I believe that's also an actual desert. So quite spicy sun over there. That's the sun that bites back. That's that shit where I think if I walked outside, I just start cooking to a nice medium rare. Let me pull up. What would you do in Dubai? What is there to do in Dubai? Isn't Dubai just Vegas? It's not the sun that's the issue, it's the humidity. Oh, you guys are a humid 100+? Oh no. Yeah, see, that's the thing. When I went to Vegas, it wasn't humid at all. And that's why when I come back, I'm like, oh, Maine's hot at like 90. Because it's humid as fucking Maine. And it makes it a very sticky heat too, right? That's that air that you just go outside and it like follows you. Oh, fuck that. It's pretty bad? Yeah. Yeah, that seems pretty fucking bad. In Dubai, you have to cover up. Oh, wait, do you? Like you, not me. I could go get drippy. But, like, you might have to. Not you? Oh. No one has to. Can you, like, opt in? Hoofs, how is it in the Philippines around this time? Sell me on a Philippines-esque area, because Carlo also wants to go to Vietnam and like a lot of other areas, and I don't understand why, but I've also never been a huge like prospective traveler. I don't like bugs, and we were watching like a cave video from Vietnam last night. And there were like leeches on the way in, and people were getting like leeches on them and shit. And I was like, ew, that's enough for me. As long as you don't wear a bikini in public malls. Oh, word. Just research the laws. Well, you don't get in trouble if you just say you're a sovereign citizen. So, I've researched the laws. I know the laws in these parts. Zombie, how do you feel about that whole, expect bugs in most of those places? What if I don't want the bugs? You know? What if we, like, want to avoid them? Me too. I hate bugs, love camping, though. That's why Iceland was so nice. Iceland was all of the camping with none of the bugs. Like, none of the ticks that we have here. Really, none of the bad things about being outside. And I really miss it. Now, if I was there when a fucking volcano erupted and I literally died, that would suck. That'd be extremely unfortunate. But I think the odds are kind of in my favor to not have that happen, potentially. Potentially. You know what? I'm gonna drop some HP and get a 10k HP build. Drop some power and get a 10k HP build. Yeah, I'm gonna enchant these earrings. I can get up to 10k HP if I enchant these steel hoop earrings. So I'm gonna do that while we drive over, and then I'll have 10k HP without any cooldowns popped. Hehehe. I could also switch to a con scroll if I wanted to have a little bit more. But we should be vibing. And then I'll still be 226.4 fizz power. Which I think should be plenty. But 10k HP just seems excessive, and excessive is kind of funny. I don't think anybody will be able to cook me, and I'll be putting a 1k HP shield on everybody that I intercept to, and then 1500 HP minimum to everyone that goes in my absorption field. I'm excited. If you stay close to the campfire, bugs don't like high heat or smoke. Yeah, that's another reason why I was super thankful for Iceland not having bugs, because they also didn't have native wood out there. So I brought like a flint and steel out so we could start fires. And there wasn't any like fire sustenance. Like we would have had to have so much grass, or we would have had to like, I don't know, burn one of like a fucking building or something. I don't know. That would have been very probably heavily punished as well. But where can I catch up to y'all? We are going towards the southern harbor, I believe. And people keep falling right now, but they changed caravan POV. Oh wait, no, did they? What'd they change about it? Like the full zoom out? Or what's the dealio there? I think it's bugged. Wait, make sure you're not sharing visuals. I don't know if that's a visual or not, but make sure you're not sharing visuals. For your own safety. I don't know if that's a visual, but... Oh, it's a thread. Oh, okay. Oh, thank God. I thought that was gonna be like a screenshot first, and I was like, oh, fuck. It's in the NDA PTR chat. Okay, I don't know if we're supposed to share the channels either. So, just for safety, I'm gonna delete that. No one can see one of the worlds. Right. I just don't want some weird, like, specificity to, like, get you in trouble. It's not because you posted the link. I just don't want you to get in trouble off it. The video in there, don't watch it on stream. I mean, I don't even go anywhere near the Discord on stream. Anytime I have to check Discord for, like, Ash's stuff, I check it on my phone at this point while I'm on stream. I literally just, like, I stay so far away from any possibility of it. I have this VOD running. I have every other video capture form disabled. And it's just a specific window capture on this VOD, which is running in an instance of the browser by itself in its own, like, instanced off area, basically. So, this is the only video pass-through that's even, like, on my stream. You have zero chance of seeing my, like, gameplay, zero chance of seeing anything under the NDA. So I would rather play it so safe, where it's like, it's so easy to just be like, oh, go check this channel in the Discord. Whereas the small chance that linking the direct Discord channel somewhere could fuck you over, I can always just check it there. You share the channels, at least you could before. I had access to them before today. Better reason, sir. Yeah. Because we can always just be like, oh, go check this channel in the Discord. And it'll be much less risky than, like, linking it directly and then somebody seeing it and then someone getting in trouble. I think it's much better, especially when we're playing with, like, NDA stuff. I think it's never a guarantee that anything, like, directly shared and not just, like, word of mouth, like, you know, reshared, since it's the visual NDA, is safe. But I'll check it out. Summarize it to me as well. The Epic Willow, it was 50 Epic Willow, by the way. Just putting that out there. It was 50. We can distribute that tomorrow when servers come up. I have no problem about that. This was a good day. I got my Dunmore helm and I got 50 Epic Willow. That's kind of sicko mode. Also, this build that I have on right now is going to take me so far past 10k HP. It's going to be fucking hilarious. Do you think the harvesting animations are going to get some attention later on, like chopping down trees and mining? Yes, a lot of them are going to get full reworks. Some of the lifestyle skills themselves will also receive reworks. There will be a lot that comes into it, especially in terms of, like, animations and shit. There will also be... Oh, wait, I don't want the steel rings. There will also be different, like, skill trees associated with the lifestyle skills. So they'll get a lot of attention later on. What are your thoughts on people exploiting Lego static spawns? What do you mean? Isn't that not a thing anymore? Or are there still some like statics that people are hitting? Statics exist? Interesting. I mean, that's probably just a temporary thing until they get the full rework of the gathering system in. I think they did mention early on that the gathering system that's present right now, even with the introduction of some dynamic stuff, would be an in-progress state and wouldn't be like the full implementation of the gathering changes. So hopefully it's just a temporary thing and we see a good change for it. People are farming Lego sapphires and irons. Interesting. So is that just from clusters presenting more of it, or is it confirmed statics? And like, what are the details on the statics? This was so much Willow. So fucking much. It's not necessarily a cluster. Statics are the same as before. Interesting. So, essentially, if you're chopping something, it's still going to respawn on the same timer, but there's maybe a chance that it doesn't respawn as the same thing, like our weighted respawns in, or... Interesting. So locations are static, and the weights on what can spawn and rarity change, or approximate timer and same rarity. Very interesting. And clusters are something else. Right, so what I'm farming right now, like on screen, is a cluster. But they're also static. Interesting. I feel like that's definitely temporary. The Ruvidium and Luminone ones I found stayed Lego on approximate timers. Was it the old 2-hour timer? Because it was 2 hours for minables and 4 hours for trees, right? By the way, chat, I have 226.4 fizz power and I have 10,221 HP. Just for anyone that's curious. I am ready for some combat. I'm pretty excited, dog. First person to hit me is going to be extremely disappointed. Where is everyone that's flagged up? Stash and those guys are still here. That's insane. Falsus has a caravel out there. And I don't think they're going to turn back in. Can we get out to their boat with our boat? Because I don't think the other guys are going to hit us. Oh wait, there are more people out here. I don't think we can get out to their caravel. At least not without, oh wait, they're corrupted. Word. Stash. Goodbye, my friend. He is, not in a happy spot for a mage to be in right now. I just reflected his lightning strike. He tried to lightning strike me, and it got reflected, and my health didn't move. Poor guy. Bro, 10k HP just walking around is, kind of scary. I think if we get up there consistently, we're good. Yo, Self, how are you? How goes the PTR today? I finally decided to full plus 20 my gear just for funsies. And as a result, I have a 226 fizz power, 10k plus HP build that also has 190 crit, 98% attack speed, a lot of stuff. This is a ridiculous build. And it's also inspired me to change up my alpha build a little bit. So I'm going to drop one of my mitigation pieces because I don't have Iron Wing over here, the mitigation set, but I'm still incredibly tanky in terms of damage taken. So I'm going to be dropping one of my Iron Wing pieces, and then I'll replace that chest piece with Basilisk Skin Tunic when servers go up. And between Basilisk Skin Tunic and the addition of Brine Breeches when I get them for another 100 or so HP over my Rosarium Guard legs, I should be in a spot where I'm sitting 8k plus HP on the live character, more mitigation than I had previously, and should be really fucking beefy over there because people aren't going to be running at plus 20 gear. Also with a bunch of bugged consumes, which is a lot of what's facilitating the 10k HP here, I will say. A lot of it's bugged consume stacking. Wait, where are we going out to? Did that caravel double back like the corrupted one? Because I was kind of like off the shore a little bit. I'm trying to get over to you guys. I see Steezy out in the water. Or do I? Did I just get baited? He just disappeared off my map. Where the fuck is everyone? Oh, I can't just share my screen now either. Oh, God. Oh, I see Kiefer. Alright. I see Cyborgs. Stash is dead again. Cool, that makes sense. We're following the corrupt rogue. Okay, should we have Kiefer get the boat? Because if I get over there, I can get a not a grapple, I can get a wall, and we can pull the anchor on their boat. Will this bard hit me? I don't think he will. Stash is trying to hit me right now, and I think he's gonna realize very quickly that I have more HP than he probably wants to deal with. And it may not be the best thing. I have 12k HP right now with my Endom up. Poor guy. He never stood a chance. Even the randoms are helping us now. Oh my god, wait. Give me the play-by-play. The play-by-play right now is I was trying to fucking swim. Honestly, the play-by-play is that everybody is throwing... Oh. Sorry. Everybody's throwing abilities out at me, and I have an actual Thanos build going right now. And it's very scary for everybody. So, I kind of realized with everything that I was at that I could push above 10k HP just kind of like walking around. And let me tell you, that was a fucking mistake. An absolute mistake. For Intrepid to allow, by the way. Granted, it's because of bugs, but as of right now, we're just kind of like sitting in C-Hook, and people keep coming up to us like 1 to 2 at a time. And hitting people and then getting cooked and then complaining about getting cooked. Like, hold on. Which one would like to 1v1? They're saying that we're only winning because we're taking larger number fights. And I'm giving all of them the opportunity to 1v1 and none of them would like the 1v1. It's a little tragic. Mage Blink can still carry some momentum. Somebody just sent themselves like 100 meters with a Mage Blink. Not too shabby. I don't think any of them would like to hit the 1v though. I hate to say it, but it seems as though they do not have the interest. Cyborgs is fighting the Mage right now, so we have Bard versus Mage on our side. Mage drops Prismy. Mage has no fucking idea what they're doing. Cyborg's just kind of like sitting in melee range though. So big trades going out. Mage drops Frostbolt. Cybes get off the stage. Get off the stage currently. Is it moving anybody? Stevie, Stevie, why are you third party? They're trying to get duels in. Oh, are they also? Oh, they're also third party, bruh. Brothers complain about numbers and then have people jump into the duels. You can't make this up. It takes a certain type of person to be that level of weird on a PTR, but I applaud them for their commitment. I really do. I really do. Boys, who else has been over on PTR and has had some good PvP? Good news is the movement changes still feel great today. I've slept on them. I've considered them a lot more. And they feel quite wonderful. I think that range, not just being able to hit the ejecto seat and be a million meters away instantaneously, is a large net positive. I think that it makes initiates feel much more worthwhile. I think that it makes them actually feel like they matter in a sense. Oh my god. Just executing people. And genuinely, I think that while they may be a little clunky for people to get used to starting out, it will absolutely be a change that is for the net benefit of everything. And anything can get tweaked to make it like a little bit better, a little bit more smooth in terms of the decel rates. Basically, if you guys haven't been following or able to play, we're in the middle of testing momentum changes in addition to everything else. And basically what it feels like right now is there's a bungee cord when you're jumping, trying to b-hop, trying to do any of that. Where when you hit the end of that bungee cord range, it just kind of like snaps you back and you hit the wall where you're not allowed to progress anymore. And it feels a little unnatural in terms of the decel. So I'm hoping that they're able to kind of like iron out the curve a little bit, like lower that exponential level of decel and make it a little bit more, I don't know, fluid. Right now, I understand the concept of it. The concept's actually really well executed and the impact it's having on fights is great. But I think overall, the particular curve of how it's currently implemented is a little rough. We'll get used to it though. I'm already having a lot of fun. It's making movement feel, and not only like movement, but it's making movement and like displacement abilities, positioning abilities, all of those feel much more impactful. Flanks, if you're able to get around on somebody, you get a clean angle on them, it's gonna be way more punishing. High grounds, you can't just instantaneously jump up to a high ground and do whatever you want. Pretty solid. I like the changes a lot. Did we figure out where the relic goes? Or where the relic went? I'm assuming no, considering we're back at the harbor. But I'm trying to find some PvP that's maybe like more than the 3 people that are out here. In an ideal world. Because I think they only have a few people left out here at this point on their end, and we're just kind of like farming them. It's a little unfortunate. Oh, Steezy about to fucking corrupt. Careful, brother. Maybe we go... Is there a siege test anywhere over here tonight? Perchance siege test soon? In the next hour or so? Could be fun. Although, I don't know how many people are going to be on over here tonight. Got a 60-pound dog trying to get my lap because my brother's cooking. Why would the dog be trying to get in your lap if your brother's cooking? Is the cooking bad? Oh, hey, Sync's coming over. Yeet. Yeet. I see Sync's caravel over here. Who do they have with them? You give me un momento. I'd like to go greet our friends. Hello, lads. Excuse me. Pardon me. Good day. Who's... Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it's empty. Where the fuck they all go? Oh. They're there. Okay, we found Sync. And I think Sync's just sailing the fuck around randomly. Toast, genuine question though. What is your brother cooking that is like forcing the dog out of the kitchen? Because anytime I'm cooking, I feel like I have to try to keep the dog out. Brother's making a peanut butter and ball sandwich. Well, no, none of it. If his brother's cooking, then the dog would be in his brother's balls if he was making peanut butter and ball. Smart doggo and no, not again my brother's way when he cooks. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. So it's kind of like a get the fuck out of the kitchen type beat. That's reasonable. Quite reasonable. Oh, hello. What is this? Oh my god, full dinner, thank you. Oh my god, the presentation is exquisite. Thank you. Wait, so we got the stream snacks up. We made like impromptu meal prep last night. We're up so tremendous tonight because of it. Are they still grieving? Or are they trying to 1v1 now? We got some fettuccine on this side with ground chicken, mushrooms, onions, sauce, with a whole lot. And then we did a garlic and herb bread out of a sourdough loaf. That was a jalapeno cheddar sourdough loaf that my mom had made and sent down. So it's some good shit. Very happy with how it came out. We're griefing them. Oh god. Yeah, I mean, I'm just eating, but they keep coming back in all fairness. What? Blue and green. I bought it on a vendor from last PTR. Someone in Slash say they were talking about a heroic griffin hood. And the conversation was linking the heroic griffin hood. And then someone goes, LOL, I have blue and green. The person that linked it first goes, I bought it from the vendor at the Divine Gate. And then person number 2 goes, from last PTR I know. Person number 1 who linked it originally goes, no, it's my first time on PTR. Person number 2 says, it is from last PTR. A friend told me, I mean 2 friends told me, and 1 YouTuber. Brother just like dropped the and 1 YouTuber in a completely different message. He got like the lazy peon on speed dial type shit. Brother is ready. Color, how you doing, my friend? I see you before, but just in case something's changed. What's the situation with the servers? The other one server was supposed to be until launch day. So that's going to be on August 4th is when that one starts up. Right now, the like alpha server is the May 1st to August 4th server. And that is going to get wiped on August 4th, was always scheduled to get wiped. So nobody's really like shocked about that. Merc, don't corrupt. What the fuck? So basically, like, the one that started on May 1st was always destined to be a short-lived server, which is why a lot of people like took their breaks and did all of that like for this time frame. August 4th is when that long server starts. That'll be up until not launch day, but it'll be up for at least a year until the game is feature complete, basically, is the term that they've used. So, with that, yeah, you can corrupt, I just get scared. Anyways, with that, the Phase 3 server is going to be up for at least a year, 24/7 accessibility except for when they're doing updates, and will be a very, very, like, open testing environment for people. Ideally, we get long-term balance, economy, all of those good things out of the Phase 3 environment. And by the time we do go into the betas, the game should be, like I said, feature complete or near that. And then the 2 betas are meant to be short betas that are measured in weeks. And then we launch after those. So, hope that helps. If you have any questions, let me know. Quinn. Hope you're having a beautiful day. I appreciate you coming through. I think the numbers are dying out a little on the PTR for the session, considering there are a little under 2 hours left until servers go down. But it's been fun testing. Chat. What do we think will end up changing on live as a result of this PTR session? Do we think the movement changes come through on live? I say yes. Oh, another siege? I know. A siege at like 7:30 would fuck. I say nothing changes until August 4th. Really? I feel like the movement will almost definitely change, but that's just me. That's just me. It could very well not. They could hold out a big patch for August 4th. But something tells me, because they've already messed with the movement once while I was gone. And I feel like the movement is probably coming alive. Movement is most likely coming alive before August 4th. It also feels pretty good, but... Yo, Santos, how are you, my friend? The race changed something? Just visuals. So, races will not have any power scaling or like you have to play this race with this class type thing to it. It'll just be visuals and eventually small kind of like complementary bonuses that don't impact your power, but are more like maybe things associated with lifestyle skills. So there will be like a little, I don't know, flavor to the race that you pick, but it'll mostly be visual. Feels good, my ass. I mean, I know a lot of range that have said it feels quite good. I'm just putting that out there. I feel like they said last week was the last time they were doing updates on Shoal. Oh, did they? Oh, shit. Yo, good, good, good. I'm happy, Sanchez. Game needs more physics for punting dwarves. You stop that. Dwarves need no punts. Okay, I mean, maybe situational dwarf launchers would be good, but like... Steezy with the corruption. Oh no. What are we gonna do? We killed him and we got his gear back. June 26th is the final update. Oh! Oh shit. Word. Well then, Nelly may be right. Countdown to phase 3 from there. Oh shit. Boys, I'm too scared to pull anything else up in my browser tabs. But goddamn, wait. So maybe it is all held for P3. Yeah, so I feel like Shoal's probably just dead. There's no purpose, especially once 24/7 is up, to spend any time on Shoal. Not that that really matters for them. Not like it's a bad thing that they like had to keep people on Shoal for any reason. But yeah, I feel like that effectively just cooked Shoal. There's literally like, other than going on for guild PvP nights and stuff, there's no incentivization to be over there anymore. There are going to be too many changes that are like core to the game over here that aren't active on Shoal. This just becomes a new environment there. Where is these? Oh. They did say they would address any critical issues, though. Fair. Fair. Meta, thank you for the hydrate. Bro, whoever stashes is consistent as fuck. Like, they just keep dying and coming back. I respect it. They did say they would address any critical issues. Yeah, I don't necessarily know if I would classify the movement system as a critical issue, though. You know? Maybe. But I don't know. I'm not too sold on it. Run, zombie. A zombie's getting cooked by a fighter right now. It might be Jover. It might be Big Jover. Unless. Uh-oh. 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 Down goes Zombler. Down goes Zombler. He's cooked. Zombie did not put together a gear set for these duels. This is the way to get Zombie to accept fighters. No, it's not. Stop lying. Fighters are not acceptable. Although, there are a shitload of people that are playing melee right now. Whether it's fighter or rogue, those two are so heavily populated on the PTR. I don't know if it's just like in response to movement changes or what, but there are a lot of people that are playing fighter and rogue. And like at least in 1Vs, fighter has felt probably like the hardest thing to play against so far. That or a really geared bard, but I'm trying to stuff the shit out of my face while we duel. Fighters have infinite healing. Stance dancing can be a large thing, which I guess it's forms over here, but I think a lot of their sustain comes from properly timing like stance stances with like big cooldown pops for sustain, and I like that. If it's a matter of like them properly kind of like shifting to what they need to in the moment to power their sustain, I think that's very skill based. So I just hope they're able to make it so fighters are able to kind of like have some of that playability in larger scale without just being like untouchable in smaller scale. I have no idea what you're saying. Stance dancing is a term where you can basically you can go to different stances, like it comes from WoW with warriors, or in Ashes it'd be like your form swapping. So when I was fighting a fighter earlier, they would switch to, somebody was saying they're like mana form, which was essentially giving them more sustain at the cost of other things. They have so much lifesteal. Now, do we know if lifesteal is exempt from anti-heals? I don't think it is, but when I try to fight, well, honestly, anybody, but especially things that are very self-heal heavy, I try to keep wound up as much as I can. Could be a very intriguing test. Didn't feel like it made a difference. Zom, do you need me to duel Alfred? I was dueling him earlier. If you need me to fight for your honor, I can. Who died? I ran a minute healing myself before the fighter was at 75. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there were times where I had his mana whittled down to nothing, and then he would just like pop up to essentially max mana. There was one duel where it lasted so long between me and another fighter that my buffs wore off mid-duel, and where everybody is just using every buff right now. It was like an immediate, like, Thanos versus nobody anymore. What's going on here? Oh, the fuck? Motherfucker's trying to pull up on us while I'm eating. I'm dying. Sing, what you doing? Poor Sink. Oh no. That didn't work out well for them. Oh no. Keith, turn around. Oh no. Oh no. They're flagged up now, boys. Yeah, they're not gonna have much room to do anything here. Because I am so ungodly tanky. There are 3 people that are hitting me in like the stable area right now and it's just doing nothing to me. Which I love. I don't think they're very happy with this considering I also just hit them for 1200. We're so up, boys. I can't die. And I kind of love it. Okay. Well. Sync from GG, now he's Aura. Yeah, it was Sync, Himmerus, a couple other people from like Gilded. I think that was like an old Gilded group. Unfortunate for them, but... LOL 8v3. Couldn't kill me 1v3 in the 2 minutes you had it. Blame DA for your lack of numbers, not us. There's no way that they're chirping after dying and not being able to kill me like 1v4, 1v5 after pulling up on us and hitting us first and then dying. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild and wacky? Huh. They literally were losing a 1v3 to me. Brothers, we can rerun the 1v3 right now. Like, you guys did 0 fucking damage. I don't know. I feel like Greek was probably one of the people who got scammed for an account because he's extra salty too. My god. Keep in mind, these are the people who ran up to us, hit us while we're standing in the tropics, and then complain that they died to us after coming up to us and hitting us. Ooh. That's tough. It might be visually NDA'd, but I can still talk about all of the bullshit yapping that they're doing. It's Himmerus, it's Greek, and the rest of the group left their ass because they didn't want to be involved in the dumb shit. That's crazy. Everybody else abandoned them, and it's just those 2 left here, just trying to yap it out like anybody cares about whatever Envious or Gilded or anything else was. Brother, they had to go crawling to a different community to even continue playing the game. Isn't that just so tragic? Can't really yap when you're not in a position to yap. I'm eating my dinner. Stopped eating dinner. Had all of you hitting me. Lost none of my health because you guys can't press your buttons. And then got you salty. And I'm farming you. Without even showing the visuals. It's kind of crazy. It's absolutely sicko mode. Is it funny that when we had equal numbers, they run away so the caravel doesn't get destroyed? Kind of wild. But the PvP journey. Oh no. But the first time your statics played well together, or played together, and didn't play well. Oh no. From the people that weren't even in the PvP journey, by the way. I think they're mad that everything they tried to build in their community went to shit because their old guild lead tried to scam people for tens of thousands of dollars. And everything in my community is going absolutely swimmingly. Jealousy's a bitch, dog. And you can see it from a mile away.
I finished my dinner. I gotta bring my bowl out. BRB.
Yurt and Squirt. Oh, I'm back. Hello, sirs. So what's going on my screen right now? I don't feel bad for them without. Is everybody really to put your faith and trust in someone who turned out to be a scammer? They're not left to pick up the pieces. Well, their angriness, like their anger over that is nobody's fault except their own. And honestly, to act like a community didn't know about it when shit like that was happening, something like that is gonna be quite obvious if it is happening. And with that, it's not like a matter of just... It's not really like something that happens with the leadership in your community, with the volume of accounts that were discussed as scams, and not even like, you know, the ones that went through successfully in consideration of that. I find it hard to believe that it was just this level of one person acting as this rogue standalone agent and nobody knowing a single thing about it or being able to do anything about it. A part of me, while I'm sure not everybody was completely into the whole, you know, scams happening, I also kind of refuse to believe that nobody else was into it. But that's just me. Did they fix banner? People just went from yapping to randomly saying, wait, did they fix banner? Oh. Okay, yeah. They were talking about the old banner changes. Yeah. Yeah, intercept and stuff is also fixed now. I don't know if these people are in stream or not, but... Yeah, intercept and duels used to fucking suck, but... Hold on. Intercept is fixed too. Yeah. Yeah, intercept is dope. We can use it again in duels. Previously, intercept was essentially, bringing you to the enemy target that you had. And it was also giving the shield to the target. So it was essentially a free charge to a target that also gave them a 10% shield. Which was, a little something. A little something. My shatters are just deleting tunes. Feels like 2.0. Toast, why do you think your shatters are hitting so hard? Is it just the fact that you have more power scaling? Are you plus 20'd? Because I would assume that would probably be the primary facilitator of it. City Skylines budgeting this dumb. Do you need a treasure? What are you struggling with? Keep in mind I have no City Skylines experience, but I could be a pretty dope consultant. We're over in the tropics just PvPing on all of our god tunes. For perspective, my tank right now is running around at 226 fizz power, 190% fizz crit power, 98% attack speed, and 10.2k HP. Should I defund public transport so I can get more people educated? Probably. I feel like edumacation is the structure of a good society. And without edumacation being in place, then none of the people are edumacated. And I feel like edumacation's a great thing. I personally, buses smell bad, schools make doctors, and doctors save lives. It could change lives to invest in edumacation. Toast, I did not interfere in that at all. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry a single bit. And Toast just got full HP as a shield. What a game changer there, huh? I just gave Toast about 3k HP as shield. Just instantaneously. Very cool, fun, and balanced build. And Protect is on Toast now. I feel like Toast is feeling quite nice. What the fuck? Someone just got on their mount to run away? What's going on over here? Oh, you lads are dueling. Excuse me. Sorry. I won't interfere. Not my place. Enjoy your deal. Truer words have never been spoken. So, like, what is the choice between public transport and education for? Can you not put people on public transports to schools and have, like, school buses? Wouldn't that be public transport, or is that private transport? Sewer. How long has that duel been going? Now I'm curious. Oh, wait. Okay, why did they all just gangbuster Alfred? What the hell did Alfred do? Poor Alfred. He ain't do nothing wrong. Yeet. And yeet. Yeah. I'm going on friendly. Look at friendly in Greek. Oh look, friendly's dead. Wow. Friendly one hit. Tomahawked. Grab. Dead. One Nerdola. Just focus screen cross. Oh wow, look, it's even numbers. And all the GG guys are still dying to us. They're getting walked down on the beach right now after jumping somebody that was solo and us following. Wow, isn't that crazy? Holy cannoli. Wow. It was a 4v4 and they still got walked down. Absolutely insane. My public transport is bringing in a lot of moolah, but I want to make my city automated, because a lot of my people are overeducated for their jobs. If I make industry automated, I need a lot more educated people. Yeah. So I would go there. Personally. I would invest in that. Wait, siege! Everybody to the siege! Wait! Go siege. Everybody go siege. We all go siege. Siege, 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 siege. Wait a second. Which side? I don't know. Which side can we get in on? I'm panicking. Attack or defense? I don't know. I don't know who's running it. I don't know what's going on. Taylor is leading the defense. Go defense. Go defense. Let's go defense. We go defend. We can join and drown? Okay, yeah. Everybody join and drown. And then we're up tremendous. Yeah, I would say make your industry automated then. Because if you make your industry automated, then like long term, you'll have a huge benefit from it, right? Your entire city will be more efficient, more operational. It'll be beautiful. I'm not leading this siege, by the way. That's a Zombler. On it. Massive. Massive. You're gonna have so many doctors and lawyers and shit. Because once your industry is automated, what could you reallocate the people resources into? Probably like building pyramids and like monuments in your honor and shit, right? And then you flood one of those pyramids after you die. So they make a National Geographic documentary about you. Sounds kind of cool. Wait. It respawned me at the harbor. I got fucking baited. I did not get a pull over to Jova. Wait, it says it begins in 2 days. Chat, are we cooked? What are we missing here? Because I feel as though we're missing something. Yeah, it says 2 days, 3 hours. Yesterday it worked. It's supposed to work. It works when we don't want it to work. We're down horrendous. It's okay, we ball. Make sure you guys sign up for defense, by the way. If only works when the siege has started. Oh, cool. That makes sense. That makes sense. Sign up for defense if you guys are on the PTR and you want to come to the siege. Zom, you should make a post for the people, like, to come out if they haven't already. Like, just for people that are, like, in the Discord that are chilling, lurking. Excuse me. Pardon me. Wait, Zom, do you want to shot call the siege? I don't know if they have someone to lead the defense yet. But I feel like you could get a rep. No? Do it. What the fwick? Keith, I have a consumes pack. I have like 3 extra kits on me. You can do it. I don't want to do it. What the fuck? You're the shot caller. We imported you to shot call, not because you're good at video games. The fuck? You're like an organizational person. You're like the front office, not like the Shaquille O'Neal. Merc's going to bed. Where are all of our clerics? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, boys. We're down horrendous. We're down absolutely horrendous. The Shaq, the Kobe, and the Bus family. I mean, maybe in their modern day. Definitely in fights, you're kind of looking like a modern day Kobe. But I respect it. Shaq's done some great things for the community at this point. He's got like, what, a bunch of like Papa John's franchises and shit. His shoes, budget shoes, sell great. Give a lot of opportunities. It's quite nice. It's quite nice. You're the Angel Reese of cats. Doesn't Shaq love Angel Reese? You would then be saying that you love me. I'm pretty sure Shaq is a huge Angel Reese supporter. And I think Angel Reese sells more jerseys than Shaq does right now. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't think Angel Reese sells many jerseys, but I also don't think Shaq sells many jerseys right now. It depends on what the rotates are. But I'm not quite sure, like, in terms of the retros coming through, if anything's been dropped. Angel Reese slayed at the Met Gala. Is it Gala or Gala? Gala? Shaq does not. Okay, I feel like Shaq would also slay, though. That was where the theme was, like, super tailored suits, right? Wouldn't he be a very effective show-off of a very tailored suit because he's fucking massive? Like, if you can tailor a suit to that man, you can probably tailor a suit to anything. Hi, Cross. I figured that the second half of the message was coming through. So I was like, wait a second. I was like, did you have any? And I was like, well, yes, at many points in my life. Do you have any thoughts of Albion Online? I never played Albion, so I did play New World prior to coming over to Ashes, and some of my content creator friends from New World and, well, non-content creator friends as well had played Albion previously, and they tried to get me to go over and check it out, and I never ended up giving it a shot because the whole, like, I believe it's like a full loot, full open PvP stuff. I mean, it seemed cool, but as I watched gameplay, I was just kind of like, Glad she can slay somewhere, if not at her job. Listen. We may have more similarities than you think. Only in black zones. That's fucked up. In 2025. Because Arrow went over to play Albion for a while. And it looked like a mobile game. I don't want to, like, say slander. And I don't mean it in, like, a terrible way. But the combat reminded me of, like, mobile game. And not in, like, a terrible way. But, like, definitely reminded me of that. You look like a mobile game. You look like a mobile game. Your mom's a mobile game. You can play it on mobile. Fucking checks out. Okay. That definitely checks out. So, it would... I almost dropped my cherry. It would probably go into the bucket for me of, like, everyone always asks me if I would go back and play New World. And I'm like, if they paid me to come play. So it'd probably go into that bucket of like, if they're like, hey Dusty, we like your MMO content, which would be a fucking lie. We want you to come over and, you know, show off this big event we're doing, hashtag ad. I'd be like, oh, fuck yeah, I'm unemployed, I make no money, Twitch Prime. Cool. And I'd probably do it. But I very much enjoy what Ashes provides for me as like a gameplay loop, a community, kind of like retention standpoint as well. This is my job, I stream full time. So like, I don't really have much of a reason to... You shut the fuck up.
Farm him, reaped. Dead, fucking idiot.
I beat you to it. I beat you to it. But I don't know, I really enjoy what Ashes provides for me currently, and it's only going to get better going into the future as well. So I don't really have much of a reason to bounce around to other games, especially with Phase 3 coming up in just over a month. We're prepping for that. PTR access now is going to be very available. So I'm really excited about that.
Why does Sword and Board have the
Crackle.
best ability in the game now? Why did Fire Staff get a 20% plague on the easiest
hope you
ability to
trip when
use?
you stand up.
Why the fuck did I lose my grit? Everything sucks and nothing makes sense.
I hope you trip when you stand up.
They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
You cleanse, you grab, you yeet, you yacht, and you mail. I'm not good at math.
We don't have a single
very
cleric
smart.
on the defense. We're gonna need like Steven to come in and play cleric or something, dog. How do you manage to keep conversations for 6 hours straight? Were you always talking to person? What if I told you I usually stream for 10 hours? Hold on. I spit out this cherry seed before I choke on it. Then I can't have conversations. Step 1 to having long streams, don't choke on a cherry seed. Exclamation key. That'll get you a quote from DJ Khaled to get you through the day. Oh, I fucking love cherries. So, basically, you asked if I was always talking to person. I stream, I just got back from 2 weeks in Iceland, where it was kind of like a refresh. But I stream full-time, small community, so it's very much about the support of the community itself, right? I typically stream 70 hours a week on average. Usually 7-10 hour days. During like big events like Phase 3 launch, I'll probably hit 80 to 100. I like being able to stream full time, so I enjoy what I do, and I try to put out as much content as I can. So with that being said, I have streamed for well over 10,000 hours. I think probably at this point, it's gotta be over 12,000. I have spent a lot of time as a very small content creator, and I still consider myself small with like current numbers. On good days, we're averaging 100, but with Ashes being in a little bit of a lull, we're averaging like 70 to 80 most days in terms of average viewership, which is perfectly fine. Because for like 8,000 of my hours streamed, I was a 1 to 10 average viewer streamer. And I was streaming in conjunction with working a lot, so I wasn't able to just like, you know, put all of my energy into streaming. So I would come home from work exhausted, and then I would try to hop on stream and be as entertaining as I could. And my whole like mentality with streaming is that you never know when it's going to be somebody's first minute in your stream, and a lot of people are not going to give you much more than a minute if they're just scrolling through, if they're just checking shit out. And you kind of have to capitalize on the potential, especially as a smaller streamer, of when somebody clicks on your stream, they instantly feel like they have something to follow, content to go with, and there's got to be something to keep somebody in your channel. So in terms of like how I'm able to do it for so long, I did it for so long with nobody in my chat that as you get larger as a streamer, streaming gets easier. You make more money. You eventually get to the point where you make enough money to pay your bills. And then if you keep going past that, you get to the point where you make enough money to put a lot of money away, and then you don't even have to worry if your stream dies because you've put away so much money that some streamers are able to make generational wealth. Now that is a 0.0000000, a lot of zeros, 1% streamer thing to be able to make that level of money. But I'm at the point myself where I make enough money to pay my bills. And that is far from the point of like, nobody's in my chat. I'm trying to get the one person in my chat yapping, and, you know, just on the off chance that somebody comes through, make them want to be like, oh, yo, I agree. Or, oh, hey, what are you talking about? Anything like that. was a point of engagement where I could keep people in the community. So now that I have people to just kind of like yap with, it's extremely easy for me. In terms of always being a talkative person, in person, I'm actually like, not like as much anymore, but up until about last year, I was a very shy person, like outside of the sphere of streaming, because I didn't have that wall of the internet. Like, I'm not talking in front of however many people. I have my viewers hidden. I don't know how many people are in my chat until, like, I look at the end of a stream. And I don't even look at the end of most streams anymore because I don't have to push for partner or anything like that. As long as I'm able to give my landlord rent, I'm not going to be homeless, and we're good. So I just basically try to focus on being as entertaining as I can, right? But I don't really know how many people are in here at any given time. And I stream the same regardless. And past that, I think that a lot of people try to like change their content based on how many people are in their stream at any given time. And hiding your viewers will allow you to kind of like focus on other things. I always try to see how many people I can get talking. Doink just came in. Doink, hope you're having a great night, dude. I always try to get as many people talking, and I don't really measure my streams off of like how many people were there. I'm like, oh, how many people were talking? How many new people came in to hang out, say what's up, and how many people stayed for like, you know, most of the stream. And as you get more people in, and you also get more comfortable with kind of like the internal monologue, it gets a lot easier. But like IRL, up until last year, when I went to TwitchCon, I was a very like quiet person outwardly. And going to TwitchCon and kind of like being pushed out of my comfort zone, I hadn't traveled. I kind of like live a very chill, quiet life. Like I live in Maine. So it's not like I go out somewhere and I'm a huge streamer where I go grocery shopping and people are like, oh my God, Dusty, let me get a picture. Nobody fucking knows me. And nobody ever probably will know me, and that's perfectly okay. And at TwitchCon, it was cool for me to have a feeling of like, oh, everyone else just feels the same way. Like, I had conversations with a few people that played New World with me, and they were like, wait, Dusty? And I was like, wait, you actually remember me from New World? And it was cool. I met up with my friend group out there that I had never met before, and went out of my comfort zone to travel like all the way across to San Diego. First time traveling west. That was my first time flying. So that was like a lot of new things for me. While I was out there, I also got out of my comfort zone of like my friend group and ended up talking to a lot of different people. Day one of TwitchCon, I was like super hesitant to actually go out and just be like, hey, what's up? I'm Dusty. And like start a conversation. The last day of TwitchCon, I ended up talking to Summit for like fucking 20 minutes. It was a beautiful conversation. It was really fun. Wasn't even anything crazy. I just ran into him in the middle of the convention floor, like not literally ran into him, but I was walking by and I looked down and I saw the hat and I was like, the fuck, Sum? And he was like, hey dude. And then we just like yapped. We yapped about Deadlock. I yapped him about New World. It was really cool. And he's checked out Ashes as well. So hopefully Sum comes back and enjoys it for P3. But by the end of TwitchCon, it kind of like got me very comfortable with just the outward yapping with people. How to start conversations and realize that most people are more than down to have a conversation. It really helped me a lot with streaming as well. I'd kind of struggled to have that constant yap presence before I went out of that like comfort zone a little bit. And once I came back from TwitchCon, it felt so much easier to sit here with chat and just keep everything flowing. Let's see, where are you? I'm inside. Wait, I'm literally right beside you. Strix, I'm right here. Motherfucker goes, DustyWhy, where are you? And then ran by me. Hold on. I've never seen him before. My character name is not DustyWhy, so that's probably why he didn't recognize me. I'm kind of like incognito mode right now. Very evasive. I'm inside a wall. That's fucking rude. Sewer, you didn't have to do that, brother. Can you ping the devs? Wait, what is this conspiracy theory? Can you ping the devs in the content creator Discord? There is no content creator Discord. What the fuck? What do you mean a content creator Discord? That is some conspiracy theory shit. I am in no special secret Discord. Like, full transparency, I would brag if I was. There is nothing that I'm a part of that's like a content creator Discord or anything. I don't have special perms. I don't have like a pass through to certain people. I don't really talk to the devs much. I wish I had more like cool information, but I kind of just let the devs do their thing. I don't know if there like is a content creator Discord that certain people are in, but I sure as hell am not. I wish. Who's Taylor? Taylor's a GM, by the way. I was in my rant, but long story short, you just kind of gotta yap. You find what you want to yap about, and at a certain point, it starts to get easier to yap for longer periods. And it's a certain balance of yapping and being, you know, conversational without it being annoying, rambly levels of yap all the time. And some people you go in and it's just like, man, I wish you'd shut the fuck up. Some people you go in and you just throw them on like a podcast and you're 8 hours into a stream and you're like, what the fuck? They haven't stopped talking. How is that even possible? So it all just breaks down to like I guess the type of person and the content creator that you are too. But I also just really enjoy being able to talk to so many people on a daily basis and being able to chill and stream full time. I'm very happy about those things, and because of that, I get to live a pretty like stress-free life at the moment. Not that I like make a ton of money or anything, but it's way cooler to stream 70 hours than it was to work 40, 50 and then stream another 50. So I tend to have a lot of energy and thankfully a lot of positive energy to yap with. And I enjoy being able to do what I do. So I try to get as many people yapping as possible. I can confirm there's no official content creator Discord. There was an old one, but it was unofficial and no one's in it anymore. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that like a lot of content creators probably interact with devs and people from the Intrepid team in a more like personable way than I do. But I genuinely, like, no exaggeration, I try to contact them as little as possible. And I try to just like leave them alone. I figure if it's anything important, I can always just file a bug report. And like if in the event they do care about content creators and there's like this super secret whitelist of content creator bug reports going through, then it'll just go through that way. And it'll hit like the prio line that way. But say TGFT is a new unofficial CC Discord. Yeah, they're going crazy with the community summits. Those are doing really well for them. I hope they continue to. I think they reached out to me about the PvP one. I'm still like settling back in from travel, but I think they're doing another one. I don't know if I was supposed to say that, but it's a visual NDA. My bad if I just leaked something. But they reached out to me about the next mystery summit. And I'll probably hop in on that one. I wanted to do the last one, but it was just in the middle of travel everywhere. And I was just like, and the timing just didn't work out. But it went really well for them, which was cool. Clip it and ship it. The pirate software, that shit. Get them out of here. Stop killing games. This is a scam. Just kidding. Sign the petition if you're in EU and you care about games. Boys. Pit. There is no CC Discord is a myth. Hold on. Maybe I can like Planendorf? Or not Planendorf. Jesus fucking Christ. Fupo. Fubo shows up off the cat call. Hold on. If I know Fupo, if we sacrifice a cookie to the void, and then everybody collectively gives a pss, 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 then Fupo will show up. You have to like rub your fingers together as well because apparently cats' hearing is more sensitive. So it sounds like a popping, and they love like the popping noise. So we gotta collectively do that, and then that'll summon Fupo, and then Fupo would be able to bother the devs to have them move it up, and then it would be fun. But we'll see. I have no power here. I simply work here, and technically I'm unemployed. Oh shit! We finally got one cleric. Holy shit. I think it's gonna be a battle of clerics. I think they have like 4 clerics and we have 1 right now. It's gonna be tough to have sustain. Will be a little rough, but it's okay. You don't need sustain if you have 10,000 HP. Pretty excited about that. I mean, surely we can die, but... Vaz, how you doing, my boy? Live server up on a Wednesday? No, so I'm on the private test realm right now, but what you guys are seeing for gameplay over there is the live server. That was from previous days. So this was from, I think, like 3 days ago. Sewer, do you need consumes? Here. Yeah, so basically you get the listening experience of the PTR, you get the visual experience of my past VOD, and you get the Yap experience of a normal Dusty stream. And I don't get the experience of having my accounts banned. So we're up tremendous. There is a node siege that is currently like pending on the PTR that was declared, but it scheduled it 3 days out. So we don't know, excuse me. We don't know if we'll be able to get it moved up or not, if there's anybody here to move it up. But we're trying. We're trying. Yes, I'm playing a NIKUA tank right now. The male NIKUA tanks have a flip similar to the Dunir, and then the PY'RAI were also added. So the other elves, they have horns and they look creepy. Like, they don't look creepy, like they look nice, but they have very beady, like, soulless looks. Which I guess they're supposed to be stoic, which makes sense. But they give me the heebie-jeebies. I don't know. I spent some time in the character creator at the start of stream, obviously. Can't show it or I would die. And I would have to get a real job at that point. So no visuals will be passed through. But apparently they recently said that the update on June 26th was the last update that would be going to Shoal. Nelly found that for us earlier. Which, Shoal, of course, being the live testing environment. So I'm not sure if anything from this, like, private test realm environment will be making it through before August 4th. We may very well see no updates until August. Dusty, can you gift me a game on Steam? What? You're trying to date the oven? What do you mean date the oven? Date everything. Are you okay? Should I call an ambulance? Is this a lupus attack? I feel like I should put down my cherry and check on you. But this is a really good looking cherry. It's uh-huh. If I remember correctly, they said Shoal won't be updated until phase 3 in the last live stream. God damn. God damn. That's crazy. So, over here, yesterday, also, Hoofsy, hop on for the node siege. If you have a PTR character, we need healers. Badly. But they implemented the momentum changes that were previously on live, brought them back over on private test realm. And I've been a big fan of them. I think they need some tweaking, but I think they are, they're actually really well done. I think that a little less of the bungee cord effect will be amazing. But genuinely, I think the fights feel much better with them like this. Dusty, I feel like you get this. I have a girl I'm going on a date with on the 4th, and rather than staying locally and being able to do things and talk, she wants to go to Chicago. And nothing about Chicago and holiday sounds fun to me. Sounds like overcrowded and $100+ for parking. When you also get shot, I feel like the fireworks aren't from like consumer fireworks in Chirac. Game called Date Everything. And so you can date everything in your house. I want to see what the oven do. We got one of those like hand mixers by chance? Like one of the dual beater kind of like you turn it on and it's like so I'm getting some ideas. Might bring back those padded toilet seats that the early 2000s had. You know, what if I don't gift you this game and I get the game for me instead? Would that be like the worst thing to happen? Chat, which appliance would you fuck first? If you could fuck any appliance in your house. Puck, did they keep the servers up? I'm on the private test realm, but the video you're getting is from a VOD. And now you have to tell me, Dusty's quest for the week. Which appliance in your house would you fuck first? And then you have to do it. That's not actually, that's the optional objective. Fucking the appliance is completely optional, but which appliance in your house would you fuck first? The dishwasher? On or off? I just got home from vacation. Which appliance did you miss the most? Garbage disposal? You wouldn't be able to get up high enough to get your dick in the garbage disposal because you're 5'4". Sausage stuffer. Which end? Oh my god, would you be the stuffing or the stuffy? Oh Jesus. Oh my fucking god. Would that technically be a Wellington? Like if you sausage stuffer, you in sausage stuffer stuffs, would that be a Wellington? Exclamation skip. Okay. Huh. You know, I've never really looked at the, like the home base thing for a Nintendo Switch quite like I just did now. I'm kind of like looking around at things in a way that I never really thought that I would look around at things. What do you think the air purifier do? Is plank an appliance? Wait, so it's actually just a game called Date Everything? Planky? Ain't no way we both just mentioned plank. It's gonna be in Menage a Plank tonight. Good god. What plank doing in the bed though? He's gonna have like messed up hair at the start of stream. Good god. If it isn't 100 plus, it's not that hot unless you work outside. What do you mean? Wait, it can be hot as a motherfucker. It's 78 in the stream room, and that's with the air conditioner on. And let me tell you, it's roasty toasty. Like if we stepped outside, we'd be cooked. My bedroom is normally 92 plus. Why? What the fuck do you mean 92 plus? Is that why you lost your hair? Was it like a genetic adaptation so you could like evaporatively cool more effectively? Like, I don't turn on my air when I live alone. Nor did I use the air in my car, open a window. I drive with open windows all the time. But I also drive with the air on and the windows down. Because, well, I own my car. I can be wasteful if I want. I pay for the gas. I don't fucking care. You regulate after a week and get used to it. Yeah, but like, I live in 2025, so I don't have to regulate and get used to the temperature anywhere. I live in 2025, so I can control the humidity, the temperature, the fucking lighting environment, the temperature of light. I sit in a chair that has more engineering in it than the entire fucking 8th century. Like, this one chair would have fucking blown minds in the year fucking whatever, like 776. This shit would have set minds ablaze. Disagree. What do you mean disagree? There's nothing to disagree with. You can't disagree with my way of life. There's nothing to disagree with. Why don't you try to tell chat how you think every game is pay to win because time is the same thing as money? Stomps, why don't we get into that while we wait for this node siege to hopefully get moved forward? Way to twist my words. That's not, those are not twisted. You literally say every game is pay to win because time is money. So you're spending time, which is money, so it's paid to win. Not getting into that, and you completely twisted my words. I did not twist your words. You're out here fucking death dropping at TwitchCon, and you're saying I'm twisting your words. I said it's not pay to win if I can get it without spending money. Can you get it much faster and before other players with spending money? Because you saying time and money were the same thing. As it is only pay to win if you can buy something that you can get without money. They are. Time and money are not the same thing. They're not the same thing. Time and money are not the same thing. What do you mean? They are how? What do you mean? What? Time is money. That does not mean that it's physically the same thing. That's a fucking saying. If I walk into a room every single time and flop my donger out and I say get ready for a big one, that doesn't mean it's actually a big one. That's just a fucking saying. Depends on your tax bracket. That's valid. It's just a matter of how much your time is worth to you, because that's money. Correct, but if you can pay money to acquire something and you can acquire it more quickly with money, then that constitutes a form of pay to win. I feel like that's pretty straightforward, no? I guess that depends on like again, outside of the personal viewpoint. Yeah, and I can attack your personal viewpoint. I'm the streamer. Welcome to hell, baby. No, I just like giving you shit because as soon as I can get you on the time is money is the same thing by definition, it kind of gives me this feeling in my head that I haven't felt before, and I think it's like minor embolisms. And I kind of get this like popping in my left ear, and then I get this euphoric rush as my vision kind of goes out for a minute, and then right at the end of it, I snap back into it. And it's kind of amazing. Keg. Is that Eddie? This guy over here is just named Keg. I don't know if he needs help, but Keg and Stoner Boner are going at it right now. I'm gonna let them cook each other. So, confirmed there will not be a node siege tonight. They will not be moving it up today. Apparently they just reached out to Roshan, and Roshan said they weren't able to move it up tonight. Easy peasy. So, we do something else. Maybe back to the Trops for the last 45 minutes of the test. Might be fire. Might be fire. OC says he wish he had more time to make more money all the time. When did Hosey ever say he wishes he had more time to make more money all the time? I've never heard Hosey say that. I think Hosey wishes he had more time that he wasn't spending making money. Hosey's goal is to have like a robo-taxi army. They're not actually the same thing, but like you use time to make money, and people can use money in many ways for convenience that saves them time. Metaphysically, they're kind of the same. Right, but keep in mind this discussion was about whether a game was pay to win or not, if you could pay money to get something sooner than people could get it from grinding. My argument was yes, and Stomp's argument was no. So, it's more a moral pay-to-win guide. To me, that's pay-to-win. Thank you. Thank you. You're reasonable. You're reasonable. Stomp thinks that if it's something a free player can eventually get... Santos, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Stomp thinks that if it's something a free player can eventually get, even if you can get it day one with money and I get it day 100, then it's not pay to win. Oh yeah, that's pay to win, but time is money. Okay, well, I'm also a bad example of time is money, because if you take the total money I've earned from Twitch and the total hours streamed, I'm fucking cooked in terms of the hourly wage. This shit's a shitty salary job. So I try to ignore the whole time is money, because then I realize I'm cooked in regards to both now. I'm well over 10,000 hours into streaming. I still rent an apartment. My Civic's paid off, so we're good there. That's being rolled over into the save for my own house fund, which will hopefully at this rate be done in the next 22 years if people don't, you know, stop watching the stream. So we're up tremendous. Really, really hoping Ashes doesn't suck. Hey, get on board with Stomp's thought process. Shut the fuck up. Hot dog, shut the fuck up. No, you can't. Stomp's... I know that's you on an alt account. What have you done with Hot Dog? What the fuck have you done? Never been beaten by some that pay a lot of money for those games as a free-to-play player. Matter of realizing that the game's a module and a part of their system. Well, sure. You can outplay people while having worse gear, but that doesn't mean that there's no pay to win involved. Like, the pay to win is more of the, like, it's more of a term that describes paying to gain power and paying to circumnavigate the normal processes, or like win a mechanic of the game, right? And just because someone that pays for an item can still lose doesn't disregard that it's pay to win. Because I guarantee you've also lost to people that have purchased stuff. Pay to win does not equal pay to winning in PvP. Yeah, like someone could pay $1 zillion for a tank set and I'd still cook their shit. Like, there's not a level of like not being paid to win because they can't win with what they paid for. But the simple act of paying for something and acquiring more power scaling through it and getting around the process of actually completing that yourself, in the first place, you're paying to win the piece of gear. You're paying to acquire the piece of gear, which would be through winning the piece of gear through completing the content that the gear drops from. So, in a sense, the fundamental act of I pay, I get gear, or I get whatever it is that leads to, you know, power gain on character. Oh god. Is the pay to win in and of itself. It's not the impact of what happens after the pay to win, but the pay to win itself is the acquisition. Oh, fall damage is so legit. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Want to fight? No consumes, only scroll. I have bad news. I just refreshed my consumes. I'm strict on pay to win. Anything besides skins are pay to win to me. I agree. But it all does also break down to like personal, like, I guess, belief of what pay to win is versus pay for convenience versus like, you know, how you separate those things, right? And I personally agree that anything other than strictly cosmetic things are pay to win. Like if it is pay for convenience, if it is pay for progression, if it is pay for strict power gain, if it's any of those things, I definitely err on it being on the side of pay to win. Take me, for example, in PTR, I don't play those tunes well unless I use my normal archetype. No experience with it. Right, so like if you were just paying for Bisc gear on live and not poofing it on a PTR, it wouldn't necessarily be the big difference, but you'd still be paying to win to acquire the gear. If you can buy an advantage over another player with IRL money that's clearly pay to win, doesn't matter if it's an item or progression. Correct. And even if you lose with the advantage that you've acquired, that just means you're bad and paying to win. Call it what it is pay to progress. I think pay to progress is a subcategory of pay to win. It's like pay to win is rock, and then like pay to progress is like Midwest emo, and like pay to pay for convenience is like fucking, I don't know, garage band rock of 2006. It's like different just sub terms of the same blanket of pay to win. I think pay to win is multiple different categories of things where it's like pay for progression, pay for convenience, the fucking pay for energy systems and games that do that. I think it's not necessarily just like a linear thing. Pay to progress / pay for convenience is the same as pay to win for me. Yeah, I think it's very, very synonymous at the very least. I ran past the entrance to the tropics. We should see what's out in the tropics with half of the people getting baited into logging off. I'm going to run back out through the West Halcyon entrance and see if people are out there. Doesn't mean you're going to win. No, it's not guaranteed that you're going to win with like pay to win, but the pay to win is more of the terminology to describe the acquisition of the power gain itself. And nothing is going to guarantee a win in any aspect, but like the act of acquiring the thing in the first place could be fundamentally considered a win, so to say, right? I think that's the court of law argument that we're like trying to hold up, is that if you are missing a piece or losing on a piece, you can pay to acquire that piece, right? That pay to acquire the piece would be winning the acquisition of that piece through paying, therefore pay to win. At least in my mind. That being said, as someone that spent 700 on Throne, I didn't feel it gave me a massive advantage. Maybe just more time to PvP than grinding. I can see how you can argue that's pay to win because I don't have to spend time grinding shit and can learn PvP with that time. You spent 700 on Throne? I mean, I guess that's like fucking doubloons compared to what some people spend. I think Shroud spent like thousands in the first week, but they also probably reimbursed him on all of his purchases. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god, I almost died to fall damage. I spent 5K on phone games in 3 months. Like Clash of the Clans? One Piece gotcha game. No shot. You're a fanatic. Oh no. Oh no. Bruh. You know what? Stomps. I'm gonna Babe Ruth my at bat right now. I'm pointing my bat directly where I'm hitting the ball, and I'm gonna hit a home run anyways. Subathon that I run for August 4th launch. One of the goals will be a Dusty anime cosplay, and we'll let people vote, the highest sub gifters up to that point, on which anime it's from and what the character is. And then you'll drop bans. We're predicting it. We're predicting it right now. He's gonna remortgage the house. Hey, I had phone. What do you mean you had phone? Why are you talking like a barbarian? He's devolved. With some random dev that had been shut down. They probably stole your fucking credit card information. Brother, what do you... Well, this has been on alcohol the previous 3 months. So after my second DUI, I tried to substitute the phone game for drinking. Okay, fair. Fair. Probably better phone game than 5,000 in alcohol. Also, RIP your liver or kidney or whatever the fuck all that is. Yeah, RIP all that. I hope the transplant list goes well. So what do you spend it on now? Like, surely you could take half of that money and unironically for like, what is that? That's probably like $1,300 a month. I bet you could give someone $1,000 a month to just shake their big jiggly titties next to your head the entire time that you're playing games throughout your day. Like $1,000 a month salary to just sit there and shake titties beside your head would be pretty reasonable. If you took that food and weed and then just switched it out with big jiggly boobas, you'd probably long term have a lower stress level, better spending habits, and you'd be creating jobs. Now you may have to start an LLC for that, so there would be some like fees to square away at the start and some legal processes. But like, chat, who would, for $1,000 a month, shake titties as their day job? I mean, I spend $1K on car bills a month too. The fuck do you drive? Air Force One? The hell? Are you driving a fucking Bentley Coupe spaceship? Or is that like total with your insurance and stuff? Or is your credit like 6? Not 600, but like 6. Hello, Prunk. My wife costs way more than that, and I don't even get those benefits anymore. You should have signed up for the lifetime package. Insurance like $1,200. Wait. Okay. Let's... How many months is your total financing? Are you paying $1,000 a month? My insurance is like $800 to $1,200 alone? Ayo? Two DUIs. Have you considered a bicycle? Jesus. Okay, yeah. I have one. Stick to that. Stick to that. I don't drive right now. Wait, so is your car payment on a Nissan Altima like $1,000 alone without like not factoring in the insurance, just like raw dogging the payment? 600 to 1,000 on car payments. Monthly? And like what's the term of like how long? How many months for your total like financing term? 36 more payments. How many payments have you made? It's a 60K car. A Nissan Altima? What? Brother, there's a Nissan Altima 2022 SR for $18,000 at Bill Dodge Nissan in Saco. In Maine, Illinois. 36K 3 years ago. Okay, so like a new one? Oh, well, if you bought it sticker 36K 3 years ago, I thought you had 36 more payments of $1,000. They're 45K new. MSRP on a 2025 SR is 36K or 32,800 depending on what you're getting. Maybe you're just paying more. I don't know. Maybe you're getting scammed. At that point, it would be cheaper for you to buy a plane ticket up to Maine and then buy a Nissan Altima up here and then drive it back. It was 3 years ago. Yeah, I feel like I scammed when I got my Civic. Like, not I got scammed. I feel like I scammed them. I had a 0.9% interest rate on that bitch. I talked them down. It was directly pre-COVID. So I got $500 down payment assistance from Honda directly for being a recent college grad. I had a 0.9% interest rate because they were running a promo there as well. And then I talked them down like 5,000 under sticker because they had too many Civics on the lot. And then as soon as COVID hit and kicked up, all of their cars got purchased. Like once the stimmies went out, and I was getting offers on my car for like double the price of it. And I probably should have sold it and then just waited and like bought something else, but I wasn't streaming full time at the time, so I had to work like an actual job. If it was right now, I literally would just sell the car for double, and then I would just keep streaming full time, and if I had to go anywhere, I would just like buy a cheaper car. I bought my car right after that when prices were at an all-time high. Oh yeah, you got cooked. Yeah, you got cooked. I was sad when I paid off my Civic because I could no longer brag about the 0.9% interest rate, but I fucking found a way, baby. We fucking found a way. So we're up tremendous. I totaled the one I had before that. The two. Oh. Were they all Nissans? Because at that point, like, how much would just, I don't know, a fucking dump truck be? Because I feel like if you just got a dump truck, something that's like very high off the ground, very well armored, probably prevents like the totaling, maybe. Depends on what you get into, though. I hate driving anyways. I like driving. I don't know why. I think driving is therapeutic. But I also have had many moments where assholes almost make it very not therapeutic. And a lot of motherfuckers get cooked just trying to drive. Then he'd be on the hook for property damages instead. Fine, just delete the property damage app. The craziest thing about debt is that you just don't have to pay it, and at some point you die. Because, like, what are they going to do? Kill you? And then how are they going to get the debt? They're not. I'm pretty sure you don't have to pay anything off. I think that's just a myth. Only reason I see to drive is if I had kids. To be honest, who would trust me driving kids? Whoa, pause. I'm terrible solo driving. I get bored. Yeah, that's not a healthy thing to hear. Getting bored while driving, I don't think is a good trait. for a driver to have. You don't live next to a major city like New York, LA, or DC? I mean, I've driven in cities, in all fairness. Like, I've driven in cities. Is it way easier to drive in Maine than a city? Yeah, absolutely. Would I want to drive in a city constantly? Not fucking really. But I do think driving is quite chill. I do think a lot of people in cities drive like shit though. And I know Boston's not like a city that's the most populated city there is just in existence. But it is designed like absolute fucking dog shit. We'll call a spade there. Boston was made by a bunch of drunk people that were celebrating a dub that they took in a war like it was a fucking Fortnite Vic Roy. And they were just placing shit down like it was their first time playing Clash of Clans without watching any of the tutorial videos on base design. So, some of the roads just don't fucking make sense. Driving in New York, everything makes sense. There are avenues and streets and ups and downs and one-ways here and signs there. And it was made by like architects and people with fucking college degrees. Not Boston. Downtown driving sucks, suburbs is fine. Rural is great if not too long. So like, personally, I would rather drive in an area where like the biggest thing that could kill me would be other drivers, because I can kind of see that coming to an extent and try to do something about it. In Maine, you'll just have like big ass moose and shit that run out on the road and smoke motherfuckers. Like they will end your shit. Deer just throw themselves out in front of you. I mean, when we were in Iceland, we almost hit like 17 sheep. The sheep there do not want to live. They have no intent to make it to tomorrow. Apparently, sheep collisions are like the #1 cause of collisions in Iceland. So, fortunately, I had experience with dumb fucking animals running in front of cars. I haven't hit anything in Maine so far. Thoughts and prayers. But sheep tried to test me. I saw them coming though. I predicted their movements. My reflexes are too fast. I am the human I am the human benchmark. I'm so good at talking, boys. Anytime I try to gas myself up, I fuck up. It's not meant to happen. Maybe the self-degradation is the only play. It's the only future that we can see. The human benchmark by American standards. Listen here, brother. Listen here. I know a lot of people in Iceland that look like they had a way slower reaction time. And Iceland is technically Europe, I believe. Way lower vertical leaps. Way slower 40-yard dash times. I continue to be the epitome of peak male gamer form. I am the Alpha Sigma gamer howling at the moon. Ow! It will not be silenced. I can't be stopped, Ethan. What you been up to, dude? I'm trying to make it over to, in your professional opinion, should I go Pit Zerker or Novasork in Diablo 2? Wait, why are you going back to D2? And are you playing D2 Resurrected, or are you going back to like LOD? I need more details. Did they ever announce what like the 25 year? D2R new ladder. Ooh. Excuse me. I don't know all of the changes that D2R has made, like, since I played it. But Novasork was always such a consistent leveler as well. If you're looking to just fuck around, I have to sneeze. I can fight it off. User Zen. Yeah, so Novasork was always very, like, good leveling-wise anyways. Super smooth progression. Until you hit immunities, but I think in D2R, you have ways to deal with immunities quite easier. Also, just get a fucking merc and then you're vibing. You should be chilling with a Novasork. Pretty easy farms too, but the thing with anything fizz based is that you were always drop bound. I don't know if they made that better in D2R or not, but my vote's Nova's work, especially for a solo. They don't have to dodge the crazy drivers we have or bullets. That is true. That is true. Odds are, though, I've had more gunshots out my window recently than you guys have. Dusty is cyber athlete. I'm a real athlete. I was getting buckets on stream in Iceland. I found a basketball court one day while I was walking around, and I was getting shots up, and I was a buck. And then my entire stream setup got wet, and Carterless Street got snapped in half. Nova Sork, I remember playing that back in the day. It started me liking magic user over melee. I was always a summon necro. Always. It was a whole lot of corpse exploding for me. My brother always played a Blizz Sork. 2v2? Question mark. You can 1v2. Kiko. Well, Kiko's over here and I go 2v2 with me and Kiko versus these two other guys, and Kiko goes, you can 1v2. I don't want to make it unfair. No, that's insane. Oh, no. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I 1v2'd him and was 80%. Oh. They're cuties. That is so funny. Okay. If they open up on you, I feel bad. Yeah, it might be a little rough for him. Oh. I think they're including you in the affairs as well. Oh god, the rogue's not the tankiest. I understand what you're saying now. They're most definitely trying their best, though. I am still sitting above 10k HP and I haven't popped anything yet. I have 10.2k HP just by existing. And now, I may actually have to pop something. We're up tremendous. And then CC break goes out. Second CC goes in. And then the pump goes out. Okay. I feel like they're sustaining through the burst that I can put out. But I just gotta get wound up on the squishy, which is probably gonna be the rogue. I gotta pull him around LOS. And then once he's around LOS, I should be able to hopefully get some cookout. God damn, I can't hit a single thing on this man. He's so evasive. He's got all of the evasion in the fucking world. Oh yeah, okay, I just gotta burst through the rogue first, and then we're fine. Rogue's just about dead. And then if they swap, I just switch over to the, bard, and then just get DPS out on the other one. And we should be fine from there. Boop. 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 Okay. Rogue's dead, and now we switch over to the bard. And I'm back to 12.5k HP with my indom up. So, Rogue's done. Now we're on the bard, 1v1. Bard's trying to get some mana back up, trying to get some sustain. And I believe the bard is no longer feeling quite as confident in everything. Mr. Tommy Hawk just went to pay him a visit. I got a full wall on him. And I think at this point they're kind of starting to feel a little bit of pressure. I just slammed them for 725 HP. So I think they're slightly unhappy with the state of current affairs here. We got the trip combo in, we got the second stun coming in, and it looks like the 2v1 is complete and I'm 100% HP. Alright, sitting at a cool 10.2k HP and 40% mana after the Bard and Rogue 1v2. We did it, boys. We made it out. I can't believe I'm 10.2k. I'm at plus 20 on all gear now. And I have 3 foxes. I also have 3 foxes. We're up tremendous. Aren't you low on mana at some point? Reflect plus inner fire plus refreshing follow through. They're wondering how I sustain mana as a tank so well. And it's a few very core things. Thankfully, bow tree helps a lot. Inner fire and refreshing follow through are both massive things to incentivize you to finish your combos, get that mana tick back up. And then reflect has an augment in it where it's refreshing reflect. And reflect restores mana equal to the damage dealt by the reflected hit up to 20% of the caster's total mana. He said, don't think I saw you losing HP. Again. I asked if they wanted to run it up again. We got 15 minutes until the PTR goes down. Announcement just went out, boys. We're so close. So close to happiness. Actually, so close to sadness. Alright. We'll run it up again with the lads. We'll give another 1v2. Another opportunity for them to show what they're about. I think they're down. Alright, they're down. We're into it, boys. We're so up. Alright, so what we're gonna do here is this time I'm gonna open up on the rogue a little bit more. And I've got to try to get the rogue out of their smoke here and just keep the burst out on them. And if I can keep the burst out and keep damage going out and keep my mitt up on myself, keep CC up, and keep my burst up, then we should be fine. Rogue is already feeling pretty rough. They're losing a lot on their end of things. Rogue is half and dropping. I need to stay on them as much as possible, though. I can't let them get any space, or they could actually cook me here. And I think if they both just, like, focus me the way that they are right now, and don't really give me room, then they could, unironically, cook this. Like, I think a lot of people just don't utilize the sheer numbers advantage that 1v2s provide a lot at all. Especially in a proper way. I just got my biggest fucking ability kicked. That's so sad. This rogue just hit the luckiest CC. Oh no. Oh no, boys. Yeah, we actually lost one. That's so sad. The 2v1 got us. I don't think I have enough to turn it. Unless Toasty comes in with the help. I got 27 until I have my Indom up. I lost my Indom cast, and that was what cooked me in this so far. Okay. We're living it right now, Toasty. Oh my god, wait. We're actually living this way more than we probably should be. And I got my Indom up. Alright, we're set. I got 6k HP. We go. We turn it. I'm still ready. Brother's about to get nuked. He's so weak. He's so weak. I got him out of stealth. I have no mana for the pull. He's almost dead though. We're fine. Did you get pet rocks? Oh, am I showing my rocks on stream? Yeah, I got so many fucking rocks while we were out there, dude. It was amazing. Yeah, we got hella rocks in this bitch. All right, Rogue's dead now. Toast died to the crab. Oh no. The crabs conquered Toast. I think they realized, like, that they had a numbers advantage in the 1v2 and actually, like, pressed it a little bit. Because they were not doing that before. And I think that was the biggest thing that they were struggling with. But we seem to be in a better spot now. It's just a matter of... Oh, Toast back. It's just a matter of like, I think in 1vx's, I need to try to stagger damage coming in from people. It feels like the first time I fight people in a 1v2, it's always extremely easy to get the burst in them. Or get the burst like on them and cook them from that. And then the second time, it seems like people will typically adapt a little bit and play around it a bit more. Because once they both started going on me at the same time, it was a little bit harder to just kind of like, I don't know, maintain the pressure that I could. And they were able to just kind of like, I don't know, dump a shitload of damage on me that I would have been forced to just block through, I guess, normally, but we have to play more of them. We must play more. Dusty 2v2, any 2v2. Fighter Rogue 2vs? Ooh. We making diamonds? I forgot that we were at this part of the VOD. These were Icelandic rocks, boys. These are all pure Icelandic goods. Escorted back in directly from the country. They asked us what we were bringing back in, and I said, this puffin stuffed animal. Eddie, you fuck with JD? Yes. New heat from an hour ago, if you're interested. Throw it in my Discord. I can't click on any links because if I take a single chance of showing NDA content, then I'm full cooked. And we're trying to avoid that as much as possible. But yeah, throw it in my Discord for sure. Oh, is it 2Vs again? Okay. I think it's the 2Vs. We got Toasty with the Protect. And we should be in a good spot to play it out. Faraday over on the right could be a pretty easy get. Yeet. That is entirely cooked off. Hee haha ho ho. Okay, so one of them is dead. And now the second one shall die. We are truly up. Okay. If we can, do people want to see Puff Daddy? Wait, did you guys hear Diddy didn't do it? Not to be like weird or anything, but according to the court of law, the Diddy or Diddy not was answered. And it was Diddy not. Okay, wait, so what's going on over here? Did someone just jump the other team? Diddy lawyer's too good. He's too slippery. He's ungrabbable. Unflappable. Didn't do it or prosecution fumbled. I'm not a legal analyst. But the headlines will be surely going crazy. Certainly. Oh. I think we are 2Ving. Hold on. They have so much pursuit with the double melee. Oh. It's a little unfortunate. I did everything I could to peel for Toast there. And like, Fighter Rogue goes fucking crazy in terms of the pursuit right now. Especially without any heals or bailout, but there's focusing. I mean, yeah, I would too against a mage right now. Like, there's not much that a mage is gonna do to survive that, in all fairness. I had everything up on you and dropped both of my shields on you, and there was just like no way for you to actually live through it. If it was like a bard, or if you were able to kind of like play your life a little bit more, it would have been much more savable. But once they're in on you that hard, you have no life play. I even tried to drop like a wall for you and everything. There was nothing. I had you full protected. I had both shields up on you. I hit a 2-person trip at one point as well. It's a certain point where your HP can only sustain so much. And I also think you're, what, 4k HP? So that also checks out a little bit. Like that'll be squishy with two probably full plus 20 people going on you. It do make sense. It do make sense. Things hit hard. Beady ass eyes. Boys, this is Puff Daddy. I don't know why you guys hate Puff Daddy so much. He didn't do anything to you guys. Like, Puff Daddy did nothing wrong. This Puff Daddy is a good Puff Daddy. The other one, questionably not so good, according to a court of law. Now, what was proven is that motherfucker loves prostitutes. But really, who doesn't? Just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there. PTR will be closing down in about 5 minutes. Boys, we make it a 5 minutes to remember. Alright, Toasty. We do everything we can to keep you alive. I will literally sit and try to jump whenever they go on you. If we can turn it and I can keep you up, then we're so good. I just don't know, like, how long I can sustain you for while they're breathing down your dick. I don't have enough sustain. I'm so sorry. Like, I think I'm at least making it difficult for them, but there's not much that I can do at that point. It's genuinely just so much pop. I mean, that was close though. Like, I kept you up for a good amount of time. Wait a minute, who the fuck is this ranger? What the hell's going on here? I'll cook this ranger real quick. Brother, I don't know you. You're not involved in this. Some ranger was just third partying and the fighting got absolutely fucking cooked. I legitimately just like 3-shotted that fucking ranger that was third partying. Oh, and he deserved it. Oh my god, that was good. Okay. So PTR is about to drop for the day, boys. Who was testing with us today? Run it back. What did we do today that was productive? Me personally, I spent a fuckload of time just PvPing and trying to get used to the new movement system, because I think this system's coming through to the game. I think we're gonna see this on live extremely soon. Now, they did say that this that June 26th was the last like update they were putting on the like production environment before August 4th. But I wouldn't be opposed to the new movement coming out. I kind of fuck with it very heavy. Thoughts, opinions, very open to hearing what people think. Oh, wait. 2Vs? Wait. What are we doing now? Is everyone just hitting everyone? I don't even know what's happening. Toasty, I got you. I got a grab on the rogue. I got a trip on the rogue, actually. Rogue could get quite cooked here. I ate the silence. They fucking smacked me. It's so sad. It's so sad. Wait. I might have just kept Kiko up. Holy shit. I might have just saved Kiko. Ain't no way. Oh, Kiko. I found him. I found him, Kiko. Kiko, I got you. Nothing will stop us from succeeding. Kiko, I got you. Come back here. I'm so close to saving you. No. No. I've got everything ready. You can get the ration. You can get the ration. We're up. We're so up. We're so up. We're so up. Everything's fine. Oh, wait. We got it off. We got the banner off. We're so good. We're so set. I got the CC. I got a trip and a pull on him. He's so cooked. He's full fucking tint. There's no escape. I framed his ditties. He's in stealth, right in front of me. He's out of stealth. He's so weak. He's dead here. Nice. Okay, we're up. We're so up. One rogue is dead. The best rogue is a dead rogue, chat. I want to go on this bard. Eh. Get back here. We control the bard. We control everything. Oh my god. Kiko just destroyed the other rogue. Okay, we're up. I got Kiko with the protect. Okay. The threes are going very well. We're so up. Excuse me. Pardon me. I like that the rogue that just got cooked by us was yapping in /yell. He was trying. He was trying very hard, but unfortunately, brother had no impact the entire fight and is getting cooked a second time after yapping in /yell, and he's back at the respawn. Isn't that unfortunate, man? The ones to yap first are always the ones to respawn the quickest. Yo, whoever Sklount the rogue is, brother, if you're in here, I'd focus more on, well, pressing your abilities properly and less time on trying to press words properly. Because the words aren't being backed up by much right now in the game, brother. We kind of got you permanently at the Ember Spring, dog. I won't lie. I don't even think you're coming back at this point, no? Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. It's okay, though. And he's 50% again, 25% again. Oh, Sklount's dead again. Isn't that just a crazy coincidence? It's a little wacky. How, yet again, he just kind of found a way to make it happen. And by it, I mean, well, him dying very, very, very quickly. And now they're trying to just focus the people that I keep throwing my shields up on. Which makes it pretty easy for me, because I've also got Kiko protected. So you can't really just like burst Kiko right now. Brother's getting cooked by me in the PTR and trying to yap and /yell while watching my stream of me cooking him in the PTR that he can't even see, and he's still trying to yap. Brother, you can't win. I've got you yapping on what's supposed to be a test server, and now the test server is down, so you'd actually have to show who you are in chat, and then you get roasted for losing to me and having your Twitch associated with it. Brother, you just lost to the content creator for the last 20 minutes of that. What do you mean? You probably gotta work tomorrow. Shit. Shit. Brother Ash, how much my mom paid for my internet? I wish I could live with my parents. My parents are dope. Good cooking, good food. I got leftovers from the last time I went to go see them. It was nice. Always a beautiful visit. Server down. It is indeed. It is indeed. That rogue that we were cooking at the end was yapping in game towards the end. So I gave him a chance to do anything. No, Scott, to be fair, we had you in the 2v2s. Sad they fell apart towards the end. In all fairness, you're a double DPS comp that all-ins on a mage with 3,700 HP in the 2v2s and then instantly has numbers. That's why 2v2s also aren't a point of emphasis in Ashes, because the second it was 3v3s and you guys had, like, we had a third, we had a peel for our mage who you were inting and had more of like a response instead of just one person being taken out. It was 2v3. Brother, you guys had 4 people hitting us. Just because you guys did not have like an even start with everything, we were just dealing with all 4 of the people that were there hitting us throughout that. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Their strat was focus the mage. Yeah. Yeah. And as soon as they couldn't focus the mage, the cope came out. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Very, very simple. Shit, I mean, even if it was Tank Ranger that they were against, it probably would have been a different story. Brothers said 2v2 and then ran at the mage for 2 fights and then said, GG, we're the best. I promise you it's not that deep. I promise you it's not that deep. Would I love to try you and Kiko? I'd recommend a new rogue to play with personally. Not only was that guy a yapper, which makes you look bad by association, but he was also not a good rogue. I'll be completely honest. That man is fucking dog shit. So if you're trying to have like a small scale group, I'd recommend finding probably any other rogue. That man was a yapper and not good enough at the game to be a yapper. First time I've ever seen him. Okay, that's fair. I didn't know if it was like a static that you played with or something, but I was like, I know you, but I don't know him. And that guy was really acting like a fucking fan. So, sorry for being grumpy with you. I thought you were associated with him by default. Okay, yeah, he was just a weird fucking random then. In other news, my whole guild is AFK till P3. That makes sense. In other news, how do you think Fighter felt since the movement changes? Now that we're done our combat. So, I've actually been a huge fan of the movement changes. Really. It's a lot better. That's what I think. I think the biggest thing right now, yo, what up, White Devil? Are the servers down? Yes, PTR servers just went down. Servers will come back up with the production environment tomorrow. So that'll be tomorrow, hopefully around 1 p.m. EST. But I think that it makes the fights feel a lot better spaced. The tempo of them is much better. It's a lot less of just like, initiate goes in, everybody just fucking hops out instantly. Initiates matter, positioning matters, displacement abilities matter. Like a lot of things actually feel like they matter, are impactful now. Sorry. With that, I think the movement is extremely good. I think the movement right now could use a little tiny bit of fine tuning because it currently feels kind of like a bungee cord being on you. And at a certain point, you just hit the end of the bungee cord and you get like pulled back, right? And I think smoothing that out just a wee bit would probably be, in my opinion, better just for like fluidity. I don't expect bee hopping. I actually liked the lack of kind of like what's available much more than I thought I would. But the deceleration feels a little tinge quick. Fall damage is a little nutty. Yeah, I think fall damage algorithm will probably be tweaked a little bit. There's a lot of fall damage, but at the same time, if they don't want people playing verticality, or if they want people primarily playing verticality off of like uppies and stuff, then that's great. Could also just make taking high ground absolutely impossible too. But we'll see. I'm not quite sure with how much verticality some areas of the map have. Even in like sieges and some of the more organized modes, I'm not quite sure what the long-term impact will be, but fall damage is scary. I took like 7k earlier. It was fucked. Fighters been interesting to fight against since the movement change, though. It feels like fighters are able to stick a lot more. Like, much more. Also, what would you say in small scale? The largest thing that you would hate to see as a fighter? Like, not like archetype-wise, but how someone could play against you. Because I was doing a lot of 1v1s against fighters because a lot of people were playing fighters today. And the ones that I was winning, like, thankfully we didn't lose much because I got a really good tank set put together. But a lot of the, like, fighter 1v1s, when I was winning, it was, like, more of a slow-paced War of Atrophy, and you guys have so much sustain, it feels like, in the smaller scale shit. I know. How you doing, my boy? When's the public server go back on? Tomorrow. Until August 4th, it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday for public server, Tuesday, Wednesday for private. Everyone has PTR access, but of course you can't share visuals from it. That's why we're kind of showing like the old VOD. But yeah, and play PTR is pretty cool, but I didn't get to progress much. PTR, honestly, they're the vendors set up outside. I can give you a run through when PTR is up next, but there are ways where you can like instantly level your character and get some gear sets all taken care of. But if you're trying to progress and level a little bit when servers go back up, hop into the Discord. We can get you all squared away. We can probably have a couple people like set up to help out. But yeah, so on the PTR, I have 2 different tanks, and for the last 2 days, I've geared them a little bit differently. So you can insta level, you can get all your lifestyle skills taken care of, you can get your gear taken care of, enchanting, all of that shit. So next time PTR's up, I'll get you all set up. Oh, that scene switch scared me. Oh god, there are too many Dusties on screen now. Oh fuck, I don't like that. When do I go back to normal Dusty? Okay, I didn't like that. There were too many Dusties on screen in that VOD, holy shit. So it was Ido on PTR. Hey yo, wait. Did you see Ido kicking on PTR? That's so fucking funny. What day? I mean, depending on what you're doing, we can get you all squared away tomorrow in terms of like live progression. So the server that's like the live server now is going to go, like the public server, it wipes on August 4th, and we go to the 24/7 live server for August 4th and beyond that. So on July 14th, PTR goes to 24/7. So you'll be able to kind of like get more practice with the endgame testing and shit like that. What I would recommend is using the next like 2 weeks before PTR goes 24/7, level on the live server so you feel out the early game and the progression and the gearing that's over there, and then use the PTR to poof in the endgame character, and we'll get you PvP reps on the PTR. Should be super simple. And my cam was under your overlay. Yes, yeah, there were so many people on my screen there. Exclamation guild. It's the old cats Discord, discord.gg/cats with abs. But pop in the Discord tomorrow when servers go up. People usually post in the Discord. The Ashes Discord also has the announcements that go out, but I'll have stream up right when servers are up tomorrow. If you pop over, make your character, let me know when you're all set up, and then we can get you squared away. But right now, the early game experience, leveling experience, and stuff like that is being reworked, revamped. There's a second starting area in the anvils that's going to be added. The anvils is the next like zone, the next big batch of nodes or towns to be added. So like there is a lot to learn, but you're hopping in at a really good time because you can hop in now and just sponge all the information, and then when August 4th hits, you'll be in a spot where all of the information is already like acquired, and you at least know how to level, how to gear, and from there it's just getting PvP reps, getting more familiar, and that's all just natural. Times they usually go up 1 p.m. EST-ish. If you're not in the Ashes Discord, it's just discord.gg/ashes of creation. They post when the uptimes are going to be. If there are any delays, they usually post ahead of time. But the target is 1 p.m. EST. Sometimes it gets a little delayed, but Ashes Discord's goated. We have the announcements at cross-post over in the Cats Discord too. But yeah, I'm literally fucking always here as well, bro. I'm always here. I hope Deadlock's been cooking though. I always tune in and tab in, bro. It's the fucking schmovement meta over there has evolved. We actually, you came in at a funny time as a schmovement enjoyer. So a big thing in Ashes previously, we can go back to the start of this VOD even, when I was doing the 1v3s. So at the start of this VOD, this was from a few days ago. You'll notice that in a lot of fights, it's very like B-hop heavy, a lot of very zoomy movement, right? And like, we're going through movement changes on the private test realm right now that are taking away a lot of the B-hops, a lot of the very, very like zoomy movement where you're maintaining your momentum like crazy, and they put a few like momentum slows in. So they took away a lot of the momentum carry and made it a lot more like decisive movement, it feels like, where abilities matter, your positioning matters, a metric fuckload, and instead of fights like this where I can just create a metric fuck ton of space and other people can create a metric fuck ton of space from like B-hop, 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 it's very decisive movement. Everything matters. Everything has that big impact. So it's cool, but of course, still not even close to launch for another half year/year. My guess for a full launch is late 2027. So phase 3, the server that starts on August 4th, is slated to be like in its original iteration. That was going to be a year plus minimum. So phase 3, they're not trying to rush into betas, and they're kind of like front loading everything in the alpha progression. By the time phase 3 is done, the game's going to be feature complete, and then we go into 2 short betas that are measured in weeks instead of like months or a year plus like the old alpha servers. And the 2 betas are going to be closed betas, like I said, measured in weeks, and they're just like a final coat of paint and polish on everything, and then they launch from there. So unlike a lot, oh, Deadlock. Yo, Deadlock launching in another half year to a year is actually kind of sick. That's some fast cadence. That's good though, which means pro scene too. Now, keep in mind, in that realm of things, Dota 2ski was in a very long like beta for a while, but TI was still giving out millions of dollars in prizes. So I need an MMO. I'm an MMO player. I feel that. I feel that. And I really think, man, if you enjoy, and you do, knowing you and everything that you did in New World when you were there, especially with like the castle events and shit, if you value and miss the community feel of MMOs that New World was supposed to have and kind of lost over time, Ashes has been that and more for me, man. And I know that it's far from a complete state. Ashes is definitely imperfect in its current iteration. It's not supposed to be perfect. But overwhelmingly, I haven't felt this much kind of like fun spamming something 10 hours a day every single day in a long ass time. Ian, are there any patch notes for the PTR? So patch notes today were that NIKUA and PY'RAI were available. No Renkai yet. That's going to be the last race added. Prior to that, they basically added fall damage in a more punishing way, much more punishing way. Changed some momentum things to prevent B-hopping and shit like that. Changed mob damage scaling and like leveling scaling as well. Let's see what else. I don't want to miss anything important. Let me find it. Yesterday, July 1st. Yeah, so enemy NPCs that are higher level than a character will deal more damage and take less damage from the character on top of their marginal stat increases. They talked about that. Apothecarium Dreadmire bosses, so that is Daytona, Snake Circle, are 2-star mobs instead of 3-star mobs for the named mobs. Changes to character movement and momentum. Momentum carryover allows skilled use of movement abilities and timing to extend jump distance in horizontal motion. Lateral deceleration while a character is airborne has been increased, resulting in less distance traveled while using momentum carryover. So that needs to be tweaked a little bit because the lateral decel is very decel-y. Those brakes were recently done and that car's not going anywhere, brother. Fall damage calculations have been updated. Fall damage now scales based on impact velocity and fall distance. It deals a percentage of your health, so it stays relevant at all levels. Rogue exposed status effect will no longer allow their targets to have a large increase in their outgoing damage. So the big rogue bug is seeing a potential fix. Characters will now have a correct mounting animation instead of teleporting into their mount saddle. Let's see. Quest fixes, nodes and freehold changes, UI fixes, and let's see, just some general changes as well. But I don't not gonna like Ranger. Why do you think Ido's not gonna... Wait, what you mean? Why do you think Ido's not gonna like Ranger? And what class do we think Ido plays? Why wouldn't Ido like Ranger? I mean, I don't necessarily think anything is going to have like fucking deadlock movement, especially with the momentum changes coming in. But I think Ranger right now is very high burst, very evasive. Rogue? I could see Rogue as well. It just depends on what he wants to do. Like, nothing to top deadlock movement, but this game feels good. Yeah, deadlock movement is fucking snappy for sure. It doesn't survive. I think he'd probably like Ranger a lot though, because like the positioning and the impact that a Ranger can have as well. I think a Ranger is the highest like single target murderization. Really good decision making. Rogue is massive in out, massive damage, huge burst. I just also think there's more room for Rangers than there is for Rogues in terms of PvP. Rogue feels like a very small scale specific thing, which honestly does make sense because Rogues are small scale specialists. Diving backline and shit like that, could definitely see that too. They do have big burst. If the movement changes stay in, I think flank groups are going to be massive value too. Arrowly loves Ranger too, but I haven't seen him do PvP yet. Arrowly got to get used to PvP. When he was over here trying it out before, my chat was telling me that we got to get him all squared away because he was getting auto attacked down by people. But I think he's going over to WoW for a while. So he'll get his tab target's been going well over there. He's been cooking over there. The WoW clips are going insane. But I vividly remember we were in an 8-man cooking people, and someone comes into my chat and they go, Dusty, you got to go help Arrow real quick. And I go, why? What's up? And they were like, some fighter just walked him down with auto attack only. And I was like, brother, what's going on? And then Arrow Lee's launcher decided to cook him harder than anything else. So Arrow hopefully can actually launch the game now, but he was enjoying it when he was playing it. We would just have to get him up to speed a little bit, but it's the most MMO experience ever. Yup, you're just in a fight and you're like, what the fuck is going on? What do I do? Why is this happening? Yup. My first time dying in Ashes. If you loot somebody who has died, like the Ashes piles that are on the ground after I kill these guys, I would flag up for PvP, which is the purple state. I was a new player my first day checking out Ashes, streaming Ashes, and somebody had died at one of the low-level mob grinds. And I go to grab their Ashes, and I'm like level 3. And I flag up for PvP, and I'm like, oh fuck, how do I turn this off? I look beside me, and there's like a level 15 mage, and they one-shotted my shit. Just Thanos snapped me off the face of the fucking earth. And I was like, alright, noted. We cannot steal people's stuff. That was day 1. I've had so many people come in since then that have just been like, Dusty, I fucked up. And I'm like, you took somebody's stuff, didn't you? Use 2 weapons. So if you do exclamation classes, we can kind of like break it down. The weapons don't determine your class. So actually in the VOD back here while I was in this fight, at a certain point, I had pulled up my weapon tree. And I think it was like up here. Hold on. Where the fuck was it? No, I'm not going to be able to find it now. So basically, every class has a melee and a ranged weapon available. So I'm a tank. I have my bow out right now, but I have my bow and then I have my shield and my mace equipped in my melee slot. So every class has a melee and a ranged weapon. You can use your ranged weapon up close. You can swing your melee weapon from far away. But you got to go stream Minecraft for that, dog. I'm just throwing that out there. Someone pinned that, screenshot that shit. He's cancelable. What do you mean? That's extortion level chats. We're up tremendous in the current age of Twitch. We're huge now. So basically, I can switch freely between my melee and my ranged weapons. So if I needed to, or I was in like melee range and wanted to cleave people, or I wanted to put out the debuffs from my mace tree, I can have my mace and my shield out. That'll also allow me, since I have a shield out, to block and reduce damage coming in. If I'm in a scenario like this, where I'm walking somebody down, or I'm just kind of like trading damage, I want to have my longbow out a lot of the time because longbow has the furthest range of any weapon in the game. In addition to that, each weapon on their final, like, the final hits of their combo will have a chance to basically proc a certain type of finisher that puts out a status effect on the person. So that's the little status effects that are going down here on this tank that I'm fighting's debuff bar. So this one that's like the green arrow is wound, which is anti-heal. So with longbow, I can put out wound and make sure that people are anti-heal capped. As long as I'm trading with them and keeping that debuff up, it goes up to 10 stacks. It's 5% per stack, a max of 50% incoming healing reduction. So essentially, I keep my wound up, I keep my trades up, and as a tank, I'm trying to play around those combos because that will also build the resource that you're seeing here, which I just spent on those slams that killed him. So that's my courage. On the final 2 hits of my combo, I generate courage and I have a chance to put the status debuffs out on him. Different weapons have different time to finishers, different combos themselves, and different status effects that they can put out on the targets that you're hitting. So they're kind of like different incentivizations to use different weapons. In addition to that, it's kind of like named weapons, like different items that have different stats on them. So not every longbow is the exact same. For example, on this tank, I use the hawk bow, which drops from a pocket dungeon, like a dungeon that you go and you kill a named mob, and it has a chance to drop that bow. You can only get that bow from that place. There are things like iron longbow, which you can find from a lot of places throughout the world that's less specific, but also a little bit less good. So gearing is a process in and of itself. But your class, eventually, you'll have a primary archetype and a secondary archetype. Right now, we just have primaries. So I'm a tank. I will always have my tank abilities. So that's your primary. Your primary always determines what your active abilities are and what your class tree is. Your secondary is something that will augment your primary abilities. So essentially what that means is, like, I'm a tank. I will always have tank abilities available. Say I am a tank primary with a cleric secondary. My tank abilities may be augmented with like some self-healing or some group healing. For example, I have an ability called Intimidating Aura. Every second, once a second, for 8 seconds, it pulses. It does damage and threat in an area. Nice for tanking, not too crazy for PvP. If I was a cleric secondary, that could potentially have like a healing pulse that also goes out once a second. So if you wanted to play something like rogue as your primary, so you had the rogue ability kit, that very zippy in out, the poisons, the stealths, and then ranger as your secondary. So you maybe got some of that, like, I don't know, ranger area control, a little bit of the movement, maybe some of like the big burst, things like that. You'll be able to cross over. So I'll be playing tank primary with rogue secondary, which will be Night Shield as the class. That's going to give me the tank tree, which is built around like big, like drawn out CC combos, kind of like a Moe and Krill combo, where I set stuff up for the team. I'll put it in deadlock terms. I essentially try to be like very Moe and Krilly. I play Initiate, but I also have big instances of CC where I can do damage to you during those CCs. I trip you for 3 seconds. I can do 3 seconds of damage to you. I can trip you again and do more damage to you while you're tripped. If I try to trip you a third time, you get 10 seconds of trip immunity. So I try to play a little bit like a Moe and Krill as a tank, where in these fights, you'll notice, especially in like the early 1v3s when I'm doing these, we'll go back to like the start of it when I'm fighting the group. When I go into these, you'll notice that I kind of play very pokey, and I wait for my chance to go in instead of just rushing in with my dick out constantly. So I kind of like gauge it out. I get my status debuffs, like my debuffs, out on the people that I'm hitting, and then I try to combo off that. So when I go in as a tank and I try to combo, once these guys come down and the fight starts, you'll see that I go in, I try to get my finishers out, and then I trip, damage goes out, and then I trip again, and then more damage goes out, and I have them CC'd for that entire little initiate phase. And then once that's done, I try to back out a little bit, I pop my sustain, and I kind of like reset the fight, and then I wait for another option to go in, trip, burst, second trip, they're dead. So that was cleric. That cleric could have self-healed and could have like healed that group if I didn't go in and just hit like the trip, burst, second trip, more burst. Likewise, if I had just gone in and trip, that's going to give them a 10-second CC immunity where they're going to be able to, like this buff here is that 10-second trip and stun immunity. So I have to be careful as a tank about fucking those things up. So with my playstyle, where I like to kind of like poke and find targets and opportunities, we also have my shift T, which is a grapple. I kind of like throw the grapple at them and then pull them in. It works sometimes it's a little buggy. But basically, I look for opportunities to find targets. Zom will usually call targets if we're like in guild versus guild stuff because he calls for the guild. And we'll get those targets going, we'll get them identified, and then if I see another target, or if the target that Zom called is ready to die, I can go in, grapple them, I put my wall down, I trip them, and then the entire raid or group just bursts that person. So it's a lot of that like coordinated, okay, we're hitting this person, everybody uses their range, we fill that person with debuffs, they hit the point where they've got a lot of debuffs, we pull them in, we burst them, we kill them, and then we go to the next target. And the groups that are really pumping right now are the groups that are the best at coordinating that burst all at once. So your secondary is going to give you a lot of like customization over that. If you were going like Zombie said, tank, you would have your tank abilities, but you would also augment your tank abilities with more tank. So you and Zombie suck. And you came to my Twitch chat to be a clown for free. Congratulations, brother. I appreciate you coming in, Nautilus. I hope you're having a beautiful day while the servers are down and you're still watching an Ashes streamer. Overrated? Brother, nobody even knows who you are. Which one would you rather have? No problem, brother. God is work. 07, brother. Takes a whole community. I appreciate you, dog. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Have I introduced you to Puff Daddy? It's my stuffed puffin that I brought back from Iceland. There can be no violence when Puff Daddy's around. Because he'll fucking kill you. In game, of course. Of course. But look at those beady eyes, dog. You can't avoid the Puff Daddy. But, so hear me out. I do agree Zombie sucks and I'm overrated. But I'm overrated because people talk about me like I'm a demigod. And I'm still fucking nuts. But I do agree. People give me a little bit of hype. They're like, oh my god, he's 6'5", handsome, smart, and fucking nuts. Wow. And like, those things are all true. But sometimes people gas it up a little bit too much. And so I agree. I think my content's kind of mid. I think my nose is larger than people like acknowledge. Jawline's not that great. I haven't shaved my neck beard in like 3 weeks because of the Iceland trip. Kind of growing it out. What? They didn't even give you a mayoral flyer. Intrepid doesn't even fuck with you. He's got a point. In all fairness, like saying I suck is just incorrect. But like, is he really that wrong? I'd shame all the other mayors past and present. That's so true, actually. That's so true. Nice seeing the whole tomorrow. Much love, Ido. Much love. Yeah, post in, I think you joined the guild Discord. Just post in public so they can find you. They'll get you your roles and stuff. Just gonna level on Rogue. You're gonna have a lot of fun with it. You're gonna have a lot of fun with Rogue. Rogue is so fucking good. It's very zippy, very fast as well. You've got some pretty cool combos too. So with Rogue, you have a status effect that is a root that also stops a person from rotating. It's called off balance. And then you get bonus damage on your stab if you're behind the person, which turns it into a backstab. So pretty cool, like small mechanics like that that are incentivized to keep you moving and keep you active on a rogue that can make a huge difference. I think you'll like it a lot. Dusty, what's the latest with Ashes of Creation? What do you mean, the latest? The fuck do you mean? What kind of question is that? Like a lot, Hank. There's a lot that's happened lately. Has Zombie even done anything on Ashes? Like, define anything. Cause like he's done stuff. Like he logs in a lot. Yeah, he's done shit. I'm sure. Like, just because I haven't seen any of it doesn't mean he hasn't done anything. He's done stuff. He made a spreadsheet. He made a spreadsheet. Yeah. Yeah. No, he's done stuff. Like, what's new? So, in terms of the private test realm, so PTR, we're currently testing movement, momentum changes, fall damage is in, mob level scaling has been added in. NIKUA and PY'RAI were added in today. So, pretty nice. Got invited to the PTR, but Ashes was garbage for leveling up when the alpha started. Is it better? Everything is better now than when the alpha started, but depends on what you mean by, like, garbage for leveling up and the things that you didn't like. Ashes is never going to have, like, one linear main story that everybody just follows and goes through kind of like autopilot, and it's always going to be a very non-linear leveling process that's also a long leveling time. But depending on, like, what the big pain point of, like, leveling his ass was, it's almost definitely improved in a certain aspect and will continue to improve. Keep in mind, everything is alpha still. With that being said, though, the cool thing about the PTR, too, is it's like a frictionless environment to check out the endgame stuff. So while you chip away at leveling on, like, what we call the production environment and check out, like, the new changes to questing and shit like that have come in, which I think are one of the big changes to production leveling, the PTR allows you to talk to the vendors directly outside of the starting area, and you can actually get, like, experience books and gear to level up your character, so you don't have to go through, on the private test realm at least, the full leveling experience, and can kind of, like, pop around. You can go to level 15, level 25, you can get crates that have all your gear in it. So even if you're in a point where it's like you're looking for a little more in the leveling process than what's currently offered, you could still check it out via PTR and then have a little bit more of an endgame experience. Your max level, yeah, you get those. And you can make and delete as many characters as you want. You make your character, you talk to the vendors outside, and then you get a book that levels you to 25, and then you can test all that you want. You do have to kind of, like, set up the gearing a little bit, but it's much better. And then with that being said, in terms of, like, the mob grind stuff, a lot of the fastest way to level is still mob grind in terms of, like, on launch and stuff. But with that being said, questing has come a long way, and the first time user experience has as well. So with that, questing is now the most efficient way to get 1 to about 12 in terms of your early progression. And they're constantly tweaking more things, both econ-wise, progression-wise, pretty much everything in between. So questing will continue to get better. I don't necessarily know that it'll ever be, like, better, so to say, than mob grinding if you're looking to, like, efficiently rank 1 grind. But as of right now, your best bet for a server launch would be figure out the perfect questing loop to get to level 12, hit that before anybody else, and then mob grind from there. Things will continue to shape up, though. In addition to that, there's also a late game quest right now for the best caster amulet in the game, the Arlogian Collar. And so they've found ways to incentivize people to actually complete late game quests. They've talked about some econ changes too that include, like, kind of more adaptability to reward choices from certain quests and shit too. So I'm excited for it. Been on my MOBA grind since New World relaunched a console. Fucking New World. I did my MOBA grind before New World, and I'll never go back. I went from MOBAs to Fortnite, like Dota 2 to Fortnite to New World, over to Ashes now, and MMOs are it for me, man. I found my little retirement home of content creation and everything. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Tried Ashes and it was a grind to get max level. Oh, it's always going to be. I'm gonna take this guy's advice on leveling. It took about 2 weeks to get to 25. I got 25 in 3 days. You probably hit 25 in 3 days with about 80 power. I hit 20 day, what, 2.5? And by the time we hit 20, which was just slightly behind the progression of, like, the top levelers, we were about 6-7 levels out. We were double the power of most of the people that had hit 20 at that point. So it all varies, man. It all varies. But I'm glad to know that you kept tabs on my leveling too, Nautilus. Brother, I hope you realize that by saying things like that, you don't look like anyone cool. You look like a fan that keeps tabs on me more than anything else. I don't really think that you understand how parasocial and weird it looks. That your first time chat was months after the launch of this server, But right off the top of your head, you know my leveling pace from the launch of the server. That makes you look obsessed with me. I'm just putting that out there. We're saying, brother, I'm saying that you're weirdly parasocial. People told you. So your entire friend group is parasocial and talks about me, and then you remember it? Or are people feeding you live information to try to out-yap a yapper? Because you either stored that information and remembered it the entire time, or your entire friend group is still talking about me and being parasocial, or you refuse to accept the fact that you're parasocial. Nobody knows who you are in game. Nobody knows who you are here. I don't know, man. You seem like a massive weirdo, but you're still in my chat. If I'm weird, why are you here? I think you're being weird, brother. You're known for what? Doing this. This is my full-time thing. I just yap about weirdos like you, brother. I sit here. This pays my bills. This is beautiful. I live a pretty zen life. I wake up in the morning and I water flowers and I feed birds that come by, and it's beautiful. You're a shit player? Good enough for you to watch, brother. What's your endgame? What guild are you with? I'd love to hear your credentials, your claims to fame. You seem to have plenty. But brother, I promise you, you can't out-yap a yapper. At the end of the day, your life is sad enough that your remaining time spent on this earth until you quite literally die is currently being spent in my chat trying to rage bait or something. But brother, at the end of the day, you have a finite amount of time left on this earth, and you admit that you have nothing better to do than sit here and watch me and do this. And at the end of the day, there'll be no rage bait that ever works because I simply feel bad for you. Like, genuinely, that you find this to be the best use of your time. And at the end of the day, I really just hope that, like, you find some form of happiness other than sitting in a random Twitch chat of somebody that you don't know. I don't know. Tweet coming out to you because you know it's true. Brother, nothing gets to me. What do you mean? Literally nothing gets to me. I don't think you realize. Hi, Fitty. Hope you're having a beautiful day. It's more depressing than Steven providing dates to the audience. It's a death sentence when Steven provides dates. You know that shit's getting bumped back 2 weeks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Some weirdo that is coming in trying to, like, rage bait or something. But genuinely, at this point, I don't really get bothered. I don't really get bothered at all anymore. Because genuinely, people have to take time out of their day. They have to come to my channel. And they have to sit here and just watch this. And if they choose to do that, then I already win. Like 2 weeks, just like you're leveling. Nice. Nice. You got exposed, you'll have talking yourself up. Brother, I'm fucking nuts at the game, yeah. What do you mean? I'll talk myself up because I'm the best. I'm the GOAT. Exactly. Yeah, you expose nothing because I stream everything I do. Everything's about you? Yeah, I'm the main character. It's my stream. Yeah. Stick to PvE. Brother, I'll cook you when the servers are up. I'll cook you when the servers are down on PTR, so it's visually NDA'd. I'll cook you everywhere. I'll cook you in my chat. I'll cook you when no servers are up. You simply just don't exist. I am the main character. And you're supporting me by doing this. So are you saying you watch all my fights now, Nautilus? I thought you didn't know who I was. But now you know how I fight. What do you mean? I thought you didn't know who I was and didn't watch, and people just told you what happened. So how do you know how I fight? Sir, your arguments just aren't adding up at this point. I think, perchance, maybe a few deep breaths and trying to logically approach this situation. You either have to admit that you watch a shitload of this stream. Or you have to go with my friends are telling me the information again. This guy's delusional. You got all these guys thinking you're good. That's the funny part. Brother, if everybody thinks I'm good except you, then that probably means you're the one that's wrong. I don't know. Typically, that's how most things work. But, I don't know. Be my guest. Be my guest. Brother, I don't really think you've said anything that's valid so far. You've said that your friends told you about my leveling. And then that my leveling was completely different. And that you didn't watch my stream. And then also know exactly how I fight. And that I'm clueless in fights. But you also don't watch my stream. So how would you know that I'm clueless in fights? Are you willing to admit that you watch my stream more than you let on, sir? Are you? Content Guild? Wait, so are you admitting that I'm an actual content creator? Your team will never own a main node. Brother, you're calling it a team? What are you a part of? What guild are you even in? Brother's so mad right now. Nautilus, we can hear you heavy breathing. Brother, nobody even like knows who you are. I don't know. I think this is rage bait. I don't even think it's good rage bait. If it was good or entertaining, then it'd be fine, but oh. Zombie cut a strike. RIP zombie. Zombie's gone. Gone forever. Zombie's gone. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. I don't take it back. So anyways, we'll move on. Yeah, I don't really have the time or the patience for that. Like, I don't really care anyways, but... Oh, zombie, you want to yap again? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. His existence is a rage bait. Anyways. Hold on, I gotta get zombie out of there again. So anyways. Sorry, I usually entertain it for a little bit in case people can actually be funny with it. And then at a certain point, weird Redditor parasocial people just descend into true madness. And like, just actually become shaking and quivering like they want to bring a gun to a fan meetup. And at that point, I just ban people if they can't come off the weird train and realize that it's banter. I used to care. And I used to be like, oh my god, that's one less viewer. And then I realized that those aren't the viewers that matter at all. And even when those people were banned, they'll still sit here. They'll still be in chat. But we'll be fine. Same guy that was rage baiting Streg the other day who has 10 Twitch accounts. Nice. If only Twitch had some form of weird ban monitoring notifications for those things. People on the same IPs, people whose accounts were made from the same areas that are sneaking around bans. There are so many ways to actually just keep track of it. I don't really care either way. It's more on him if he wants to keep coming in. Kiko! Meow! It was fun fighting with you. It was a blast. I thought I was in the shitty content guild. You must join us. It's all content and drama. All the time. Forever. Forever. How do you like the PvE and PvP in Ashes compared to New World? Much more team-based, much more decision-making oriented, like longer cooldowns with kind of like a risk-reward association, more options for abilities, much more tact instead of just like everybody spam everything here and permalock somebody. You have actual like CC lockouts, so even if you trip somebody 3 times in a row, it's going to CC lockout them and you fuck the entire initiate. So it's a lot more like coordination based in my opinion. The big trade-off is that it's more of a tab target based to the combat system instead of an action combat based to the combat system. So that's like the biggest point of adaptation for people, I think. But genuinely, I have a ton of fun with the combat. I feel like it's a very good mix of like the mental like chess match aspects of MMO content where it's like movement, positioning, ability usage, as well as the, I don't know, the kind of like mechanical side of things where you're in control of a lot of your actions. You've got times where you can put out the guard, the force block. They still give you legitimate iframes. It's pretty solid. I like it a lot. Len God, how you doing, my boy? How's Ashes coming along? Haven't heard anything about it for a while. It's coming along great. So they just expanded private test realm access at the start of July to everyone. We just did 2 days on the PTR, testing some potential forward-looking changes, including some changes to the movement system itself. So, yo, Fitty, thank you for the primer. I appreciate you so much. A lot of changes to the movement system itself, and like you'll notice in these fights that you're seeing on screen, movement is very like floaty and b-hoppy and like super zoomy, right? And a lot of the changes on the PTR are implementing fall damage, so something like that, I would die. The movement itself wouldn't be possible at all because there's now friction in the air to stop you from just zooming a ridiculous amount. So disengages on fights are going to be a bit harder. It's going to be more of a level of commitment to these things, and you're going to have to think about the fights and the positioning a lot more. So we're going through a lot of changes always in Ashes, just core econ changes and future game design, combat and balance changes, new implementations to things, new starting area coming in soon, just a ton. Genuinely a fuck ton. So it's coming along extremely well. Just because a lot of people aren't talking about it doesn't mean it's not moving. I think overall, the biggest reason people aren't hearing about it is because Intrepid doesn't spend any dollars on marketing or sponsored streams. It's truly an in-development product, and ever since Pirate Software raged yet again and left the directory, thank God for that, by the way. Rather not have his negative ass here anyways, bringing in all the drama that comes with that and all those weird viewers. So, with that being said, I think that, you know, there's not a lot of like mass influence around it. There aren't massive content creators that are streaming every day. I mean, I'm one of the few content creators that are still streaming Ashes right now. Sometimes when I go live in the directory, even when servers are up, it's only 3 or 4 streamers. But that's perfectly okay because everything's going to continue regardless, and the game's going to keep progressing, and I'm going to be here for it. And whether there are 1,000 streamers or, you know, 2 streamers, I'll be here for it. So, can't wait to see kind of like how it shapes up in the next few years. But I'll absolutely be here for it. You a fan of the new movement on the PTR? I think the new movement will be beneficial overall, but the mount movement feels like ass. The mount movement is a confirmed bug. So like the ice blocks on your mount feet where they're just like sliding around, that was a confirmed bug according to a reputable source in chat. With that, the momentum changes I like a lot. The way that I've described them lately is the bungee cord effect that I hope gets kind of evened out. So picture like you're wearing jeans and you've got a belt loop and there's a bungee cord through your belt loop. You try to jump away. You're going to jump a certain distance and then the bungee cord stretches and the resistance gets exponentially higher until it snaps you back. That's what it feels like with the momentum right now that I hope gets sorted out. And it kind of is more of like a linear jump and friction edition, right? I don't necessarily need like all the b-hop that I was abusing in these fights, but having a little bit of momentum carry off of like, okay, I want to jump, I want to dodge and then jump and have a little bit of carry. Instead of it just being like an instant dodge and then a jump, I want to play out the dodge and then the jump after that so I can still get some airborne carry. Things like that not being immediately impacted by the exponential diminishing return on movement speed, I think would be nice in just like a little bit of evening it out. But overall, I do think the changes are much better for combat and improve the combat a lot. It feels much better. I abuse the hell out of it on my ranger kiting people. It's super fun but broken. Yeah, so I played tank and I absolutely agree. It was like when you're fighting against somebody that didn't have b-hopping and good mechanical movement, you could just abuse them. When you were fighting against somebody that did, you were like, okay, I fucking hate this. Whether it was a melee or a tank constantly being inside of you and being able to gap close anything, or it was that annoying range that had to reset 72 meters away. Or you're fighting a rogue and they can instantly just get out of anything, re-stealth, zip back in, full HP, full mana, get out, re-stealth again. It's making committals, positioning, and everything like that feel a lot more impactful and decisive than previously. So, personally, I really like it. Some fine tuning and I will love it. And I say that after first hopping on and legitimately saying, wow, what the fuck is this? I do not like this. And my mind was changed after actually experimenting with it and playing with it. It was really nice. It was really nice. I think that they are in a great kind of like direction. Like, they're moving in a great direction with everything. Combat felt very, very fun, especially group-based stuff. Positioning, flanks, all of the, like, capitalizing on people being out of position. Your initiate abilities. It opened up a lot. Fupo, hello, how are you, my friend? I hope you're having a beautiful one. I hope you had fun testing on the PTR today with all the new movement, all the new classes. Well, not the new classes, new races. Technically, 8 new primary archetypes, 16 with all the new races. If you want to consider each primary archetype after the race being slightly different. I'm sure I could manipulate this to me being correct somehow, but we're not going to. But I hope you had fun on the PTR. I hope you got plenty of cookies, plenty of fish. We did a ton of PvP. Due to certain enchanting scaling levels allowing me to get plus 20 everything. And potentially also some bugs related to consumable stacking like crazy. I may or may not have been walking around at 10.2k HP and like 220 something power. It was a lot. It did inspire me though. I figured out where I want to go with my build on live now, and I have 2 more pieces that I plan to get. So brine breaches I needed to get anyways for my tank, and that'll probably be like the focus tomorrow. But actually, no, I may go down to the tropics, or down to the Goondark, I'm so sorry. Now I want to switch out one of my 2 Iron Wing pieces, Iron Wing being the mitigation set. I have the chest and the hands currently. I want to take the chest off and then go get a Basilisk skin tunic. And the BST is going to give me 750 more HP, bring me up to about 8k HP. That'll still keep me around 54% and like probably 44% or something like that. Or with my mitigations, like they'll be absolutely massive. 8k raw HP. Tank on live is sitting 200 power. 190 crit power because I use Hawkbow Lumidon necklace, so sacrifice a lot of raw power so I can get crit power because we have our force crit. It's a lot for tank. My ranger on live is 240 power with 48% crit. Jesus Christ, how much HP? Holy fuck, that's insane with DRs. Oh my god, that's juice though. Yeah, so actually good time to bring it up. 3.1. Oh god. So I did get my Boots of the Tardy since this VOD, but oh, I also got a legendary ring, a legendary obsidian. So essentially where I plan to go is Dunemore Helm. Oh, this is an older VOD. I got my Dunemore Helm later in this VOD, I think. But Dunemore Helm, I'll switch this out for Basilisk skin tunic. These are fine. Rosarium guards. These are Iron Wing gloves. Lungs of the Abyss. Brine breeches. Boots of the Tardy, which I have. Beast Warden's prod. Steel shield. Hawkbow. I'll switch these out to iron rings. High rarity iron rings. So that'll give me a little bit more fizz power at the cost of a little bit of HP, but probably be worth it. And then Lumidon necklace will stay. Lumidon earrings will stay. Windstead cloak will stay. And then I could also go to Iron Shoulders instead of Ashen Haunt for a little bit more power. But that'll put me right around, like I mentioned, 8k HP. Like 55, 45 for my mitigations. 55 fizz, 45 magic with grid up right around there. And then I'll also have 190 fizz crit power, which plays in well because the pulverize is a force crit off a trip. So just something that I try to play around a little bit, and crits on tanks just hit so fucking hard. So that makes sense though. Yeah, 240 power, 48% crit, 3.1k HP. If you can stay protected in a fight, you're absolutely cooking. Wish they'd reduce power some more at max level. I feel like the most fun PvP I've had this phase was when people are around 170, 180. But that was around 17, 19. Yeah, the DR scaling does hit exponentially hard. Exclamation DR if you haven't seen the graph for it. But it does get very hard around like the 240 to 250. And I'm sure it'll continue in terms of the ceiling to be monitored. Because we have a lot of things that are in like the total power scaling too that we aren't getting access to between like consume usage, secondaries, what that's going to bring in, further additions to the stamina tree, loot table additions that could give us, you know, more specialized gearing. But I absolutely agree. I think a lot of fights between like 190 to 220, right around there, felt really, really, really solid. It being like drawn out enough where heals, bursts, everything like that matters. You've got the big build up where target identification actually matters. But yeah, I agree. The TTK right around that time where there's a little bit more of that drawn out, like team versus team, much more than just, you know, I called the old TTK pre-attribute rework like the old Western duel meta where you just kind of like walk 4 steps away and then turn and fire. Except instead of a revolver, it was a fucking like rocket launcher. And whoever got hit first just died. So I'm very happy to see the strides that they're taking with the TTK, and hopefully with secondaries coming in at some point, like secondary balance doesn't throw it all to shit. When you wear those boots, you're always gonna be late. Ask my chat, and that might not be too much of a change. I hate to admit it, but it might not be too much of a variance from regularly scheduled programming. Do miss my 4.5k. Oh my god. Down to 3.4 to 3.6 snipes. That's still a lot though, because like if you're thundering shot into the snipe, into the headshot, and you pull crits, you still got to be pumping out like 6k, 7k on that, right? Between the three. Full burst around 7k. Yeah, that's not devious at all. I get excited when I hit people for like 1600 with a trip and a pulverize. Just full frame of reference. If I see 4 digits, I coom. And you guys are out here hitting fucking 7k bursts. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Seems fucking reasonable. See you tomorrow, Toasty. I appreciate you, dog. Yes, boys. So now that PTR is down, I want to make sure that we are ready for servers to go up tomorrow. And make sure that everything is all good. So servers should be up around 1 p.m. EST. I'm gonna get some food. I'm gonna get ready for the grind. I'm gonna yawn. Who the fuck yawned in chat? Who just yawned and sent that my way? Either way, I'm gonna get some food. I'm gonna vibe out for the night. And I'm gonna make sure that I'm on when servers go up tomorrow, so you guys know where to be. We're gonna get a nice long stream in. We're gonna go 10 plus tomorrow. We'll get some good grind in. I'll be able to show gameplay again. Can't fucking wait for that. Farming up a basilisk skin tunic and then probably over to the tropics to see if we can get some PvP and also my brine breaches. So, if it's the guy's first day here, I appreciate you coming through. I do stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I've streamed now more than 2 years in a row consecutively with no days off. So, if you're not already following, you're fucking missing out. You might as well do it anyway so you know when I go live daily. I stream usually 70, 80 hours of Ashes a week. So, one of the few holding it down, and I will continue to be holding it down, boys. I do run a community, cats with apps. Feel free to join up with us for a shitload of content. Exclamation guild in the chat for a link to the guild Discord. Exclamation Discord for a link to my community Discord. Boys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for pulling up. Kiko, thank you for the follow. I'll see you over on live tomorrow. And maybe I steal you from whatever guild you're a part of. Because that was some inspiring movement already. Boys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. See you tomorrow. Probably 1 p.m. EST. Hopefully, unless there's a pushback. Peace.